Raleigh Major 2019. I'm your host, Golden Boy, and what a day we had yesterday. Great matches played through and through, but now it's time to set our sights on the semifinals. Look at this amazing crowd that we have here today. You guys are pretty awesome. I like it. Bring the energy, bring the heat, that's what I like to see. So, while we saw the best teams in the world clash against one another in Siege yesterday, today we're gonna do the polar opposite. And we're gonna start with the caster show match. That is gonna be our opening bout for the day. It was announced on Twitter, and honestly, it could very well be a dumpster fire. Who knows, honestly. I'm expecting it because look, honestly, you know, I think enough talk. Let's just go ahead and bring out your participants for today's casters match. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, North Carolina, let's give a round of applause for our casters and our captains, Kix and Intero. All right. Kix, you look like you just rolled out of bed this morning.
I did. I put in no effort today at all.
This is you with no effort. It's quite nice though. You got the nice shoes on. You got the robe and glasses at the very. Oh! Look at this guy. I wonder if that's a Pengu or a Fabian jersey, Kappa.
It's my own. I was gonna wear an NA jersey, so at least they'd be on this stage today. But I figured I gotta go with the winners. So.
Wow. Well, speaking of winners, Kix over here. How you doing, buddy?
I'm okay.
So today is a great day because not only do you get to come up here, play a game that you love, but also you get to take out your partner in crime here potentially. Any words for your opponent?
No.
No words. Keeping it nice and sweet. Short and sweet. I like the sound of that. All right, well, let's go ahead and start the picks here. And I think we'll start first with the highest ranked player. So we got Kix. We'll start with you, buddy. I just picked something. All right, who you want?
Flynn.
All right, Flynn, come on down. Flynn, my man, come over here. All right, well, I like the jersey, you know, feeling it at the very least. First pick, how does it feel?
Hey man, I'm the best piece of garbage on the stage. That's all I need to know.
All right, not much follow-up I can have with that one, buddy. Go ahead and take your position. All right, Intero, it's now gonna be your choice. Who do you got?
Well, he might have the higher rank, but I'm gonna grab the guy with the better hair. I'm gonna go with Veli as my first pick.
Oh, what a swerve! Veli, first pick for Team Intero. The man has the hair of an icon. Veli, I've known you for way too long. Your first pick, man, this is huge.
I'm ready, man. So you know what? Kickstarter made a mistake. Back in the days when I used to run rank, they used to call me Chocolate Thunder. I'm the best gold out there. They're not ready for me.
The best gold out there, AKA Chocolate Thunder. You know, I don't have anything else to add. Veli, go ahead and take your position. Chocolate Thunder. That was the thing that was said. All right, Kix, you gotta top that one, bud.
Rams.
Rams! Oh, okay. Man thinks he's an Adonis. I appreciate that. Rams, you're the second pick here, man. This team looking good so far. How do you feel about this lineup?
It's looking pretty good, but the thing is there's a lot of haters out there that think they can take me down. But what they don't know is I'm the greatest.
Did this guy just cut a promo on me? I'm sorry. Is this AEW or Rainbow Six? That's awesome. All right, well, Intero, now it's time for you to pick your second teammate.
Well, I'll go with the man with the nicest eyes in all of Pro League, Stokes.
Stokes, here he comes. The man looks like he could be the cover model for a generic men's magazine in the middle of Eastern Europe. Stokes, my friend. Second pick here, though. I'm kind of shocked that you're going second.
That's all right. Tom Brady was, drafted late as well. I understand. I get it. It's okay. And, we got Flynn on the other team, too. I mean, He's my boy, but I gotta put him in the dirt today. It's fine. It's good. No.
And he literally just compared himself to Tom Brady. Let everyone settle that in your mind for a little bit. Okay, Kicks, your turn. Who you got?
The longest raving Emzo.
Emzo! Here he comes. He's waiting, no wasted motion from this man. Emzo, man. This is looking like a good lineup here, man. Kicks just keeps bringing the hits. What do you think about this team? What do you think about your opponents?
I'm just glad I don't have to play with that USN trash, because I don't want to get kicked for team killing every round.
Wow, okay. Does not want to play with the USN trash. His quote, not mine. All right, Emzo. Guys, give it up one more time for Emzo. Okay. Tara, it's your pick now.
Well, out of everybody left, I think you got to go with Guy. He only had one team from Latin America, and we only got one Latin America player, so let's bring him out.
Here he comes. We got Gilly. Let's go. Gizao from Latin America, a shining light. Gizao, my friend. You're on the stage now. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from the team. A lot of trash talk. How do you feel about this lineup?
My team is the best ever, and I am the hope for Latin America region.
He's a hope for Latin America. He's out, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, take your position. That's a big pickup there, Kicks. How you gonna top it?
Okayama.
Okayama, it's about time we get some class on this stage. Okayama, my friend, you have a great team here. Any words for your opponents?
Okay, we will win.
Okay, we will win. And that leaves only one player left here, unfortunately. But, and Tara, just go ahead and make it official.
I'm going to bring Blue and his clown shoes out to the stage, if that's okay.
Here comes Blue! Oh, my word! Blue. What are those, man?
These are the gaming shoes.
The gaming shoes. GG's only, folks. GG's only. This is ridiculous. Blue, go ahead. Take your position. That is, I mean, look at the feet. Look at his shoes, everyone. Point and laugh. He spent like $1,000 on those. Okay, so now we have coaches to pick. We got two options here. Kicks, who's the coach for your team?
Kizoku.
Kizoku! Whoa! Kizoku boss, ladies and gentlemen. Kizoku, go on.
Can I have a mic okay?
What happened?
Can I have a mic okay? 10 seconds.
Go.
Okay. Hello, America! Hello! Do you love Rainbow Six Siege? And do you love me? Woo! I love America too, yeah! Woo!
Well, I don't know how you're gonna top that. That was pretty cool. Okay, and let's make it official for your coach here.
I'm going to bring out Gilly. Come on.
Here comes Gilly. Let's do this. It's gonna have the tall order of coaching this team. It's gonna be, hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Gilly, you got a really rough task ahead of you. Do you think that this is the team that could pull together a win here today?
Of course it is, because our task, well, Small Pig, Main Ash, Main Ella, and Lord Shanka. By the way, Kizoku, look at me. We will beat you.
Oh, man.
Come on, Kizoku.
Wow, unbelievable stuff. Well, go ahead, take your position. Okay. A lot of things have transpired on this stage here, but folks, I think it's time to get started with our casters show match. The lineups have been set up. Give it a round of applause one more time for your casters as they take to the stage. Go ahead, folks, take to the stage. It's now time to start the action, and let's send it over to the studio with some special guests. Oh, actually, wait, I stand corrected. We gotta break things down real fast. Actually, I need someone to help me break. I have a great option here. Zeronic, come on up. I lost myself in the show for a moment. I didn't know what to do there. Kizoku was doing things with his hands, and I lost my mind for a moment.
Comes to fire.
Yeah, what in God's green earth just happened up here, man?
I don't know, but Flynn tried to qualify for this major, failed miserably. At least he gets to play on the stage.
He made it.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. I hope Stokes loses, because if he manages to win, he's going to put it in his Twitter bio that he won on stage.
Oh, dear.
So I really don't want that to happen.
Okay. What about Team Kicks? They look so stacked. This looks like a really, really good team.
Yeah, Parker's got the short straws.
What was that?
Parker's got the short straws.
Oh, okay. And then, so speaking of the short straws, I mean, you got Veli over there. He's a dear friend of mine.
If you get picked after Veli,
that's true.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've played ranked with Parker. There's a reason Kicks doesn't. He's right. If you get picked after Veli, you're nah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, let's all remember that Veli was the one that walked out first. So if you had to pick who's going to win, I think it's pretty obvious. But
yeah,
I want to hear from you and the reason.
I feel like Kicks gonna give at least a little bit to Parker, just so it's not gonna be too annoying to work with him in the future. So maybe a couple of rounds and stuff, because he's fragile, and Kicks would instantly put him in the dirt.
Then you got Blue and his shoes. And that is an economical problem, and dare I say, it's a crime against humanity what he's putting on his feet here.
No.
Why?
Keep showing them, and everyone goes, no.
Yeah, what I believe he spent a cool
too much.
A cool grand on those shoes. So bless him. So if his decision making is as poor in his shoe choice as it is in Siege, there's a possibility that this could be a very short game.
I mean, he's basically paying for Kick's team at this point.
For Kick's team at this point. All right, but then you also have some standouts over here. You're gonna have, I believe they got. Oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank on Gizal. They have Gizal, so Gizal clearly is gonna be the one to carry this team, correct?
I mean, somebody's gonna have to, but they're again, up against someone that's probably 3 times better. So I don't really know how they're gonna deal with this.
So if you had to pick a round count, what do you think it's gonna be?
I mean, they should just do 7-0 just for fun, but I'd like to see, it being dragged out a bit. And
okay.
The map we're going to play on,
And what map is that, by the way?
That's Canal.
Okay, so we're going to Canal.
It's going to be the last time you're ever going to see this Canal, ever.
Okay, all right, so let's get from the crowd. I want to get from the crowd here. What do you guys think the score is going to be of the game? The round count of the score. 7-0, 7-0. Is anyone giving those poor souls on the stage one round? Over here, any hope for that? No. Everyone's just shaking their head. Oh man, this is going to be rough. I don't know. I'm like a little uncomfortable with what we're about to see on this stage.
No, I love it.
The children in the audience, folks, and clearly we can't show this kind of content on TV. But I'm looking forward to it. Brother, thank you so much for your time, man. Really appreciate it. We'll be hearing more of Zoronic over at the studio later on for the start of the game, folks. Come on, give it up for your casters. They're going to bring the entertainment. They're going to have a good time. That's what this is all about here in North Carolina, folks. So let's have some fun. Let's go over now to the studio. We're going to have some special guests to break down the game.
In an unexpected turn of events here at the Raleigh Major, we are all out of the tournament, and here on the desk, and the sole hopes of North America rely on a man in a bathrobe and some Gucci shoes. So not a lot going here for NA, and we're going all the way back to Canal for the last time to see, well, I guess the best that NA has to offer.
Yeah, I think one thing, too, that you can point out is Kickstar, when he was playing pro, this was his best map, too. So if Intero didn't get it any harder, the map selection is making it even worse.
Yeah, I mean, Intero's team, it's a pile of garbage led by the biggest pile of garbage. So I'm definitely rooting for Kicks here. There's nothing I like more seeing than Parker getting his butt whooped, so.
I will say a big point to make, though, is there's a lot of golds on Intero's team, and if you ever play ranked and you think that you have the upper edge, it's the gold's Super Bowl, and they might find a way to actually squeak out the win.
That is true. I mean, their first overall pick was a gold by the name of Chocolate Thunder, and when that's the leading talent on your roster, I mean, I guess things could get wild. They could, but I got faith in Flynn. I got faith in Kicks. I think they have what it takes. I do not think Parker has what it takes.
Yeah, me neither. I think Flynn might not have been able to qualify for the major, but I think the best we can hope for here is a 7-0, just to set everything right and put the crowd out of their misery for what we're about to see on stage on Canal, as Kix more than likely dismantles every single person on Parker's team.
Yeah, I think a big thing that we can see too is probably a bunch of ACOGs coming out, because I'm sure the aim is not going to be there. So we're just going to have to hope for the best. They'll just press mouse 1 and close their eyes, and maybe we'll actually see some kills before the timer runs out.
I would go with take the triangle and just blame it on the triangle if anything goes wrong. I think we'll see more than one person step on a frost mat today.
And Team Kix going with a Montane ban, that's a wise choice. Antero's team lacks so much talent that their best option really was to just stand there and hope that somebody else could get a kill stand behind a Montane. Antero bans Blackbeard. I think that's an awful idea. I don't think a single one of them could hit a headshot anyways, so waste of a ban, in my opinion.
Yeah, I fully anticipate all body shots in the kill feed here today. I think that is the most we can hope for. And as Vout goes away too, I don't expect anyone to sit on cams, so I'm really not sure why that's being banned anyway. Maybe the shotgun, they were worried about that being a little too strong for the level we're playing at.
It might have been a good one against Kix. I feel like Kix might throw some cams, get crazy. The Echo ban.
Yeah, basically, I don't think any of them want to play with IQ. That was probably planned before the match, so that none of them had to actually know how to get rid of utility.
Yeah, that's not something they want to run into. So, first sight, they're gonna.
I feel like it's got to be monitors.
Site to pick, right?
I feel like you got to go back to monitors, but I don't know how many of these guys outside of Kix and Emzo were around back then when this map was actually played.
Definitely Rams too as well. He played on console.
That's true. That's true.
Yep.
He could probably perform today with a controller, given the level of opponent.
He probably could. I think he'd shut them all up. He's got the mouse keyboard though. He grinds ranked, so I forgot about that as well. Yeah, Rams has what it takes as well.
I don't know if anyone sees, but Flynn's playing with his mouse underneath his keyboard, so I know why he didn't make it here.
Yeah,
that's terrible.
That is not the play. I don't know how he plays like that.
Everyone knows the more vertical your keyboard is, the better you perform.
Yeah.
That's what Kevin's going for. At some point, it's going to go in a full circle on that.
His was quite vertical. It was just his mouse pad was underneath it still.
All right.
They do go monitors.
How many ACOGs do we have? Just one ACOG. This is a total disaster in strategy from Team Kickstar. We need at least multiple ACOGs to have a chance here on defense.
I'm not sure why Parker went for the Hibana instead of the Thermite. I think he's got the idea that he could actually, I don't know, get a kill. But I feel like he should just open up that box wall better for his team. Flynn instantly getting ready for the spawn peaks. Kicks around the Cav. I actually believe in this Kicks Cav here because I really think they're not going to play it all from outside. Kicks is going to get some freebies. He really is.
And we have all of Team Intera spawning on the opposite side of the map. Like, they're actually planning on clearing across, so that just sounds like free reign for Kickstar as Intera takes the first gunfight there with it looks like Flynn jumping outside early on the Jaeger.
And to be honest, right after seeing that clip, like, if I was watching the VOD, I would have said keep peeking. Because Intero, he shot his first bullet, and then he shot a different building, I'm pretty sure.
And down goes Veli early as Flynn continues to peek every single window in sight. Nothing is safe for Team Intero as they try to approach the building.
Yeah, and Coach Kazoku is just in behind them, and he's just screaming, just peek them. Like, I'd be doing the same thing. Peek them all, they can't hang. Look at them, 3 on the roof, terrified. Oh, Stokes does catch Flynn, though.
That's a huge loss for Team Kickstar. That is, want to be pro Flynn himself going down early on the Jaeger, but Rams hiding in the top of the Coast Guard side of the map there on the Mozzie. Not that anyone's droning anyways, but if they were, he would be there to stop them.
Well, they have 3 operators with a Claymore too, so I'm going to be really excited when they forget to put it down, and then Rams jumps out and kills them all.
Yeah, they are right beside the door on the roof, and I don't think a single one has been placed there.
In all honesty, I'm impressed the bulletproof went down in the prep phase. In the average ranked game, I think you're missing at least 3 to 4 reinforcements, and no barb or bulletproofs are ever placed.
Yeah, well, Stokes just was still chilling there on the roof, got more picks. They finally opened the wall, and now they're just all lined up at the wall, though. And I don't think that was a play. I think he should have gone full canine and just sat on that roof the whole round.
I don't know if we can see chat, but it looks like Enzo just stopped to type goodnight after he killed that guy.
Yeah, Flynn goodnighted himself. when he died.
That's impressive.
Yep. And Parker and Taro banging Makai cannot land proper Habanas on the wall, so his team is stuck outside. And Blue gets taken down, got the impact grenade debris on his Gucci shoes.
That's rough. They are never going to look the same. And that's Team Intero taking round number 1 on attack here on Canal. And Stokes is, the Abercrombie model himself, is extremely hyped up here. As Kix is actually going to fall 0-1. So the 7-0 we were hoping for, not going to come to fruition here.
No, it's not.
Like I said, like before the game even started, they're going to be so hyped up for this match, and the other team is going to think they already have it in a bag. So I think that if they can just keep the momentum going, somehow they're going to come out with a victory. I think big thing too, not bringing any wall denial should have been a big problem. But when you have Intero playing hard breach, you're fine.
Yeah, he can't open the wall anyways. He did make up for it. What a play. Good play from Parker, jumping in the server window. You know, he might have made the wall impassable for his team, but he did jump in a window and shoot a guy in the back.
I think shooting people in the back is about the best you can hope for Intero. I think we went to a little bit of a player listen-in there into their team speak for a bit here.
Yep. We'll be listening in a little here.
And this is going to get clipped, and it's going to get taken out of context. But we're going to have to drop everybody. I'm just saying. Like, oh, Mozzie! Mozzie second floor. Mozzie cracking. Y'all, I'm going to watch bridge and watch them rotate, okay?
I don't even know the callouts to this map anymore.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't play casual. I barely play ranked.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's just setting up. It's good. I got drone set up though.
There's a pass.
No.
My drone can't go in.
Dude, I'm hands
They just got.
right now. I got my drone
just
set
got
up.
the Twitch
We're
drone.
good.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all ever chill like this before? Yeah. This is the easiest ranked game I've ever played. I don't even know. I shot Flynn in his head, dude. I'm hype about that.
Have located a bomb.
All right.
Here.
Kix was Jaeger. He was inside of a kitchen.
And he got monitor's window open.
Yeah, they got banded as well.
It's open.
I got a Twitch drone.
Can we drone bridge?
Yeah, I can get you.
If we can drone bridge, that'd be great. Yeah.
Cam's still up. Drone's clear. They have a
Watch the store.
There's a man on the door. Watch.
Thank you.
I can keep a drone. Yeah, are you gonna repel? Are you gonna repel west?
They have a lead.
One rotating in. There's one east side of bridge. He's right underneath. It's impacted.
I think they're under. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Vigil. He's inside
There's
of.
a Legion and
he's inside of security. Vigil and security. Vigil and security.
Is this your Twitch drone?
Yeah, it's mine. It's mine.
And Taro, rotate down.
Yep.
He's inside of security right now.
Roger.
Oh, are you still in here? Just holding the door.
No, Visual fell down. He's not security, but there's still one more security.
I'm kind of going.
And we're back on possibly the most bandit trackable site on the entire game, and we have yet to see a bandit from Team Kickstar as Blue takes down Gazao in what I guess can be called a trade after Emzo got one, but as Flynn picks another one back onto Veli, it looks like Stokes is finally going to put down that Claymore.
Yeah, after he whiffed a whole clip on the flanker and he escaped, he put down a Claymore just in case the guy comes back for more. Not a bad idea.
And we're seeing the coach from Team Intero there with his hands on his head in what can only be described as pure disappointment.
We're in the site, though.
They are in the site, but it is Parker, and he cannot shoot straight, so...
Parker being in the site does not mean a whole lot, and neither does Blue in the hallway as he goes down to Rams.
Doesn't matter how many bullets you give him.
I think Rams went through 2 mags there, and Blue still couldn't do anything with a 100-round Capital. And for all that in the site we hyped up Intero, he got absolutely nothing as Flynn takes him down.
I think this is the biggest problem with this team, to be honest. They made the play, they saw the opening, they got into the site, but just none of them have any skill, so they weren't able to capitalize on the advantage they saw.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Parker saw the opening. He probably told his team, you need to get in here with me. Mind you, he wasn't saying that in a manner where it's like, hey, come help me. It was, I'm in the site, and I will die because I cannot aim. you better get in here or else we're going to lose.
Yeah, and then we have Blue on what might be the most overpowered operator on attack, whose only kill is a team kill so far on Capitao. So 100 bullets, and all he was able to do was take down a teammate. I don't think those Gucci gaming shoes have been helping his aim very much.
Yeah, I think you were right at the beginning of the game by saying that they should probably get rid of the ACOGs and probably just go for one-time sights, because that was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
To be honest, I think they might be better in corners with shotguns. That might be it.
I'm just waiting on Kix' team to bring a bandit. I think all that play back in year one, and I think that's what we're missing out on right now.
Yeah, a solid bandit trigger would it would throw all of Intero's strategies out the window.
That was impressive.
I think he hit him once.
That's 41 bullets, and I think he did about 30 damage in total there.
He's moving up from probably last round though, so.
I'm waiting
looking
for
forward
thermite
to
shotgun on Intero. I think that's kind of the next progression.
Intero just needs to focus honestly on the hard breaching, because like that's his biggest struggle so far.
Yeah, it has been. He's tried to open the wall. Oh, and it's an early side swap here, and Intero actually is going to the bandit. And you know, as awful as a player Parker is, it's not a bad idea. So I'll give him some credit there, but he's probably going to put the battery on the wrong wall.
He might put it on the barbed wire.
He might be talking so much that he won't hear the thermite charge. I think that's the most likely case.
He'll probably be tweeting mid-round, clapping along to it, and forget to put down his utility.
Yeah, there's a solid chance.
Veli's just walking by drones.
Yeah, Veli, I thought he was doing, the standard drone hunt in the Coast Guard building, but, he actually just crossed, saw the drones, and crossed back. So a solid prep phase usage there from
Parker
Veli.
really did put the bandits on the wrong wall. He put... That's impressive. One Thatcher, and everything's going to be denied. He didn't keep one in his pocket.
He needs to tweet, but he's got to place the batteries and tweet. I mean, you got to respect that, right? Social media is very important. You got to keep up the image, so you got to appreciate that from Parker.
And Kick's going to get an early pick here onto Gazao, showing Blue how you actually are supposed to play Capitao. You are actually meant to get kills with that operator.
And that was a really refreshing sight. Some nice crosshair placement from Kix. Just something that we do not see normally in this matchup.
And it's all on Intero here. He has one bandit battery left here. It looks like he is actually going to get the first thermite charge. This is more than we could have ever hoped for, given the player on the bandit. And I really think Blue's actually in a good spot here. He's got the shotgun on the stairs.
And Parker goes for the wrong panel. That must have been talking to his team.
You couldn't have expected him to get two, though.
No, you could not.
And he goes down to Flynn, pretty much as expected. I think Parker overachieved that round.
Yeah, I mean, the wall got open, and I think he tried to make up for it by running out of the wall.
That was actually a great shot.
I was very...
Oh.
Blue got one.
I'm pretty sure he just hit him on accident, but Blue did indeed get a kill.
And Stokes is down. I think that's... No, sorry, Rams is down on the stairs there. And I think Stokes has been in the back of the site on Vigil Static the entire time as Blue goes for two. So
no way Emzo's still in spawn.
Yep, Emzo's back there.
I hope he was droning. Something.
All he was doing was clicking his lions and sitting on cams, I'm sure.
To be fair, he actually would have caught Parker running into that wall. So Kix entering in, I don't know if he's going to expect where Blue is. He will not.
Blue's on 3 kills here on the smoke. He finally swapped over to the shotgun and the SMG-11.
He is.
Blue with a shotgun versus Emzo with Lion and no EE1Ds left. Who are you taking?
Well, I thought it was really interesting that he waited for his teammate to die to use the Lion when he knew he was way too far away. So Blue's going to definitely win this one.
Yeah, I think he will. If Emzo tries to go up the stairs, Blue's going to win this one. I think the play, Emzo has to just swing in through a window and hope he picks the right lane, but it seems he's choosing to go towards a staircase with Lion.
If I would have told you that North America's hopes in Raleigh would come down to a 1v1 between Blue going for a 4K and Emzo on Lion,
I would not believe you. Blue does have 2 barbed wire, though. That's a big deal. He could put these down. Oh.
And Blue with a recoil headshot. Sometimes you take what you can get in this game.
Yeah, we take those.
We do. I think most of them were headshots for him.
I think Blue might be the top.
They were very late in his magazine, which is not normal for an SMG-11 headshot. But he did hit them. It happened.
I will say props to Blue for being able to get Kickstar on the entry. That was definitely what they needed to be able to win the round.
Yep. The kill on Kicks, that was the nail in the coffin.
Parker and Taro failing the bandit trick and then running at the wall with That was actually a great shot by Belly there.
Yeah, that was the highlight of the round. Blue definitely brought it back and made up for Parker's mistakes.
That's probably the highlight of the game. There's no way they hit anything like that for the rest of the game.
No, I don't think
Blue's
so.
SMG recoil starts at the feet, goes to the head, and then runs out of bullets, and then we start all over again.
Yeah, I think it goes like a lot of the time it goes above his head and then it randomly like drops back down for a bullet and he gets his headshot there.
I think that might be the strat. He's ready for people prone peeking, crouch peeking, and peeking at head level.
Yeah, if you peek,
you will die.
He'll hit you.
Blue just taking the game to another level here. Absolutely taking over against Team Kickstar as they fall behind here early on Canal.
And it appears some technical issues, so
Potentially
rehosting
attack
the lobby.
pause?
Attack pause.
Who knows?
Maybe.
On peak more.
I'm assuming probably someone on Kickstar's team had to do something to the lobby to get a free timeout out of it.
That could be it. I would be wanting a timeout as well.
Alt F4? Really takes you back.
It
Yeah, and it looks like there we are out of the lobby, so not much to say so far. I think players we did not expect stepping up. I think Blue might be the top fragger in the entire lobby. Looks like the coach here for Team Intero trying to hype them up, but Kazoku is dancing in the background? Gymnastics? I'm really not sure.
He's being Kazoku. I don't think a lot of the time you can define what he does other than just him being him.
He is super relaxed man, I think, as he said himself.
Yes.
I think he's definitely trying to cheer his team up out right now because right now they're the team to win and they can't put rounds together. So.
Well, they can't put anything together, it appears. And Captain Bathrobe himself lounging there.
He might think it's funny to be lounging around like that, but to be honest, he's costing his team and they're carrying him. So he needs to sit up and think about what he's been doing to get back in the game.
Yeah. To be honest, he should be down. Giving Blue a nice foot rub after taking off those Gucci slippers. Because Blue clutched up for him, carried him through the round.
I think Intero might be the definition of boosted during this game right here.
Oh, most certainly. So I still think just waiting again. As always, can be some issues in game, and this is a good thing. It is a good thing for Team Kicks. Team Parker, not so much taking advantage of it. Like you saw, Parker just lying back, being full of himself.
So we saw a 2-round swap, right? So and Team Intero is going to have defense one more time, I believe, and they're up 2-1. So this could be really scary for Kicks and squad.
Yeah, it could be. I definitely think, just generally speaking, can be harder to attack in a match like this, where it's uncoordinated, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Emzo actually was droning in spawn. I was trying to give him some credit. All I saw him doing was just pressing the lion button. So I don't know if they are actually droning, but if they can get some denial, maybe like a mute or something on Intero's side this round as well, I think it's over for Kicks.
Judging by how the round went, they might have all just been watching Kickstar scream, hoping he was going to carry them to victory, but Blue shut that down real quick.
Yeah. I actually think one of the big things is someone needs to hop on the repels. Why is no one repelling in this match?
Yeah, Blackbeard got banned and everyone's terrified of the windows. There's no Valkyrie to have cams for outside. Not that, you would expect them to check the cams before running outside on defense. But, there's been 0 repel play.
Yeah, I mean, the only run out that's happened is Parker running out of the box and dying. So, I don't know.
Impressive to say the least.
I think these repels can be abused.
Hopefully we can see some more variety than open the box wall and everyone die right outside of it.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty much been the name of the game so far.
Yeah, just open the wall, die in the hallway.
Unless they're trying to get tricky, I'm assuming they're going to go maps here. And I think that with how much pressure is on Kick's team to win, they might look for like an early rush right into kitchen. Other than that, I agree. Repels probably is like their best choice to get some frags.
I think odds are we see Ash finally come out here. With their backs against the wall, I think that's the operator that is going to come to bear here.
Yep.
Team Kickstar. I think they've got to make something happen. They're going to have to make some sort of change to what they're doing because everyone watching Kickstar's screen, calling a lion and hoping for the best has not happened so far.
Yeah, I think you have Kix hop on Ash, hop on a repel. I would like to see somebody do a hot breach. I mean, it's one of my favorite things to do when I play Canal. Not competitive, but just in general. It's fun to do.
It actually works quite well.
I think it would work in this because everyone's just sitting in the hallway and right on the box wall.
You can bring it back really old school and just do a hot breach M870 rush.
Yeah, just fly in the server window. I think it'll work.
5 recruits with shotguns.
I wish I was coaching them. I really do.
No, you don't. No, you really don't.
That's true. All right. Kazoku still doing his thing. Oh my god.
I'm terrified. I really don't know. I'm speechless. Hopefully he can do something to hype that team up because things have not been going well.
Yeah, they're not turning around and looking at him. I think they need to turn around, realize who's behind them. He'll bring some smiles, some pep to the team. I think it'll help out.
I think this is like about the time where the casters usually say, this is a really long time out, you know, this is probably going to affect the players somehow. Some of them, you know, getting in their heads too much. But I think in this case, it's probably safe to say that this isn't affecting any of them because they don't really know what they're doing anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Kix has his feet up on the desk. He seems completely relaxed, and I just saw Stokes lock in the shotgun on Tachanka in his operator setup. So maybe we will see something extremely interesting here. With how long the average gunfight is lasting, from what we've seen, the shotguns are actually a very safe pick here. I think you could probably get an entire mag off before you die.
I know at least with the shotgun, after the spray, they won't be staring at the ceiling. So I think that's like best case scenario for most of them right now.
They can at least keep eyes on their opponent.
As much as I want Parker's team to lose, I would enjoy seeing Stokes kill Flynn with Tachanka. I would enjoy that. Followed by them losing the round, but I would like to see Flynn die to that.
I think if Stokes could team kill Intero with the shot with the turret,
that
would
be better.
That would probably be the best anyone here could hope for.
That would be the best outcome.
And I think Blue might actually be top of the leaderboard right now as far as kills go. I think it's Blue and Flynn both on 4.
Yeah,
I just saw.
He's got to be. Oh, those were all 4 of Blue's kills. That's true. I thought he was popping off. He had that round.
An absolute carry from the USM trash, John Blue Mullen.
I will say that he definitely stepped up after that round with Capitao and hitting the Vigil probably one time. Turning around and getting that round for his team was huge. So.
Well, it was only up from there. It literally could not have gotten worse.
Exactly.
Yeah, only up. Recoil as well. I'm actually, now that I think about it, I really am impressed that he could do that with the SMG-11, but not with that 100-bullet
gun that has 0 recoil.
Yeah.
Fire bullets that instantly clear areas. And
he just needs the recoil. Maybe he should hop on Vigil and Doke. Pull out the
SMG-12 might be what Blue needs to get it done here.
Yeah.
I will be interested to see, though, if they do a highlight of that last kill, where he started his shots to be able to land that headshot.
Yeah. It was somewhere around there.
Somewhere around his toes or...
And Blue's going back to what works here. You know, Smoke got it done one round. We're going over to Mute here the next time. SMG-11 again and the shotgun. That seems to be Blue's arsenal of choice as 3 drones here. It looks like the drone plan for Team Kickstar is drive them up the stairs and lose them all to the shotgun. As Blue struggled a little bit to shoot the drones, but he was not struggling to shoot players last round.
He was not. He's still running his pump SMG combo. And honestly, now that I think about it, I think Blue looks at the feet of his opponents and he sees they are not rocking the same Gucci slippers, and he laughs at them and gains confidence and then nails his headshots.
I think we're going to be going over here to a player listen in shortly and get some more TeamSpeak communication here from...
From the window to talk in case I get that.
Where? I have no idea where that is.
All right,
I
Flynn,
don't remember.
Flynn, you're gonna, Flynn, you're gonna push the doorway. All right.
All right.
Nice pick.
The guy who threw a nitro at me or someone else?
I don't know who I killed, honestly.
All right.
Belly?
Yeah, I killed.
Who's Legion? Legion dead.
Legion, yeah.
Yo, listen. You can go hard left. Go hard left in sight and just plant. Go hard left in sight and just
Your
plant.
hallway's
I got
clear.
your
Your
door.
hallway's clear.
Yeah,
No,
I've got your door. I've got your door.
Yo, Emzo, call my drone in the hallway, okay?
Okay.
One in the hallway. Call it.
Someone covering? Yeah. All right, we got the cover. 50.
I've got you. I've got you covered.
Pushing.
75.
Bing, Kevera coming.
Plant down.
Got them both.
Good calls, Devin.
I'm watching hallway now.
Yep. Good.
I'm just backing out. We're getting all the way up for safety.
Easiest strat in the world. He's upstairs somewhere. I'm gonna deagle him. I'm gonna go deagle him. Where's he at?
Hallway. Main hall lit. Main hall lit. Middle main stairs.
Downstairs. Downstairs, Ram.
Oh no, he got me.
It's Mozzie. He's gonna come back up probably.
One shot, literally one health. Literally.
What can only be described as a complete failure of competitive integrity. Somehow, Blackbeard is unbanned. The score has been reversed as Kickstar has paid off the admins to receive an extra round and unban the operator they need to finally get around. And so all we were left with was Intero running in circles, doing absolutely nothing to help his team save the bomb site.
The only way I can think of it is Parker's so much of a chump that when they rehosted, they needed to give him a round loss.
Yeah, I think a big thing is all the people that were putting money on this are definitely happy now because Kickstar is definitely making sure that his team's going to win.
Yeah, came back, got a free round win, got Blackbeard unbanned for Rams. They did the most.
They're just feeding Kickstar 2 kills there. I don't know how much he paid for this, but it's looking good on the highlight reel for Kicks, and Rams as well. He got the operator he needed to shut down All-Star SMG Fragger Blue. And Kazoku's extremely excited about it.
And now we have the legend Kazoku subbing in for one of the players. Honestly, I think this is only an improvement. He will bring too much style and just good vibes to the team. I mean, Team Intero was already done for, and they're really done for.
Yeah, at this point, they're just putting the finishing moves on Team Intero. It says tables, ladders, and chairs coming out from Team Kickstar on this tactical timeout, and I fully expect it to end right here with a big play from Kazoku.
I'd be interested to know if they knew that they were in sight for that rush and bomb plant. Also, too, I know Canal hasn't been played a whole lot recently. Maybe they didn't know that there was a door to the site on the backside. They didn't have to rotate that front side and give Kicks 2 freebies. But yeah, I think they definitely need to learn the map a little bit more.
I think the bomb went down in about the first 45 seconds of the round. I don't know if they knew where the site was at all.
I'm sure they've ran into this map here and there, right? They are casual players after all, so I'm sure they've ran into it time and time again. Blue back on his smoke. The side swap did not come back in. I don't know what rule set we're playing with. It really is all over the place. But yeah, Blue coming back with his SMG 11.
I think he just told Gazelle to get off of his staircase right there. I think this staircase belongs to Blue, and he's not leaving until the round's over. We should be going back to the player comms here again for one more listen in as Flynn comes out of spawn on the construction side away from his team, and Veli's probably going outside with Clash.
Oh, yo, check the
Defender has left the area of operation.
Yeah, he was trying to play there before.
Drone's up and running.
He was trying to contest it. I'm just trying to like sneak up on him. Fuck!
They're challenging like spawn peaks and everything.
Alright.
So be careful.
Slipping nuts.
Yep.
I want to get to the building. That'd be nice. We can get to the building. Yeah. It's too far to nade.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, they Team Kicks there brought out the shield and everything to try and get out of spawn as Team just spawn peak was still able to get their prerogative done there on defense. They were able to shut down the Habana of Team Kickstar early as Emzo places his fuse charge on an open window.
Yeah, I believe that was Kazoku. He subbed in to instantly die leaving the spawn, and You could see he was a little upset about it. He was a little upset. He was crying some fake tears, but tears nonetheless, right? Stokes playing the dock, the bulletproof in-pocket dock. That's one of my favorites. You don't need the bulletproof. You're just peeking. Who needs it?
And there we have it. Ash ACOG to pick up the second gunfight of the round. There is obviously it was just you never stood a chance when you're against Ash with an ACOG. But it's his, it's just superior firepower as he's going to Ash underneath the Bandit of Intero, who sits in a corner and dies.
Yeah, and that's Rams showing that he has played this map competitively. He knows what you do on this map, and that was Intero showing he does not. He heard an explosion, the floor opened below him, and he was very confused. He was sitting there scratching at his head, probably tweeting, asking what's going on.
And it's Gazao here under immense pressure, tries to jump out on Flynn, but the SMG-11 really just kind of being the name of the game here. Somehow, one of the hardest guns to use in Siege has become the only gun that the talented non-talent of Rams fails utterly. Veli's shooting bodies here. That's Chocolate Thunder standing up in the middle of the clutch, not really making any attempt to save the round, but looking damn good for the fans as he does.
As much as I love to roast their team, Chocolate Thunder showed up big there, and I mean, that's a win in his books. It really is.
Yeah, I think at this point they probably need to drop the lobby again and just give them that point because Veli just embarrassed Rams.
I think he's playing for the mental win there at the end. He doesn't need to go for the clutch. He's just playing to give them confidence going into the next round. He's like, hey, Rams got all these kills, but I just absolutely world-starred him with a shield on my back. And I think he's just going to inspire Team Intero and maybe bring Blue back to form here, as we're going to see how Kazoku died to Stokes coming out of spawn early in the round. And there you can see him incredibly upset about how he died.
Crushed, one would say.
I never knew that Veli had that much coordination.
Neither did I. To be honest, it actually didn't look like he did, because he turned around and expected to see him and then didn't see him and was just holding mouse 1, and then eventually Ram showed up. He had no idea. It seemed like he didn't know where he was looking.
Oh my goodness, he actually...
Oh, there we go.
He pulled it off, the not-so-quick quick swap on the staircase. He's actually going to back down Rams and then turn around and take his head off with the SMG.
And as you could see, he shot at a different spot initially, not even knowing where he was turning to. But
I really like the standing up, letting go of your mouse and keyboard mid-clutch. Like, you're still alive, you're in a 1v2, there's a lot of time left on the diffuser, winnable round, and he's just going to walk away from it and go with hyping up the crowd instead.
As some NA players like to say, I got my kill.
He most certainly did.
So apparently the Valkyrie's still alive too.
Yeah, Valk is back.
Yeah, if Team Kickstarter is going to pay off the admins to change the operator bans, then I think Team Intero might as well take use of it here as... Oh, there's not much left of Team Anyone.
I think the strat here is that they're so confident that they killed 2 of their best players, and now they want to see if they can still win the round without them.
I think it's a pity round, yeah.
This is just to make it so
he can't even
feels
TK.
better about himself. That's tough right there.
All right.
Don't worry,
I deserve that one. Yeah. I deserve that one.
I think that might actually... That just adds Kickstarter to a long list of players who've nated themselves in professional matches.
Yeah, I definitely do top that list. I'm there. I warmly welcome him.
Start a support group for people who've nated themselves in a big match.
It's not fun.
I think Eclipse can join you there.
Yeah, oh, well, it wasn't himself.
Yeah, well, he got, what, Geo and easily?
Yeah, that was...
Tough times.
That was a good nade. That's my favorite nade spot. Yeah, just a pity round, it would seem.
Yeah, I'm really not sure why this is happening.
I'm not sure if they dry run what they're doing right now, but it doesn't look like it's winning.
Yeah, that was the most inefficient way to give a round to another team I've ever seen.
Yeah, it wasn't even quick.
Yeah, the rush that Team Intero went for when they all died in kitchen really quickly, that seemed like a much more efficient way to end the round if that was the only goal they had here.
So, still match point for Team Kicks here. The Kazoku Pulse, I like that.
Pulling out the 2 UMPs in a casual game, that's risky play right there. Possibly one of the weakest weapons in Siege. And I have a feeling that, given how this has gone, we're somehow going to see the UMP reign supreme now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit better at this level.
It's no holds barred. I think I saw an Ashe, Montane, and a Glaz coming out on the attacking side here.
Oh.
Well, this is inspiring.
Don't do that at home.
Yeah, I think for everyone watching this at home and in the crowd, I think the best message we can give you here is whatever you see on screen, do not repeat, and you'll probably have better luck in your ranked games than they're having here on stage.
Yeah, most likely. So
you can trust us. We're all out of the tournament. We can tell you what not to do. We just can't tell you what.
Experts in the field.
Yeah, we're experts in the field of what not to do here in Raleigh.
Yes, indeed. The Valk's still up, and Flynn is playing her now. Montane, also another operator was banned. Veli realizes there's no bans anymore. He knows that Team Kicks was worried about the Montane, bringing it out. He cannot play Montane the same way as Clash, though. So I'm interested to see if he still tries to spin on people.
I think the most interesting
I feel
one
like he
here
might.
is we've yet to see a Claymore put down, and we're bringing out Nomad. So I'm not sure kind of what the disconnect is as far as we've had the utility to watch flank all the other rounds, and we're bringing more utility to watch flank. As surprisingly, Team Kickstar is setting up on the Coast Guard side of the map here.
Yeah, and the Glaz coming out. And I gotta tell you, Glaz is not a good operator anymore.
Especially when you don't even have a sight on him. That's tough.
It's pretty bad.
As they have an Ashe, but they're gonna melee down the castle anyway.
I don't know if they assumed that they were going to be going back to CC as well. Glaz used to be really good when you were shooting over from the other rooftop, but instead they have to deal with a different bomb site than they were expecting, so Glaz is probably going to do nothing here.
Team Kicks can hear this Montane coming, but I don't think they quite know that they hear Chocolate Thunder himself coming.
They're going to throw C4s at Montane, but Montane does not care about your explosives. That's kind of the whole thing about him, is Blue's going to go ahead and nomad up the site here. As long as Veli doesn't step on that Legion, he should be good to control that hallway for the rest of the round. But
Glaz eats it up.
Someone else will instead. Now, I don't know if they know that Rams is in the middle of the site close, as he gets knocked over by the Nomad, and no one's going to capitalize on it.
This is a mess. Kazoku is on the other side of the map, rotating back.
And Blue's going to pick up 2 big kills here. The all-star player for Team Intero continuing to show up big when they need it most.
Yeah, Montane seems like quite the pick. They seem quite distracted by him, to say the least.
And it's Captain Gucci shoes there. I'm going to go ahead and pick up 3 on the round on the Nomad.
And we questioned the pick.
I think it's interesting to say, too, every time they bring operators that were banned on their own team, they're winning the rounds. So
it's almost like they were banned for a reason.
Maybe good scouting was done before this match, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I sincerely doubt it. I think we're swapping sides here.
No, they're still on defense.
We're still on defense. Okay. So 4-3, I believe we're on match point. One more defense here for Team Kickstar to try and save the rounds that they bought from ESL.
Yeah, 4-3 or 4-2?
4-3.
4-3. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure. Actually, I have no idea what the rule set is because who knows? It's been interesting. I'm not sure if they win the next. If Team Intero wins the next round, if they go to overtime or not. But, if it's what rules normally are, Team Kicks needs this round to avoid overtime, and I'd be worried about going overtime if I were them. I wouldn't want to face too many more Veli, Montane, or Clash rounds.
And I think anything can happen in rounds where Intero's getting 2 kills.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is some unexpected impact that you do not account for.
I think they also realized, too, probably that their droning was atrocious. So they brought the Montane to be able to just move through the sites, call out where people are, give them pings, and then they can try their best from there.
Yeah, we saw Team Kickstar go with the approach of Emzo sit and spawn online and drone other people and use the EE1D. And Team Intero's going with the approach of Veli, you be the human drone, just go ahead and walk in front of us with the Montane. And so far that seems to be the more successful approach, but will he catch a Frost map?
Yeah. The thing is, I like the Frost pick, but they've just been entering like very linearly, like just going across the sky bridge or just going through one of the outside second floor doors. So I'm not sure. There hasn't been many window entries, so I'm not sure how much faith I have in the Frost.
And to everyone at home, that's one thing you can do that these guys are doing. Stokes actually did remember to shoot out the default cam before getting on drone in front of it. Always shoot out your default cams. Best thing you can do.
Can confirm. Not a bad idea.
It does look like they might be trying to get up to the windows with the Montaigne. If he jumps in, he's in for a surprise. Okay, now he's going inside.
I think they had to turn Veli around because he wasn't sure where the doorway was.
I was hoping we'd see a Montaigne repel. I think it'd just be funny. Oh.
Flynn is outside the map. And Flynn is dead.
Yeah, he got nobody off guard there.
I think Veli might have been scared, but it didn't matter.
And Emzo's going to try and follow up Flynn with the same thing, but it didn't work, and now they're already staring at the window, so I'm not sure what the idea was. Kickstar trying to take cues from Blue and grab smoke, but he forgot to put a scope on it first.
Yeah, and that's not going to go well. And
did Intero screw up the wall again?
Yes. He did. It's impressive. Parker is impressively garbage.
Yeah, that cannot be overstated. And Rams is going to pick up one there onto the Jackal, and Kickstar's alone in sight, throwing smokes at the shield instead of shooting him in the back.
The Montaigne's an issue for him. They are struggling with the Montagne.
Parker actually landed a headshot.
Wow. Let me see that. Oh.
Something's clearly going wrong for Team Kickstar. I think Parker had 2 headshots that round, and 2 the round prior.
I think the Montaigne is honestly just scaring them.
Is that Parker on his computer? It might not be. It might have switched.
They might have had that. Might be our coach step in for Intero.
I
think that's the only explanation I can think of.
Yeah, I've never seen Parker hit a headshot. And I've known him for a long time. I've lost a lot of years.
See, they just switched. He just sat back down.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he definitely wasn't playing. There's no shot. I won't believe it.
And here we get to see Flynn in first person miss the knife, miss all the bullets, and die spectacularly, and we're going to see Emzo follow it up maybe next.
Yeah, I think Veli did hear the jump out, and that's why he started moving backwards. I think the most impressive part of the whole thing was Flynn saw the Monty ready for him and still decided to drop down.
Yeah, he saw the Montaigne. He's like, okay, let me fight a Montaigne outside.
Yeah, if you would have told me that Intero would be winning gunfights against Kickstar at the beginning of this, I would not have believed you.
Well, most of Intero's shots, even though that was a headshot, most of them are to people that aren't looking at him, so we got to keep that in mind.
Looking at him there.
Yes.
Intero might be the king of shooting people in the back. Makes his team do all the hard work.
You got to do what you got to do.
That's crazy. I've never seen anyone on their phone on stage.
I'm pretty sure ESL makes us put our phones away. This is unfair right here.
It is. They're all checking Twitter though. Checking Twitter, seeing what people think, which is definitely not what pro players want to do during a match.
I think the general consensus is that people are thinking very little of the gameplay they're seeing.
I think this is the point. If Team Kicks is actually on their phone, all of you guys at home should take a moment to tweet at all those guys on Team Kicks and tell them how embarrassing they are for being the better players and not being able to close this game out yet.
I think the go-to tweet should be something along the lines of, at Intero, you were the worst player I've ever seen.
I'd be okay with that one.
Yeah.
Regardless of results, I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay if we weren't playing and that was tweeted to Parker, I think.
I think that should be tweeted to Parker every day.
We could start a trend. We could have people do that every morning. Every morning, if you guys wake up and instead of saying good morning to someone, you just tweet Parker and call him garbage.
We could really start a movement.
Yeah. Hashtag call Parker garbage or something. So I think they're rehosting because of I'm guessing because of the overtime, because it was going to 5-4, but the rehost didn't quite work right. Okay, so actually, we're going to go to the stage. I'm assuming Alex has something to tell us about, I assume.
Where there are no real winners.
All right. I got you guys covered. So I was just informed by our production that because we had a few restarts here, the best way to settle this is through a good old-fashioned battle of rock, paper, scissors. That is going to determine who wins the caster show match. So let's welcome Kix and Intero to the stage right now to settle the score. All this could have been resolved had Kix just put them out of their misery, but instead, this is the world we live in. So here we go, guys. Give it up for your captains. Team Kix, Team Intero. Gentlemen, all right. So have you guys been informed of the situation and the rules? Okay, so I was told that we were gonna do a best of 3 rock, paper, scissors. Now this is very important because everyone has a way of which that they do rock, paper, scissors. Are we gonna do rock, paper, scissors, shoot? Or rock, paper, scissors, and then at the end of scissors you go? Which one do you guys wanna do? So 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Good? Yeah, and then shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right, so you guys, I think it'd actually be really great if you guys help me out in the crowd. Are we down with that? Yeah? All right, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. So I'm gonna count it down. I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, and then you guys go and you guys follow their lead. You got that? You got that? Okay, good. You guys are professionals. I think you got it. All right, here we go. For all the marbles. Actually, it's gonna be a best of 3 for all the marbles. So here we go, folks. 1, 2, 3. Oh, go again, go again. 1, 2, 3. Go again, quick, quick, quick. All right, 1-0 Intero, 1-0 Intero. Oh, Kix is crushed. All right, let's establish it real quick. All right, here we go. All right, guys, come on. We can get a little louder than that as well. I need everyone to participate. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, again. Wait. I know, wait for me to count down. All right. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. Oh! What is going on? Oh my word. All right. Let's do this. I'm feeling the tension up here. This is, all right, here we go. All right, crowd. Everyone, let's get loud. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Oh! And Kix is your winner! Wow! Brotherly love. Real quick, what a hard-fought game. Any words for Kickstar, your partner in crime?
It wouldn't be Pro League without rehosts, so we felt the real experience. But I just like that I got to kill Flynn at least once. That's all that matters to me.
In the end, it is the small victories that count. Kix, you're the winner in what can only be described as one of the most dramatic rock, paper, scissors games I've ever been a part of in my life. Any words for your opponents and for the people here in North Carolina?
It's a weird match with all the rehosts, and honestly, I'm just happy I got to see Canal before it gets reworked.
There you go. All right, guys, give it up one more time for your talent team. Team Kix is your winner. Big thank you to our casters as well, everyone kicking butt out there. But now we're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, it's time to start the semifinals. We'll see you on the other side.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Raleigh Major here in, of course, Raleigh, North Carolina, in these United States of America. I'm Ghassan Melch, the Medic Finge, your host for the event here on the analyst desk. Yesterday, we had a very exciting day number 4 of the Major. We went in with 8 teams. We were left with 4 at the end. And it's all 4 European teams, cementing yet again their position in competitive play. North America's 2 hopes, a Space Station and TSM, are out. FaZe Clan out as well. Now we see, the start of the semifinals day, how things will go. Though, before we start off with the actual analysis, it's time for the pre-show and a recap of what happened yesterday. Play number 4. Welcome to day 4 of the Raleigh Major.
North Carolina, are you ready? The first match of the Raleigh Major starts right now.
With 3 people still alive from Forze, this could be a tricky spot from the Giants, and they're gonna have to take chances. Oh, but WTG is there, along with Karma, and it's all Corey. But WTG shuts the door.
It feels actually amazing. I'm so happy to be in the semis as a CL team. I mean, it's just insane.
It is now time to begin the second match of the Raleigh Major.
Wants to get a plant down inside of default. Fockers with another one onto Thinking Nade. Now the man advantage well in the favor. Oh my God, what a shot to the wall. Fockers with the 1 tap through conference, leaving Chaw alone now in a 1v3 post plant scenario.
My initial thoughts after the game pretty much went as expected. We did a lot of VOD reviewing last night. We knew exactly the type of playstyle that they had. We knew exactly how to counter it, and we executed it quite well.
David versus Goliath matchup, and for FaZe Clan, a huge opportunity to fell the beast known as Team Empire.
Bad timing there from Ion, but he has control of the diffuser. He's being shot from above. The angle is in for Joystick, but he misses the shots. Oh no, Joystick! It's a stick, but off comes Ion, and Dan, the hero of the round.
After the clubhouse, we understood why we lost. So on Consulate, we continued to play more aggressive, to take like more gunfights, risky gunfights. Yeah, that was the plan for Consulate. So we were kind of sure that we anyways gonna win that match.
It's your final match of the day, G2 TSM.
The rest of G2 now poised inside of side as Goga's going for a stroll over towards the aviator door. Pengu will actually take down Biologic, so all of a sudden this becomes easier. This is a 2 versus 2. Pengu with the support as Goga takes down 1. It's all up to Pojo, and Pengu once again, the team play from G2.
We're going to face 2 Russian teams. That's my prediction of the other semifinal, and well, we're going to kill the Russians in our game. I don't think anyone can take us on a best of 5, so I wish Empire good luck in the final.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've had an explosive 4 days, and day number 5 here, the semifinals, gentlemen. Welcome back, please, to the analyst desk. Ghassan Melch, the Medic Finge here. With me are 2 beautiful, beautiful gentlemen here. It's Zoronic Veli, Mr.
180. That was so.
That was 180.
Body.
Bikini body right now is sitting at home in Sweden, and he's so proud of you, Veli.
Thank you.
He's got the weave, he's got the analysis, got the energy. He's got it all.
Oh, yeah.
What do we not have on this desk, gentlemen?
Rams, yeah, because I bodied them. But this upcoming match with them, I'm so excited. So I ran back from my, the show match, and this is the match that we've all been waiting for. Team Empire, they have been struggling. They look human now, and they're going against Team Secret, who all of a sudden look like gods again. And that inconsistency is starting to tilt more on the godly end than, the lesser end, which knocked them into CO.
Yeah, Empire yesterday looked mortal in their game against FaZe. Is it something that you can recover from easily, Alex?
I mean, let's be fair. The only time we've really seen them look or have a weakness this entire event was on Clubhouse. It was that one map where they actually looked like they were possibly gonna lose, right?
It's Clubhouse.
Yeah, their best map. They've widened their map pool. They have to, because if they want to get ready for BO5, then being Empire and only playing 3 maps is just not enough.
No.
I don't know. I think they took that victory harder than most teams took their losses. So I expect them to be full back.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket here and recap where we've gone so far in the event before we dig deeper into our first matchup. We'll see Forze versus Vodafone Giants. Vodafone kind of upsetting everybody in the way that they played, and it's just Forze that moved through. They play against G2, who bodied TSM in the second quarterfinal. Quarterfinal number 3, Space Station versus Secret, and as well, Secret were able to play the 4th map that they ever played in this entire major, and they're able to make it through in a 2-0 as well, eliminating North America from the event. Team Empire versus FaZe Clan, our closest game in this tournament so far, pretty much went the distance. In map number 3, 7-4 victory at the end for Team Empire on Consulate. Something we did not expect at all was that second map. So let's talk about it for a moment here. If you're watching this as FaZe Clan, how difficult does it have to be to go back home, tail between your legs, knowing that you got so close, yet we're so far?
I mean, it's extremely unfortunate, man, the way that they lost, especially as the last Latin American team in this tournament. You know, them losing against Empire sucked, but it's glass half full. You're going to have to look at the positives about it. They took them down to the wire. They took Forze down to the wire, and they exposed a lot of weaknesses that Team Empire had, you know. Team Empire, they really weren't built for the long game. They really had to struggle to clutch it out to get those wins, especially from that last shot by Shepard.
We actually have a player to highlight here. It's Lems. We'll put him up on the board and talk about him. Former teammate, I guess, here in the squad. So you see Lems, 1.08 rating. Pretty good on the opening kills, 4 plants, no disables yet. But Lems has been a strong backbone of Team Secret, Alex.
Yeah, and he has some experience going all the way back from year 1. I mean, he used to be one of the best anchors we had in EU. Put him on an ACOG and no one was getting through that entrance, and you pretty much had to find another way. If you go all the way back, I think he's dropped 18 kills on LAN in one match before, so.
You've also spoken about a road change that he's had to where, you know, he sits back and, you know, he doesn't care about the stardom and the big plays. He's really just that rock for that team.
Yeah, but so they pulled in some new players on the team. That means somebody's going to have to budge and change up the roles a little bit, right? We've seen the same with Meepy, Leon taking some of the IGLing. You get Funkus in. Like, somebody's got to swap roles. We can't have 5 fraggers on a team just all running out there to try and get all the kills, right?
No, Obey Alliance tried that last year.
Fair enough.
Somebody still has that flare on Reddit. I roasted them for that one time. Like, it's hilarious. It's the best thing I've ever done on that website. But, Valley, yesterday I was talking to Emzo when we were sitting here and analyzing through how Empire play and how they're able to bait their opponents in when they go for a plant. Can you elaborate more on that?
So one thing that I really love, a lot of teams, especially on maps, let's look at Cafe, for example. A lot of teams, they really don't have a strong presence up top floor. And going against Space Station, we know that they swarm through that 3rd floor to clear out the roamers. But with Feral and the Fonkers there, especially that roaming Jaeger, they were able to exhaust so much utility from Space Station Gaming. It's basically like a boxing match. They wear him out, just little by little. That last round, they hit him with that KO to get the easy win. That's why I kind of feel like Team Secret kind of has the upper hand. Because if they can continue that fight to wear down Empire, I don't know how Empire's going to fight back. You can only clutch for so long.
Yeah, well, we got clutch player up here to talk about. It's Dan from Team Empire. And here he is. The man definitely has shown up quite a bit. Not really the best when it comes to opening kills, but that's a pretty darn high rating, 1.24. Pretty much present in every single round with effects all over. This is the man that clutched it out of Milan. He's the one that did it here against FaZe Clan as well in their game. Shepard was the last man alive that got the kill. This was the one. This player. The one that's facilitated it.
While he hasn't done too hot in opening kills, he's done really well in refragging and making sure that when the other team got opening kills, that it didn't set them back too far, right? So you can almost say that it's equally as important to just make sure that you get the refrag as if you get the opening kill. And one of the weaknesses we've seen with Empire is that if you can manage to get a 1-up on them, so you play in a 5v4 and you then just fall back, you don't contest anything, you reset the whole match on defense, then they struggle and they're going to start running out of time.
And that's something that Secret are actually brilliant at doing. You were explaining Cafe, but it was the same in pretty much every part of their game in Space Station.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you deal with the way that Secret maneuvers around, especially having Fonkers and Feral that are kind of running the duo with the info from Leon?
So hopefully it's a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation to where Empire, they can look past the struggles that they had, you know, back in the past and come brand new today. You go against Team Secret, You're just going to have to just come as a team. I mean, it's really that simple. You cannot fall early, like you said. You can't allow yourself to go down 4v5 and expect Dan to get that 3K to help you win the game again. That's not going to happen against Secret because Secret, they have playmakers of their own.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go. So let's get the show on the road. Alex, Golden Boy, up to you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It is now time to start our first semifinal matchup here for Saturday. Who's excited to watch some Siege? Because I think I'm pretty pumped. Your first team to the stage had a dominating performance against North America yesterday, and they're looking to do the same thing here today. This is Team Secret.
I think during that match, SSG, they didn't really surprise us that very much. We did a lot of VOD reviewing and preparation for this match, so we pretty much knew exactly what was going to go down, all the way down to the map bans, the operator bans, and what kind of things that they would play and how they would play it. Ultimately, they didn't really surprise us in any way possible. I'm expecting to play Empire. They're one of the best teams in the world right now, one of the best teams in Europe right now. We have a lot of practice against them, so I'm very confident against them. Once again, don't underestimate us. Do your research. Not that it'll help, because we've been changing up everything as we go along. We're making sure that we're staying fresh. So no matter what kind of research you're doing, good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Team Secret! And now for your next team, while many consider them to be the best team in the world, they did have a barn burner of a matchup yesterday against one of the top flight Latin American teams. This is Team Empire.
We feel like we've more like we lost the game, not won. So we had a terrible performance on our best map. We lost like 1-7. So, and after that, like we are not feeling like we won the match. We're feeling like we lost. So. I don't think we will prepare something special. We will just try to analyze our mistakes and trying to get rest so we can be sure that we will be like in our best individual shape before the game. This tournament and the upcoming Pro League finals at the Invitational will decide who is the best now.
And now welcome your next team to the stage. It's Team Empire! So much on the line for both of these two teams, but only one can make it to our grand finals here at the Raleigh Major 2019. Is it gonna be Team Secret? Is it gonna be Team Empire? Oh boy, we're only gonna have to find out in one way and one way only. It's time to jump into the action. Ladies and gentlemen, the first matchup starts right now. Let's send it back over to the studio. Teams, take to the stage.
Thank you so much, Alex. And here we are, Team Secret versus Team Empire. Who would have thought, gentlemen, that Team Secret, a team that last year was in the semifinal of the Paris Major against G2, got knocked out, went all the way down back to CL, would qualify back through the Allied Major in Vegas, make it to the semis again in Raleigh, North Carolina. What does it take, Alex, to just get to this spot?
a massive amount of dedication. I mean, Helby's, their coach, has been extremely public about how they've had a rough patch. It's not been as easy for them. And a lot of people might be, I don't know if you can call it overly supportive, but they'll say that, well, you are a pro league team, you're pro players, and you know, give them a lot of credit, but sometimes it's nice to be held accountable for that drop in performance.
And one thing I also want to point out, people don't realize Team Secret, along with Na'Vi, was going ahead and they were dominating the land scene, the smaller lands over there in Europe. So Team Secret, along with Na'Vi, they were building themselves up, and Secret hit that moment to where they can come here and be a top 4 team. But take a look at these overall stats. Leon, this is the playmaker right here, man. All eyes are on him. Yes, Feral and Fonkers are a disgusting duo and an amazing addition to this roster, but Leon's going to be the scariest player on this roster.
Yeah, and we talked about Alems being the backbone. Meepy definitely is as well. Sitting on site, making sure everything's just held until the end. He's always the last line of defense. That's why, as you know, the resident smoke player, basically, he's the one with not the best stats. And that's okay, because if we compare the amount of times he's able to survive and do damage with his utility and coordinate between his teammates, this guy is doing it.
I mean, as long as you're winning, it doesn't really matter what the lowest stat denominator on your team is, because you know that might be the one that is actually making you win.
Yes.
The problem is if you start losing and you have a couple of people with not so hot stats.
A tough game here against Team Empire. Again, the Russians, big fan favorites, I guess, here in Raleigh. Shepard, Joystick, Dan, Scyther, and Karsheka. Scary team, to say the least, and entries from Joystick have been very plentiful, you see, with +6 on the opening kills. This man is the spearhead for every single assault, and Karsheka and Dan are always near him to either refrag or make sure that he's safe.
You just noticed the +23 KD on Dan.
That's insane.
I mean, Joystick is amazing, and he's at 11.
We see this coming into Milan, and then here the major. We're like, okay, Joystick, 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 and now we realize, okay, the star really has become Dan.
I don't say there's an individual star on this team, to be completely honest. You look at Scyther, Shepard, you know, all of them. It's a unit, it's a team, and that's why they've made it this far. And, you know, you're going to have to give a shout out to the coach as well.
Yeah, Razor GM here doing work, making sure his boys are set and ready. Of course, it's a different way to coach if you're a Russian man, basically, as I've heard from many people. But it is indeed different, and it works very well with the squad, as tell from the scoreline, as Flynn likes to call them over and over and over and over and over and over again, the Russian machine, Joystick, and his Russian squad. A team definitely to fear. You look at this Secret, what might be the real weakness that they have going up against Empire, Alex?
I think we can get back to the emotional stuff. We know that Empire is almost impossible to break emotionally. We've only really seen it in the best of 5. Even when they were down 7-1, they had focus on their faces. They didn't look like they were beat already in the Clubhouse game. We've seen Secret struggle a little bit with the comebacks, or maybe get, you know, more in their own heads than they got in enemies. So they really need a good start early on in the game, so they don't have to struggle with that mid-game as well.
You know what? I don't think there's a weakness on Secret at all. I feel like this is going to be the team that I would definitely go for in my prediction. And the reason why I say that is because, I mean, look at their energy and spirit in the matches that they played to take it this far. They dismantled Space Station Gaming. And Empire, on the other hand, you know, they're losing their best map. Matches are close. They look human. I feel like Team Secret being the underdog actually works out for them in this case.
Are you sure you're not being coerced by Sternop to say that?
No, I'm not. No, not at all.
Hey,
I really
heard
love
about
what I see
that
from
bet.
them. Yeah, I got to change my my Twitter handle to EU is the best. So.
I mean, you wouldn't be wrong at this point.
You know, hey, you know what? If Secret goes all the way, I'm gonna love it, man, because they deserve it. I've watched them at Allied. I watched them Prim and whatnot, battling it out against Na'Vi, like I said, and they're really the roster to beat in this matchup, in my opinion. Because, you know, listen, when your back's against the wall, you have nothing to lose.
Exactly.
You go all out. And I would want them to be in my corner.
And if Secret are all the way down, they're not even in Pro League at this point in time. They have Premiership, they have Challenger League, and some of the minors. This is the best that they can do. It's still pretty good to make it to semis. There's no pressure at all, whereas Empire, they have a ton of that.
Yeah, so we got to remember that they're kind of fighting for different things. I know both teams, of course, want to win, and they both want to win the whole show. But Empire, the only thing they want to do is beat the best.
Yeah.
That's it. They're not happy with anything else. They don't feel like there's, you know...
They're not here for fun and games.
No, right.
No.
And, but for Secret, the road they've had so far and what they've done is still something to be impressed about and happy about if you end up not going further than this.
But also, you got to look at the legacies in the matchup as well.
Well, let's compare here 2 players, 1 from each team, and see what we have in store. It's Leon and Joystick, the 2 spearheads. We were talking about this only a few seconds ago. 1.12 rating on Leon Gids, 1.08 for Joystick, +3 opening kills for Leon, +6 for Joystick. Otherwise, these 2 are very much a perfect comparison between the 2 teams.
Yeah, although Leon adds a lot to communication and leading for Secret as well. So that's some extra pressure, and it's impressive when people can perform very well and still put a lot of info through the team, right?
Just make sure that you can coordinate with your IGL. It really is a difficult subject to kind of not only have one in-game leader that's coordinating everything, but trusting in all of your teammates to convert that information into actual plays.
I agree. And the one thing about Leon that I'm actually worried about is how streaky he is to just getting those 3Ks to really put his team on top. Like his explosiveness, definitely on defense. I want to see his roam presence really felt in this matchup.
I wonder how this game will go. I have to say, as you see, the players are getting set and ready. Our admins are making sure that all is set. And then we'll have a chat about our maps as we get ready for those. Anything you boys would expect, though, after yesterday's, I say, fiasco on Clubhouse?
I mean, I don't think Empire's going to let Villa through because they just don't play that map. So anything but a best of 5, I don't think we're going to see that at all.
Isn't there a lot of similarity in the maps that they do choose as well?
Yeah, I mean, so Bank is the one that's like equally banned by both.
Yeah.
I don't think maps is the biggest worry here. Secret's definitely going to try and win the veto and maybe shake up the bans, right? Because they're the ones that have to like actively do something.
Yes.
Because we know that Empire isn't like they've mentioned it. We're not that worried about counter-strutting. We don't really want to change things. We just want to fix the mistakes that we had in the previous game.
I agree.
It's very simple for them. They can put a lot of energy into that one thing, right?
If you look at the game that Empire had as well yesterday against FaZe Clan, it really just was their mistakes that were failing them over and over again. We have our map veto, ladies and gentlemen. Remind you, it's a best of 3 series. So as usual, we go for ban, ban, pick, pick, ban, ban, and then our decider pick at the end. Consulate banned out by Team Secret. As we slowly move through this, Villa moved by Team Empire. It's something that you would definitely expect. We go for our first map. It's Bank, picked up by Team Secret. Again, they stick to the same maps that they've been playing so far. And this is Bank being played, I believe, for the 3rd or 4th time by this squad. Pretty much every single series they've been in. Coastline, picked up by Team Empire. A very, very strong map for them. And then we'll go for the last 2 here. Clubhouse taken away. And what will we have as a decider will be Border. Yes, it will. There you go. Our decider will be Border. So, count it. Bank, map number 1 picked up by Secret. Coastline, map 2 by Team Empire. And our decider will be Border. And one thing to highlight, because we're going to go through, especially these first 2 maps, we showed Leon and Joystick. Not only are they the top 2 players on their team, but also they are the Jackal mains for their squad. And these 2 maps, specifically Bank, man, Jackal, massive operator pick when you're on the attacking side, something that you sorely need on both.
If they end up banning a Jackal, we could maybe see some gridlock to cover the main stairs. We know what Joystick's going to do. He's going to be the main stairs keeper, and we've seen him play everything from Kibitao, Jackal, gridlock, Nomad, anything on that map. So I don't think you can target Bennett and make that big of a difference. One thing we were talking about yesterday in the green room was one thing that makes Joystick such a good Jackal is that he actually looks at the different footprints and decides which one's more likely to be the roamer, right?
How does he know?
And most people, even at higher level, will just scan whatever is closest. They won't go out of their way to try and narrow it down to say, oh, I'm only scanning the 3-speed, because when you got to be quick, it can be rather difficult to keep track of that.
And even if Jackal is banned, I feel like Team Secret on the intel side, you take a look at Fonkers and Leon, whenever they roam together with Valkyrie and Legion, which they pair extremely well together, they usually take over. And you know, I feel like they can ban Jackal and really take advantage of that and just dominate any type of presence that Empire's going to throw at them when they're attacking.
I wonder what sort of heavy breach operator we're going to be removing from this game. Habana is the usual on Bank, right? But not a lot of teams have shown great proficiency with the Maverick, I want to say. We were talking about this yesterday, Alex. It's like hit or miss for quite a few.
I'd say if Secret wants to actually really roam heavily, and that's something they want to gamble on, then probably leave all the hot breaches open, because you're going to be moving enough that that isn't what's going to make you lose. It's the fact that you lose your Romans and then you just don't have enough C4 or enough pressure on side, right?
So it would make more sense to remove someone like a Lion, someone like a Jackal, or Dokebi.
Dokebi.
G2 was banning yesterday.
You got to take a look at also Post's dominance.
That's very true.
Yeah.
I mean, Bank, we talked about it so many times, we can just sit in gold vault. That would
All day.
That would reinforce even more the fact that, removing one of the Heart Breach operators makes sense if you want to play the turtle gameplay. That's something that Secret actually has floated towards in the past. We saw it in the group stage as well, where Meepy would just kind of squirm around the end with a shotgun just around the bomb chassis and net one kill after the other.
Yeah.
Dokebi IQ would make a lot of sense because that allows you to play Mozzie for intel, Valk for intel, Echo's most likely being banned if IQ is being banned.
Mm-hmm.
But it gives you a lot of intel for a very, very heavy roam. And they got to be damn quick if they want to roam against Empire because they are some of the most effective roam hunters in Siege.
One thing I'm intrigued about as well is in Pro League, Empire are very proficient at running the Echo.
Yes.
The Echo specifically on this map, hiding it in these nooks and crannies. You play the IQ. What's your game plan going into this if you're Secret? Because you know you have to target this op or you're going to lose rounds for free.
Well, most of all, I feel like Echo should always be banned instead of Maestro, especially on Bank.
Makes sense.
But whoever the IQ is, the responsibility on their hands is going to be, the most out there because you're going to have to stay alive, hunt down those yokai drones to make sure you get those secure plans. But I feel like overall, when the operator bans come through, Maestro has to be in game. You're going to have to get Echo off the board immediately. Echo is the most dangerous operator out there with the plant denial, 2 of the yokais, and the amazing MP5 he has.
And especially on a map like Bank, where you can get the Echo drone in main lobby, and there's no way you're ever seeing that. You're not spotting it. You have full intel, any kind of hard rotate, or it's just not going to happen.
Vodafone Giants ran that same strategy, and they're running Alpha Male on the Echo, even in online Pro League, and it proved to be so difficult to deal with because a lot of people just think, okay, well, when I'm playing Echo, I just throw the yokai on the floor and just try to hold it on to whatever ceiling I have. But if you throw it correctly, you actually have access to so many different angles now. It completely changes the game, and there is no way in hell anybody is spotting that yokai.
Yeah, and you can get to a point where losing an IQ actually hurts more than losing a Heartbreacher.
Yeah.
Which is terrifying because it's an operator that you're kind of expecting to go out fragging, but you also have to spend 1, maybe 2 minutes just looking for these 2 Echo drones, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few people as well that have been running the AUG nowadays, which was very odd. I think it was somebody on Secret that was running, maybe Leon.
I mean, if you're shooting them in the head, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, even if you're shooting them in the head when your screen is half covered up by an ACOG and the AUG itself, then
you're playing ACOG, your ADS on every turn anyway. So
that's a very good point.
It's
not walking around.
It's not the biggest issue. I mean, the 5-up-2 is nice because of the high body damage. So if you don't win, you know they're low, whereas the AUG's lagging a little bit there, but it's personal preference when it comes to that.
One side I want to talk about, though, this is very specific to both teams, especially Secret, because they ended up playing this quite a bit, open area on Bank. I really want you to break things down here as much as possible to the viewers because it seems like a very difficult site to play on defense, and if you're not really coordinated, it ends up breaking down so easily.
I'm extremely biased on open area. Let's be fair on that. I think it's the best side on Bank. You can You can leave. It's the only side where you can drop off-site through a hatch.
That's very true.
It's the only side where you can drop on-site from a hatch. So the amount of freedom you have, plus the entirety of kitchen, is one hard box with just a couple of soft walls. The roof can't be breached. You're much safer than most other places. The bomb site is bigger than downstairs. And what happens downstairs is the second you don't have your pulse or you don't have info, you get a plant down and then you lose. So if the plant goes down, you're probably not going to retake.
Yeah.
Retakes can actually happen on open area.
Valley, closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts. Team Secret going all the way, man. It's going to be 2-1, going to be a barn burner. I believe it's probably going to be the best match of the day. It's going to be the best match of the day.
There you go. Bold words. Alex, anything you'd like to add?
Good luck.
Thank you very much. As always, a man with few words, but those words count where they do. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's please follow me around as we take a grand old walk. I have to put in my cardio for the day because there's so many carbs in the U.S. Holy moly. Gentlemen, please.
Hello.
How are you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, please at home, join me in welcoming both Blue and Stokes. What are those?
We can't see them anymore, so.
Not again.
That already happened.
And what are those?
We got through that.
That's beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yes, sir.
So, guys, any closing thoughts before we start this game? Secret, Empire?
I completely agree with Zoronic. I think it's going to be all in the roam game because, as we've seen, Joystick will literally nuke you from anywhere. It doesn't matter if you're behind a wall, anything. They're very good with information. They're very good at hunting down that roam game, and he doesn't, 9 times out of 10, peek you. He just shoots you through a wall because he knows you're there. So they're really going to have to lean on that to try and get around them, whether neutralizing Joystick early on or what have you. We'll have to find out.
All right, from your side, Secret though, Blue.
Yeah, I mean, Empire's looked very, very scary this event, so Secret's going to have to bring everything they have. Both teams have had somewhat shaky matchups if you look towards like the group stage and whatnot. Secret really has to bring everything they have to this one, though. Otherwise, we could very quickly end up seeing Empire push their way through with how strong Dan and Joystick have looked at this event.
All right, boys, thank you very much for your information. Let's see if either Secret or Empire will try hard as much as Flynn did in that show match. We'll see you in game. Gentlemen, enjoy.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Our first semifinal of the day. It is going to indeed be Team Secret going up against Team Empire. One of the final tests now for Team Secret to see if they can take down the Russian machine itself. And it's all going to start here on Bank. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise. It's our first map of the day, and it's going to be a good one.
It indeed is, Blue. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. We kind of have similar styles, but Team Empire, as discussed on the analyst desk, a little bit more neat in what they do, and Team Secret might have to mimic a little bit of that to achieve victory over Team Empire. We will have Kappa Tower moved first off by Team Empire. Those asphyxiation bolts as well as those smoke bolts from his tactical crossbow, just so good at getting the job done that you need. Isolating doors as well as cutting off vision, and they cannot get ADS'd.
Yeah, we've seen the prevalence of that, of course, over the last few months since the kind of side grade that he had a few months back. And obviously, we've seen him banned out quite a bit since then. Jackal just being a normal ban, we see these aggressive attackers, aggressive anti-roamers is what I like to call them, getting knocked out pretty often just because for the defending team, it's a little bit too hard to deal with. Echo, in the meanwhile, you guys have been seeing that all weekend, so there's no surprise there. And again, with Mira, the defender bans aligning pretty well with the most common trends at the moment.
I think the Jackal ban's fantastic, especially for Bank. Big map, you want to roam a lot. Also, Jackal, one of Joystick's routine picks because it helps him out quite a bit with that roam clear, so going to make Team Empire work for it a little bit harder on offense. Team Secret, though, will be starting out on offense here, and as is tradition on Bank, we're going downstairs.
Yeah, unfortunately, the banning of the Jackal is going to actually hurt Team Secret's capability to probably deal with players like Dan, like Joystick, who tend to roam around in this early round, really get into the face of the members of Secret as they're going to be trying to execute here. And unfortunately, without an operator like Jackal, it's going to be a little bit harder to track that down. You still have your defensive anti-roamers, and we do have one of them locked in for Secret. Fokkers is going to be taking on the Gridlock, which is essentially the role that we would kind of see the Jackal fulfill if he was in the game right now.
I really like this Gridlock pick as opposed to the Nomad just because the F90 is such a good weapon. You're a 3 armor, you can take a lot more gunfights. Obviously, headshot still does kill, but with how many ways you can move your head now, that's usually where it starts as the body. But that's not all. She also has those track stingers to lock down those staircases, make it a little bit harder for people to rotate. Team Empire, though, allocating Dan over to the Ela. We've actually seen him play this before on this exact site, on this exact map. He plays the blue stairs with his shield, puts some the Grismot mines above in order to isolate the staircase. Last time we actually saw him rocking the SMG instead of the shotgun after some series of unfortunate events happened with the pellet spread on the FO12, so he's more than likely going to be rocking the Scorpion again.
For lack of a better explanation, he rage quit out of the shotgun.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll see if he fares better with it this time around. As we get into the round itself, of course, we've got Team Secret spawned out onto the board, so let's take a look at how they're going to be taking an approach to this. Pretty standard in terms of where they're routing towards. We'll see quite a few players mess around with rappelling towards the front of the bank itself. While you have already, you can see players like Feral trying to work their way in through stocks and start to clear out this second floor.
Secret mostly focused on the mid-level right now. Top level is clear as well, so it should just be some quick droning, and then main focus will be back onto site. No Habana ban, no actually hard destruction bans at all coming out on Bank, which is something we don't see too often anymore. But again, if you want to get rid of that Jackal utility or Capitao as well, we definitely understand why. But Team Secret will now have access to all of the hatches, be able to get those open and also get security open. First frag grenade comes through from Alems, but immediately gets ADS. Actually, no, that one will go off. They use the EMP to get rid of the ADSs on the staircase, so very good team play so far by Team Secret.
Yeah, nice job. They were having some problems dealing with the setup against that we've been seeing a similar setup from Team Empire throughout the entire tournament so far. So Team Secret probably reading into that, using the intel and just countering that. It's also, of course, a very common setup, so very easy to counter out there. Now we're going to see the hatch open over here towards Server, can no longer be denied by an aggressive peek from Empire. Dano is still looking to maybe try his luck here. Leon is going to take out Karzeka. Dan moves in for a 1-for-1, but Alems also is able to catch Dan with a frag grenade.
Be a quick down. We've seen Joystick in this position behind servers before. Last time he was able to make his way out with the triple kill, so they definitely need to send more than one body at a time in order to take this madman down. Leon actually secured that kill from up top down into red hallway, so leaving a little bit of that sight pressure, and that's a big pick as well. That's going to be Karzeka on the smoke. Joystick rotating over near Mud Tunnel now, as they still think he's server. They've tossed some of those gridlock tracks back, and no one's watching the hatch. That's exactly what's punishing him. He's going to pick up 2. He's going for 3, and he gets it! Joystick, the first round for Team Empire.
Doesn't even matter as well about the track stingers there. Just going to be able to get rid of them nice and easily now. Completely destroys the rather potent push we were going to have here from Team Secret. Now it's all gone down the drain. Everything falls to Leon in a 1 versus 3 situation. He's going to try to take the duel versus Shepard. Oh, Leon is actually going to be able to win that one. Brings it down to a 1v2. But as you can see at the top left, his HP incredibly low now. Less than a sliver of it remaining here. He's got maybe 3 or 4 left to play off of. And he still has to find some way to attack this site with the remaining 30 seconds.
He can equalize this. We see Scyther laying down inside of the CCTV area. Is he going to peek into him? He is. Oh, that bullet's just going to go over his head, but Scyther quick with the second one. That's going to claim the first round for Team Empire. Joystick definitely setting them up for victory there. A very smart rotation and a little bit of a misplay from Team Secret on the hatch. Just did not have anyone watching his rotation, which allowed him to rotate over towards Mud Tunnel from server, play his life out, not have any of those gridlock tracks, stab him, and make gunfights a lot more difficult.
So a nice start on the defense here for Team Empire, and they'll look to build on that with a second floor hold. Let's take a look at some of the replays from the previous round here. Like you could see, keep an eye on our top part of the banner here. Things started out great for Team Secret, made great progress. We're already clearing out areas like the server stairs with just a few, well, with over a minute remaining. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, that aggressive play from Joystick cost them far too much as they tried to push down into server, and that's going to end up knocking them out of the round.
For Team Secret, along with that misplay, I really think that they could have handled Dan better on blue stairs. That shield being there was definitely messing with them because obviously they have to hop over it and take a gunfight at the same time and do a very, very good SMG, which is definitely not the best route of attack. But possibly getting rid of the shield, getting some more area that you can work with or even peek off of might have helped them out quite a bit in that situation because they all just locked themselves out of the hallway. Nobody obviously wanted to peek into Ella since the shield was there. We toss a frag grenade against it, especially since you have the ADS gun that will not get rid of your frag grenade, or maybe possibly even sledge it. But that's going to be a little bit too close for comfort due to that SMG being on blue. Just, they need to find a better way in order to handle that, because if they continue down this rotation, they're definitely going to get faced with Dan on blue stairs once again.
So we're now into the second round. We've got our attackers spawned out. Let's take a look at how exactly they're going to approach this upcoming round here now. As we got them out onto the field. And once again, players like Dan and Joystick are going to look to get in their way first off here. Usually the first points of contact for Team Secret due to their roaming presence, which has been so strong this event. You heard it talked about on the analyst desk, and this game is going to be no exception. Got a stat for you guys, once again coming in from our friends over at Siege.gg. Empire has won both of Empire and Secret's only previous matchups in the EU Pro League with a current scoreline of 7-3.
It's all different on land, though, baby. You got to remember that.
Very true.
It's all different. That's
especially
why
for Secret.
Especially for you. That's why you top ranked. Anyways, we do have a rotation downstairs for Joystick, or excuse me, for Dan inside of Archives over to small offices. But Farrell will start things off correct as Dan will get the refrag now. Limbs will fall. Joystick already has his ADSs down. Don't have to worry too much about the Jaeger. But Dan is going to continue his escapades downstairs inside of Archives. Those cameras upstairs that he's placed inside of sight, allowing him some vision in order to get those nitro cells off, especially with those evil eyes of Karzeka still online.
Time still ticking down. Slow progress being made at this point by Secret, but a lot more to deal with before they can approach the site. As you can see, Farrell still very carefully watching for a flank down and from Tellers as they'll drone that out just to make certain before Farrell abandons that position and commits himself further towards the actual push leading into the site here.
Dan, with a very smart rotation, actually ends up dropping down the hatch inside of a small office, an open area, and rotates to the bottom of main stairs. So he could still possibly get a flank off here. Barrow holding top of square. Maybe now gets the wall open. We have Leon on rappel outside on the north windows, trying to cut off any of the rotates that could possibly happen by Empire. But they have Scyther up in the front office. Actually, Fonkers will cut off the rotation for Dan downstairs. That's very, very good for Team Secret. Now all they have to do is focus on site, as Smoke currently inside of meeting room, as well as the rest of Empire currently falling back. We do have Karzeka moved up inside of 90 though, as he does have a punch hole at the bottom of stock. Scyther will start things off on the site take for Team Empire, trying to repel off Team Secret. All of a sudden we have man count even.
44 seconds remaining here, though, so we need to see Team Secret push the envelope soon. Karzeka constantly waiting back for this push to work his way towards him. You can see 2 out of 3 of the members of Empire taking hard angles right now, and Scyther flanking down into the lobby is going to be able to pick up the kill on Funkers to knock him out. The advantage goes back into Empire's hands here. So now Meepy gonna look to find Impact. Oh, looked away just at the wrong time before he had a rotation work his way in through Janitor there. And now Scyther's gonna be able to cut off Leon. It's all on Meepy, also been spotted out by Scyther. It's a miracle he's alive right now. Just a single HP left. He does have all 3, in fact, of his stim shots left, but not really a situation where he can use it, but it won't matter. Karzeka shuts it down, and Empire pick up their second.
Very smart rotation by Team Empire, recognizing out that Team Secret was stalling, and they were more than likely going to have to make an adjustment. They chose to adjust to lobby, and Scyther read that out perfectly, playing over behind the couches. That lobby's massive. You're not going to have time to check almost every single corner, so you just got to more or less run through there. Hope that no one has rotated. Check the usual spots. He just happened to be on an off area that really threw Team Secret for a loop. Scyther with a very big play right there, and I will give a little bit of a tip of a cap to Team Secret on their initial roam clear. They really couldn't handle Dan downstairs, but they eventually cut him off on rotation, recognizing that he was playing downstairs inside of the archives area, and they quickly dispatched Joystick as well. They just need a little bit better control of the site. It just feels like they really didn't have all of Square they really needed in order to force the envelope.
We'll take a look at some of the replays that happened here in a very, very dominant round, once again coming in for Empire. Some early skirmishes going the way of Team Secret, but not nearly enough. Once they got to the site, things came to a stall, and they had a lot of trouble managing that final 3v3, which, as we saw, Empire took control of due to the nice plays coming out from Scyther right there.
Well, Team Secret completing the rotation triangle, as Blue likes to say. So we will be going down to archives as well as tellers. This site traditionally played on more of a horizontal plane. You do have to worry about that vertical play, but as you guys can see, Scyther's currently opening up the wall, which got adopted quite a while ago. We first saw Evil Geniuses doing that at SI, I believe, in 2018, I want to say. But you play the main stairs at the bottom. You can actually hold down quite a bit of tellers, as well as you can actually break the paneling between the little cubicle that they have in there as well to see all the way over to the door. So you can make some very creative angles there. And if you play with an ACOG, a very dominant position that Team Secret is going to have to worry about.
Like Dan holding the angle at the moment, waiting for the push to come back in. Secret, of course, very timid with their approach to this one. Not a single player except for Funkers going to be on the front buildings here. Everybody looks like they're going to be working their way in from the back. So they've got the whole lineup basically positioned to move in either from there or the roof, as you've got a few players looking to look in from the skylights as well here. Very slow approach being taken from Team Secret, a very analytical approach, which is kind of what you need to do against Empire since they're so unpredictable, especially when it comes to their star players.
Secret currently setting up for a top floor execute to gain some control and gain that verticality with Leon, as they're going to open up all the north windows. Feral on top of Square, trying to isolate rotations and make it a little bit harder for Joystick to breathe. Fonker's going to be in the upside down rappel now, as they will break open the castle barricade. Joystick hits the deck, but he's going to be able to find Fonkers on the rappel. Feral, though, with the trade. Dan falls. Leon, though, once again to tack it off. Joystick and Dan fall, and the vertical pressure now comes from Secret.
Secret with a man advantage, something good that they can work off of here, and also a decent amount of time remaining too, at 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Those 2 kills have cleared out quite a bit of the building. You can see they've got full access to Square. And we'll take a look at Joystick's pick here again. Looks like he was able to catch him just out of the corner. And we had the rappel kill coming in on response there to give Team Secret the advantage. Speaking of which, we've got them trying to push their way down those main stairs. We've also got a hatch being opened by Meebee right now. They are kind of going for a little bit of shock and all to allow them to easily reposition, as they're not, as far as I can tell anyway, using the hatch they just breached open. Instead, they wrapped a lot of their players over here towards the primary lobby now, and are going to try and push in past the castle barricade. There's the breach charge. That will let them in. No aggression coming in just yet. Still a little bit of harassment to be done by Secret from up on top, though, as they have great control here as well.
Well, the good news for Empire is you can play most of this site actually off-site from either small offices or that staircase that we were talking about earlier to at least get some information. They're going to keep Shepard on site inside of Archives. They have Karzeka currently off-site over an open area laying under a desk on cams, as well as Scyther, who's playing on the stairs. Shepard shuts down one. That's Feral to start things off. Rotating over now in the vertical angles. Leon is still upstairs, so Empire still has to worry about that as Shepard's trying to fight his way across this creek. Secret now going for the plan as we see Meepy inside of Tellers. Scyther He needs to rotate up these main stairs, but it's going to be limbs to shut down Shepard. Karzeka now with the rotation, but the plant's been restarted. Meepy still has to stick it. Karzeka, what a blunder of a shot. Throws a nitro cell, but it's not going to connect with anything except establish a rotate. Is able to shut down one, but takes quite a bit of damage for his leisure. Meepy knocks down Karzeka, and all of a sudden we're in a 2v1 in favor of Team Secret. Scyther rotates in, but we still have the vertical pressure as Leon will open up a hole right above the diffuser, making this a whole hell of a lot harder for Scyther.
Zeka there, a good attempt to try and stop the play outright, but unfortunately a bit of a misread on the situation. Now Scyther has to pick up the mantle here, less than half the time remaining in order to get onto the diffuser here. Meepy is going to be spotted on the outside. Scyther takes the duel and wins it, but now is the hard part. Now he's going to deal with the player upstairs, and this is not going to be an easy factor at all. He does not have the nitro cell to confirm the easy kill. Oh, what is this? There's no way that Leon's going to be able to read into this. Maybe he has. No, he's noticed it. The nade goes in. It's going to impact. It should connect, but no, not in time. Just a moment too late. An Empire, 3 billion IQ from Scyther to clutch out the round.
The Russian machine never breaks, Blue. When you're down, you know someone has that vertical pressure in the likes of Leon. You have to do something. That gunfight's going to be very difficult for you to try and rotate in that room and get an angle on Leon when he's already established. So instead, Scyther with the 200 IQ with the long arm diffuse through the wall. I bet you guys haven't seen that one in quite a while.
Great play from Scyther, and again, it just shows the dominance at the moment in this game here from Team Empire. They are crushing it right now. Good attempts, of course, again from Secret, but it's always in the late round. They're coming so close so many times, but constantly falling apart. Now, even in the post-plant as well. Secret are on to something here, and as you can see, not necessarily happy about the outcome of that round right there, but they need to fix this quickly. A 3-0 lead is starting to get dangerous here for Team Empire.
Fantastic take of the top floor for Team Secret, and they established exactly what they needed. They needed Leon upstairs with the sledge to make things a little bit easier on site. He got quite a few kills upstairs from those angles, actually really only one, but just came up short at the end. Some smart rotations from Team Empire to bring them back into things though. Scyther playing his life as well. We thought he was going to get aggressive on tellers, but he did not. Instead rotating into open area, into Archives, able to get a little bit of a flank off, takes down IQ, and all of a sudden it's 1v1. Upstairs, Leon has to try and shut him down through the diffuse, but as we saw, very heads-up play. Team Secret, though, so far, have not been doing very bad on their executes or their map pressure. They've been able to take control of everything they really need to get onto site. They've really only had trouble downstairs where we saw Joystick with that nice 3K.
So, once again, it is time for Team Secret to try their luck at this push. Like we had mentioned before, Team Empire have now completed their site triangle. All 3 of their picked sites, both the basement, the second floor, and the teller's office, have been successfully rotated through. So now they are back to the basement here. Secret, of course, starting their attack from the second floor. They're going to try and work a top-down attack and slowly get control. Eventually try to force out the presence that's inside of areas like server stairs, and then force it from there.
Exact same setup here for Team Empire. Joystick downstairs in the server. Dan on blue stairs with ADSs. Last time, the frag grenade did not work out for them. Dan just waiting for that EMP to go off, and he predicts correctly. Throws another Grishmont mine at the top of the door, so if anybody hops the shield, they immediately get hit with it. Makes this gunfight a lot easier. Joystick now moving in for pressure as well, as it appears that they want to peek. Joystick going to add another ADS, actually, to help him out in case any of those frag grenades do come in now. And there you go. First frag grenade off from Limbs, another EMP. And this is a lot of utility burn here from Team Secret to get Dan off the stairs.
Another Geschmont mine going to be thrown up on top. The impact will take care of it, though. Pharaoh with the hopping kill into Dan. Nicely done by him. Great management of the situation, but as you said, a lot of utility was used in the process here. They're going to be using one of their breach charges in order to work their way down the hatch. They'll force back a little bit of the aggression from Team Empire, at least put it under control for now. Secret has to be the one to make the move here, and time is not necessarily in their favor. At 1 minute and 20 seconds, they are making enough progress. They need to make sure it remains consistent, and unfortunately, players like Joystick, sitting in the back of server, are going to be trying to get into the way of that.
Need to hold down this hatch for rotation as well. Actually, we have someone inside of Mud Tunnel waiting for the rotation. If Joystick does rotate to the right, he's more than likely going to get in a lot of trouble. Everyone's dropping right now, and Joystick gets eliminated. Team Secret much better at taking over server control from Joystick instead of allowing him to rotate like they did last time. So finding solutions to the problems that they had attacking this site before. Now opening up CCTV as they need to try and burn out Karzeka's utility. We have seen actually quite a few teams, specifically last time we saw Bank, actually, before we say that, Leon takes down Karzeka. That's a massive pick, actually. Smoke so important on this site. A quick rotation down main. Leon to tack on as he takes down Shepard, and all of a sudden, Team Secret with a flawless round.
Looks like a completely different Team Secret there, executing incredibly well composed, almost surgical in the way that they attack the site and the way that they push their angles, especially when it came to that server push to knock out Joystick with essentially zero risk to any of their own players. A really great adjustment from Team Secret. Now we got to see if that can stay consistent.
Exactly. They just need to be more consistent in these attacks. These last 2 attacks prior to their victory were pretty clean. They still had their issues, obviously, especially with that last 1v1 that we saw, but a good bounce back from Team Secret nonetheless. Good handle on Dan's situation on blue stairs as well as Joysticks, and also very smart rotation over to main stairs, applying pressure on different areas of the site and make Empire spread thin instead of just focusing on a one-sided attack.
Again, you can see how it goes down here once more. It's just great stuff from Team Secret. Very, very solid execute from them. Not really a mistake made throughout the entire process, even with the overuse of utility that happened over on the server stairs. It ended up all being necessary in order for them to close out the round. So, a good step. Now let's see if they can walk with it.
That utility burn on main stairs was actually well worth. I was actually getting sort of scared there when they started running out of EMP grenades, and especially because they are so very helpful with ADSs inside of Red Hallway or Evil Eyes that are sitting inside of CCTV or what have you. That EMP grenades are practically worth their weight in gold. They're a fantastic utility, one of the most powerful utilities inside of Siege, and burning them that early can definitely be a terrifying thing, but it definitely helped them out to gain control over server as well as blue stairs, and that's exactly what Team Secret needed. Isolating rotations as well over from main stairs. They made sure to keep a lockdown on open area and had the rest of their squad deal with that blue stairs as well as server shenanigans that Team Empire had going on. But again, they have to recreate it now. They need to try and close this gap on this side of things before they shift over to defense, which will more than likely help them out.
So, Secret once again starting that push forward. It is the same site that they're attacking, so will more than likely be executing in that same fashion throughout the entire thing. As we see them start their push, Fonkers have cleared out the lobby now. There is not much roam presence this time, as it is basically the same setup from Team Empire. It's a very rare thing for them, to be completely honest. They've kind of hunkered down on the site and are playing to turtle it, with, of course, the play from Dan inside of the stairs, and a few players just extended towards main stairs in order to make sure that Secret were able to get access to that. Down to the 2-minute mark, and once again, it's been a pretty quiet round so far. So.
This is a full turtle defense indeed, Blue. They've actually shifted Dan and Joystick back to site. They're just going to try and play these angles and burn the utility of the offense and waste their time in trying to get this diffuser down. We do have the first kill, though. It's going Team Empire's way as Leon falls. He has already done his job for the most part, though, getting the top hatches undone, making things a little bit easier for Team Secret to isolate out Red Hallway. Actually, a very quick shot from Shepard inside of Garage. Very nice shot up the hatch for Red Hallway. Gonna make somebody from Team Secret rotate back up into open area to pick up those mantle of angles. They're so very important in trying to shut down any rotations from Red that Dan could possibly have.
Minute and 15 seconds remaining here. Very, very quiet round for the most part, except for the denial onto Leon. Besides this, well, we've got an aggressive play from Dan. Kind of random, to be completely honest here. It does down Alems, but Meepy is going to be able to take him out before he can confirm the kill. So still an advantage to Secret, as they'll be able to get Alems right back up and into the fight now.
Evil Eye inside of Garage going to help out Shepard as he does get some help. Alems, though, will shut him down as the Garage shake seems to be working out. Hasn't been taken out just yet, but Joystick on the rotation, I do believe, upstairs. No, he's still fighting downstairs near the main stairs, actually. Karzeka, after the plant goes off, was not able to shut things down as the rotation does come out from Joystick. Knocked out the Claymore as he does rotate all the way upstairs, trying to get a higher angle to watch if somebody's watching from that hatch, as well as he can clear open area from up here because they have opened up the hatches.
Half the time remaining here now. We need to see Empire make a move right now, otherwise Team Secret are going to be able to claim their second. Joystick on a good angle. He's got someone creeping right towards him, but the shot gives it away. He's going to drop in. No, Farrell realized the shot took him out. Scyther will be able to trade and square, but Meepy takes Scyther right back out of it. It's all on Karzeka. He doesn't even see Farrell dropping back down the hatch into the site to give Team Secret round number 5.
I like the distraction from Team Secret here. They shoved somebody Garage to try and, once again, spread Empire thin. As you saw, they shifted someone over to help out Shepard inside of Garage. Shepard was still, the man rotating Garage still went out the fight. It was Alems who ended up taking down Shepard. just very smart rotations from Team Secret, and that's exactly what you need to do. When you're trying to get that diffuser down, you need to try and put some of your reinforcements other places in order to draw the other team thin so they can't just focus on one thing. Helped them out quite a bit, still able to get the plant down as well, and Team Secret actually also waited for the very aggressive play as well on Dan.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, what a nice shot by Alems. He was actually the one who killed Shepard. I thought it was Fonkers actually that rotated in. I apologize about that, but no. It was Fonkers that was taken down later by Joystick inside of Garage. A hell of a shot. Good enough to make me completely miss who actually killed him. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible by the team.
Really great stuff. So, now that we finish off the replays, ladies and gentlemen, we'll work ourselves into the next round here and take a look and see if Team Secret can complete this comeback. Now, these have all been rounds won against a basement attack. That's just a single site. Siege is a multi-site game. And we're going to see next Team Empire abandon that, even though they could have chosen to work on it again. Obviously, that hasn't been going that well for them. So instead, they've rotated back upstairs, where they've had much better control over the site overall here and are hoping to take back the lead at a potential 4-2 half. This is the last round of the half now, and it's a great chance for Secret as well to tie us up.
Well, Empire picking up the ACOGs as we'll have Maestro, Rook, and Doc. The ACOG bros will be online. We haven't seen too much Rook play at LAN as of recent, especially in the group stage area, but definitely going to have him here for Empire at least. He still has the exact same utility from all the way back in the day. Some pads, some armor pads that you put on, and it makes you to where your armor rating is 1 higher, and there's certain percentages that go along with that, but percentages are boring. So we'll just tell you this, it automatically means that you get downed if you have 1 on, unless you get shot in the head.
Yeah. Bomb located by Secret, another stat coming up here for us. Secret has been excellent at attacking the CEO bomb site with currently a 6-1 record throughout the tournament, and I believe that 1 is from this map, basically. So the only loss they've had so far was against Team Empire here. Looking to change that right now, make it a 7-1 record.
Team Secret slow and steady as usual, and we haven't seen them really ramp up the aggression just yet, really respecting what Team Empire is able to create on Rome without Team Secret exactly clearing everything. So Team Secret's main focus has been trying to get these drones placed around to watch for flanks and establish information on where Team Empire is currently held up. And as of right now, no roamers, even though last time we did see Scyther rotate downstairs with the Doc, but Rook falls. That'll be Dan. That's a big pick, as he's usually the man with the plan. Can usually turn the tide of the battle. Scyther, though, will take a little bit of damage, but he soon docks himself up.
Scyther still trying to find an angle to work off here. We'll take a quick look at the replay here from Leon's first pick that he found. Very nice. Catches an opponent with his pants down. That's going to be Dan getting knocked out. One of the key components here for Empire, now out of the round. And of course, Secret now off of this, being allowed to move into the main lobby. But there's a surprise waiting up on top. Scyther still at the elbow here. Going to try and restrict the presence from these guys. Fonker's going to be taking a lot of heat as he moves forward. That's mainly coming from Karzeka in the inside of the elevator. But Feral instead will find the opening frag against Scyther. Karzeka, though, going to drop down the hatch, try to make a run around over towards the main stairs to take a better position as he now falls back. But that's going to open things up for Secret to push. However, Shepard makes a run out for the janitor closet, takes out Alems.
Very smart rotation by Karzeka, but Secret continues to push down on site as Feral takes down Joystick. All of a sudden, it's up to Karzeka as well as Shepard. Shepard with that SMG-11 kill earlier, but definitely going to have to try and find something else right now. Karzeka starts us off, but Leon will shut down Shepard. It's all up to 1, and Team Secret ties it up in round 6.
Pretty wild round at the end of the day, especially once we got into the execute there. After Team Secret pushed their way up spiral stairs, everything just went crazy. As Empire kept trying to push, we saw Team Secret continuing their own push as well. Ultimately, Team Empire ended up getting very, very split up amongst their remaining player base, and they just cannot stop the push from Team Secret. Very rudimentary, but a very successful round from them. Ties it up at 3-3 as the teams will now switch sides.
Team Secret with some fantastic plays on that site in particular. This is an angle you don't see too often get repelled on. I'm going to assume that that's why it threw Empire off quite a bit. You usually have somebody repel on the front of bank where the pillars are instead of that side window. So they were prepped for that, but they were definitely not prepped for the repel that Leon performed. Other than that, Empire really just fell apart the seams once their back end ACOGs had fallen off. Once Dan and Scyther were dead, it all of a sudden became extremely easy for Team Secret to apply pressure to site. had all the control in the world they could possibly need inside of CEO, knew that Shepard was more than likely playing inside of meeting, quick to shut him down. But overall, a very methodical take by Team Secret, but that's just out of respect for what Team Empire, once again, is able to accomplish on their roam game if they are performing it. On that site, they weren't. We did have a smart rotation once again by Karzeka inside of the elevator where you saw that frag grenade come in and he immediately grabbed the bailiff and shot up on the hatch. So some 200 IQ plays still in there for Team Empire, but they definitely got to pick up the pieces on offense.
Now we'll have to see exactly if they're going to be able to do that. Bank pick coming in here. This is map number 1 of the series if you're just joining us, so still plenty to go in this one, especially if Team Secret is able to take control of this opening map. That'll certainly shake things up. Send us on a bit of a wild ride for the rest of the series. Bit of aggressive push here coming in from Leon to try and get some advanced intel, as if anyone is pushing down the mud tunnel. And we'll get some eyes onto the players pushing over towards Repel. Joystick specifically, oh, and it was used to allow Feral to run out successfully. Works out great. He's gonna find the pickup against Joystick. There's a Valkyrie cam as well to attempt to help them. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to take it much further. Scyther at the main door is there for a trade, brings it back down to a 4v4.
That's a massive pick. Dokkaebi off the field now, no more logic bombs. Smart from Feral to now show a little bit of that aggression. If you do it in controlled bursts, it's a lot more surprising instead of applying it all the time. And Secret definitely catching Joystick off guard, which you don't see too often.
Something that you see too often at all here. Dan working himself in through Janitor Closet. He's going to start popping open some of the hatch access areas here in order for them to clear that out and prevent any other mishaps with the roam game from Secret. Already the aggressive run out knocked out a big piece of their execute utility. They need to try and find some way to battle this back. 4v4 is not going to be the greatest, but Karzeka strikes true, is able to eliminate the Legion still roaming around, and that's a Lems going down.
Very big pick as well, as the longer Lems is alive, the more goo mines he gets. But we actually still have a roamer, Fonkers. Over inside of Tellers, takes down Karzeka. All of a sudden, we're even once again. Dan, though, quick with it, and quickly Leon rotates up blue and takes down Dan. There's no one on site. They're all just rotating to assist each other. So, as we've grown to expect from Team Secret, some aggressive stuff on defense, but it's working out for him right now. Leon has taken quite a bit of damage, though. Nitro Cell flies through the air and immediately shot by the likes of Scyther with a quick flick.
Secret busting out some very crazy aggression in order to keep them somewhat in control of this round. And so far, it's worked. Had to fall back, though. You've got both Leon and Meepy closer to the site now, basically awaiting the final push from Empire, and they weren't able to take out the hard breach. You still have both the Hibana and the Thermite in play, meaning that they can open up basically every single angle they need, since we don't have any electrified defenders here to try and double reinforce any of those walls. Leon, though, still has a lot of intel to gather, though, as he's on the pulse. He can fall back into the safety of the gold bars area and be ready for when this push works his way in, as he should now be getting the intel. You can see Scyther trying to spot out that player, but it's not going to be so easily noticed here. Scyther, though, regardless, looking like he's potentially ready to drop down the red hall hatch here and make his own really aggressive push to try and throw the members of Secret off.
Leon playing inside of Garage could be in some trouble as Scyther is on top of the hatch, and he can get that angle if he rotates across, but I don't know if he knows that he's there. He does. He takes down Leon, immediately hops into red, gets aggressive, and actually the smoke grenades will hold off one. Maybe with a smart rotation, recognizing out that Scyther rotated in. The Thermite charge not doing him any due diligence on eliminating his sound of the drop. Now maybe just going to play time as he needs to rotate away. Shepard has to put the diffuser down. He runs up the main stairs, and there's no time! Team Secret on a 4-round banger.
Pushing forward the lead, and there you see the coach giving his congratulations. Technically, the last North American representative now in this tournament as their coach. He is Canadian, after all. The team itself is European, with players hailing from multiple countries, but the coach is Canadian. So your NA fans out there, that's what we got left.
That's all we got. That's all we got. We do have Fonkers.
You know who to root for.
Everybody can root from Fonkers from Finland, though.
That's very true.
That's very true. Everyone's a big fan of Fonkers, but overall, initially quite a good take by Team Empire, even though it fell off by a lot of this roam game, but I don't see that happening twice, because Team Secret, as we have seen on defense, they do a lot of things solo. You really don't see the team peak that we usually see by the likes of Team Empire. Team Secret takes a lot of these one-on-one duels, and more than likely has somebody on the back end to assist them from a different angle. Team Empire, on the other hand, will have Dan and Joystick try and pressure the same area, more like a blitz, if we can use that, by those two operators. So, Team Secret, again, A little bit of a different setup, but hey, it's still doing the job.
Yep, and some really crazy aggression coming out from them too in order to accomplish that. Really constantly trying to keep up with the trade game, never letting the folks from Empire be able to get a man advantage against them, and I suppose that works. Allows them to trade it out at the end of the day, or at very minimum, delay enough time from the execute away from Empire in order for them to close out the round. Speaking of Empire, we've got them spawning out in just a moment here. Very similar loadout going to be coming out to the table, including Joystick still on the Dokkaebi. So they're looking to bring that Intel operator into the round once again. Let's just hope we don't see the aggressive pick happen this time.
Yeah, more than likely that is not going to happen twice. You're definitely not going to catch him off guard like that once again. Karzeka, though, we're pulling up the front of Bank, and this is an angle that we typically see almost every single game. It's a very dominant angle. You're able to establish a lot of control over Banana, and a limbs will fall for rotation inside of sight, and that is why the front of Bank is so good on those repels. And Karzeka doing that with a holographic as well.
Nicely done. Also losing the Maestro this early on as well. Hopefully he was able to position those Evil Eyes appropriately, as if not, that's going to be a huge lack of utility going into the late round here. We'll assume that's not the case, though. So moving further into it, the biggest loss they'll have is just the minusing of the Alda from the game. A lot of long-range potential and just covering fire that can come from that gun. It's quite useful for the defenders and essentially quintessential to the current Siege Defender meta.
No one home currently for Team Secret as Empire is focused on the upstairs area. They will open up things into Janitor, though, and make sure that everything's clear, but clearly there is no one home. They do now have top pressure as Joystick is still working his way across on the north windows. Rest of Secret, for lack of a better term, have turtled back up on site. Fonker's actually in pillars as he rotates into tellers right now. So we do still have one person that's playing decently off of site, but he appears to be rotating back now.
So the clock will continue to tick down here. The elimination of Alem has not sped up Empire by any real means here. We are going to see Meepa get into a fight, I believe, with Dan. Maybe ends up coming out on the losing end of that one, but keeps his life, at least for the time being, as he's dropped down to about 50 HP.
Oh, it's a frag grenade for Dan. Oh, this might spell the demise. A quick shot. Dan, double duty, quickly gets the L85 out, removes Meepy from the round as Team Empire well on the lead now. Have to hit the gas to try and finish this up. Still 3 remaining members of Team Secret. Under a minute left, and Karzeka once again shutting down Feral, and this is looking like Team Empire with a perfect round, but no, it will be Fonkers to whisk that away as Dan falls upstairs, making things a little bit easier, but they still have Joystick with those logic bombs you have to worry about, and Leon actually with a hell of a shot onto Scyther upstairs as he continues to be able to hold down this site.
Just 2 players remain here now for Team Secret. Very, very low as well. Fonkers is about 25 of his HP. Leon down to only a single sliver of it at 25 itself. 20 seconds remain, though, for the attackers. Once again, Empire is going to be stretched to the bar limit of their attack as they do play into open area here, trying to work towards it. This is where the freedom allows them to play more, but the problem is Karzeka will just swing around on the 180, quickly pick up the second kill, and close out the round for Empire.
That has to hurt for Fonkers. He was rotating up main stairs and just saw the tailcoats of Karzeka going into open area, and the trigger discipline just lacked a little bit right there. He needed to be able to rotate up in order to get that kill, just did not have enough time for the flick in order to hit Karzeka's head. Shot a little bit of bullets. Karzeka obviously recognizing out that, hey, someone is behind me. 180s, kills Fonkers, rotates into open area, cleans up Leon, and all of a sudden we're equalized once again.
This nice shot from Leon once again as well, and he was able to line up for himself just a sliver of a headshot angle there, and he swings right into it. A nice play from him, and again, this is the ending one from Karzeka as well. So the problem with playing open area, it's open, so quite a bit more of an angle to work with for the attackers. Not as many hard points for the defenders to be able to lock down in a situation like that. Someone can very easily close it out in a clutch.
I definitely agree that open area is open.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a given, yeah.
So are you actually blue?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Just getting that. Okay. Anyways, I do agree with you. I do agree with you though. There's not a lot of areas to sit in there where that you can't get shot through, and if they have the information, they can immediately punish you with that because there's nothing there besides, I believe, a couple of filing cabinets that are sitting under the desk that are bulletproof. But besides that, you can rip through every single cubicle. It's a very terrifying thing when all of a sudden you get logic bombed and you're laying down behind a desk in open area because you just go, okay, when am I going to get shot? That's really the only option here.
And it does explain why we quickly see our defenders shifting away from that site over to something more traditional, which is going to be up on the second floor.
I mean, well, you heard Zoronic. Open area is the best site in this entire map. Why wouldn't they just continue to go there? Oh, no. Leon gets spammed by Shepard. Leon, you should know better, man. That door always gets opened. He ends up falling. And that's a very big pick as well. That's their only denial operator for hard destruction on the defense. Unless Alims has a very sneaky Evil Eye setup, or Smoke possibly has some impacts. That's really only your two options. Obviously, Feral can obviously have impacts as well on the castle, but he's more than likely use those for rotates.
So the attack going to be bolstered as a result of finding that early pick. Just doing a little bit of drone work here, of course, before they commit to it, as now the roam presence here from Team Secret is probably going to have to be minimal with the loss of their Cade. You can see, at least when it comes to the square side of the map, not really much set up at this point for Team Secret to get aggressive with. It's mainly focused on the site. Speaking of which, Fonkers tries to roll out against Karzeka, but it will not work. Karzeka gets the better of him. Empire's advantage continues to grow here now at a 5v3. Feral, though, looking to turn this back around with his angle, but it's not going to lead to much. Joystick now will be avoiding that.
Team Empire slow and steady winning the race for them right now as they continue to put a stranglehold on this site. You can see the amount of operators that they have lined up on every single angle. We have Joystick on north windows, Karzeka rotating in from ATMs to get control of Grand Stairs, two people top of square. Anywhere that you need a body in order to hold an angle to make it to where they can't rotate or make things harder in sight, Team Empire has it. And they've been able to recreate this multiple times just like that. Dan takes down Feral, just holds his rotation over towards windows and immediately gets punished for it. Alim's now in the front office, but cannot find anybody home on the windows.
Just picking these guys out one by one right now, it seems. The Secret keeps trying to make moves, and this worked for them in past rounds. You can see the justification for it, but it won't matter. Dan cleans up with a double at the end. That's going to continue to push Empire back into the game now as they take the lead once more at 5-4.
Again, this methodical offense for Team Empire, just slowly constricting sight, making it where you can't rotate safely, and holding everything until Team Secret starts to freak out. That's really what it is. They're just getting a little antsy. They have to try and fight their way out of the box that Empire has established. The trouble is, every single pathing that you have is being watched by somebody with a gun in an angle already established, which is extremely hard to fight into. Shepard's just pre-firing. He's pre-firing to try and get that door open, as well as pre-firing head level in case anybody crosses. I'm sure he's done it a million times. This time, it just did not work out in the favor of Leon.
And that was really the start of the downfall, it seemed, from Secret that time, as they continued to lose far too many players far too quickly in trying to re-aggress. And as such, we've actually got a tactical timeout coming in now from the coach on Secret here, trying to figure out exactly what these guys need to do in order to bounce back into the game. Limited amount of time to do this, and once it's over, the coach will have to flip his mic back up and will no longer be able to talk.
Yeah, 30 seconds indeed. Helby trying to gather some information, whether it's to be more aggressive or what have you. We'll have to see exactly what their battle plan is. The easiest way to try and deal with an offense such as Team Empire's is try and get some early pressure, whether it's an early pick or what have you. We're going to have to find out from Team Secret, but you have to try and take away one of their operators to make it where they cannot establish that box around site and make it harder for you on what rotations you want to do as well as angles you want to take. Because when Team Empire is 5-man up and they already have that initial pick, it is such an easy round for them to win.
And Empire will look to do this once again, but it's going to be once more against Secret's basement defense, which was brilliant before in the way that they re-aggressed and continued to play off-site in order to push the aggression against Empire. The problem was they've been trying to do that on other sites too, and this strategy has grown slightly less successful the more they have attempted it, as now it seems Empire has kind of caught on to it and has been able to counter it out. Secret may have to play a little bit more traditionally here on this site. I would say that, but looking at the operators, that may not be the case. It's looking like it's still a very roam-heavy game to be played here by Secret if they want to fall into that again.
5 seconds left.
Aggression fixes everything, apparently, is what the play is for Team Secret. And it might as well be. If they're able to win out these initial gunfights like we see G2 do very often when they're play off site, it all of a sudden becomes an easier round for you instead. It doesn't allow Team Empire to hold nearly as many angles. You can actually rotate. Again, it just makes everything a lot easier. And Team Empire isn't bringing Nomad or Gridlock, which we saw Team Secret bring in to try and isolate those staircases, make it harder for those rotations instead of just having someone sit there with a gun, the dedicated utility to it. Team Empire, on the other hand, they don't really variate from what they use almost every single time. We've seen Joystick on Dokkaebi this entire time, Karzeka on Zofia, and the rest of the lineup practically for the entire team we've seen time and time again so far on this offense. So there's not very much deviation, as they really have everything they need. You have the 2 hard destructors, you have the Thatcher, and then you have your 2 flexes, and really what they want to play. They've been doing very good with these logic bombs, holding onto them until they absolutely need it for that information gathering, instead leaning on drones early on.
So with a minute gone, as you said, drone's going to be part of the strategy here for Team Empire and trying to work their way back in. They have moved in to take control of areas like Square, but are still working past getting into the server stairs and knocking out players like Feral, who of course are looking to hold that back. He's primed and ready to go with a Nitro Cell, in fact, to try and shut these guys down if they attempt to push towards him. So things will continue to remain quite slow. And on top of this, Feral also has additional info coming from Leon down below too. Leon giving them intel on the pulse scanner, which is essentially just going to detect players that walk by every couple of seconds, or about every second or so. So he would be able to time that toss out of his C4 appropriately and pick up the kill. It's not just going to be a blind throw.
Things can get a little bit dicey though, as Dan is playing Thatcher. Rotates down to the bottom of Square stairs. And end up meeting Bonkers. Bonkers pre-fires. Dan also, as he's trying to isolate his corner, going to continue to watch the cross in case Bonkers tries to leave. They might need some pressure from Blue to get assistance, but last time we saw Joystick was upstairs holding that door towards Blue. Dan actually going to hop in the window, so he does recognize out exactly where he's rotating. Dan with the trade though, does take down Bonkers and Limbs with a quick pickup. Joystick as Feral tries to rotate up Blue, and all of a sudden we have bloodshed in round 10.
Once again, a very quick traded affair here leaves us down into a 3v4, but again, it's Team Empire at the mantle of it as Team Secret continues to try and play aggressively. It has not worked out. Now most players will continue to sit downstairs as they have shifted into slightly aggressive. They have shifted into a much more traditional setup now for the rest of this round.
Oh, we do have a Limbs actually rotating through lobby right now. This Empire is poised to actually focus on site. You see him working his way towards elevator. He needs to make this move right now. 17 seconds, Joystick dies, but actually Shepard waiting for the rotation, and this is just how good Empire is. Even at the last second, they're still making sure no one can possibly rotate. More than likely had a drone inside of lobby, and this is just textbook Team Empire. They've always got information. When people are dead, they're always on those flank drones, making sure that no one can possibly rotate. They probably knew a Limbs was coming all the way 20 seconds ago when he first came through that archives door and started working his way across lobby. Just these prep drones have been working out so well on their information game, and it's almost as if when you do get those kills, it becomes a little bit more difficult, because instead of just a guy with a gun watching, you have all the information that they've placed across the entire map on the offense with these drones. And again, it is very difficult to get a flank off on these guys. It's almost like they have a third eye.
Such a well-composed round once again coming out here for Team Empire, and it's almost secured the map #1 of the series now. Just a single round needed to pick up, and they will have control of it, putting them only one more away from yet another grand final for Team Empire here, and send Team Secret, one of our only Western European teams left in the tournament, home.
Yeah, Team Secret though, as we saw last round, they tried to fight fire with fire, but Empire had everything they really needed to try and handle that situation inside of Archives. There was some assistance from Team Secret, but as we talked about before, it's usually those 1v1s that we see Team Secret get into. They did get the refrag, but that was immediately dealt with as well, and Joystick was even able to claim a kill from Blue. He was watching that angle for at least a minute and 45 seconds just waiting for somebody to rotate. He knew that was the only path in they could possibly take in order to help out the man in Archives unless somebody came through lobby, and that immediately got traded out as well. So Team Empire, again, just textbook with these early drones, as well as just the early pressure they've been able to apply to this roam game. It's almost as if Team Secret really can't find an answer. It's, again, they have to try and establish this early dominance and man advantage. Otherwise, Team Empire will continuously put you inside of a box and force you to try and fight out of it.
Empire, though, on the board now, once again on the attack here, looking to close out one of their final rounds with a Teller's push. And we'll see if that's going to be possible. You've already got players on Rappel trying to mess around with anyone that might be on the inside of the windows, but for the most part, that's probably going to be unsuccessful, as you can tell from the lineup of Secret. Trying to play much closer to the back lineup of the building, into that main hallway leading into Square, and places like Stocks over by the main stairs. Fonkers spots a drone. He is going to be able to catch one there, so probably not going to be able to use it this late into the round too much in order to scout for intel, but at least it does take one out of the hands of the attackers.
No Jaeger for the defense either, so all of Dan's frag grenades are going to explode. There's no way to get rid of them, as well as all of Karzeka's utility will be working, as well as all those stun grenades. So that's a lot of throwable utility they have to worry about. Scyther to start us off for the match point here in round 11. See, we'll take down Feral. Castle Barricade's obviously already up though, but you can always need another man with a gun. And once again, we just seen Team Empire establish this box around the site and cut off pathing. It's such a good setup by Team Empire almost every single time. And again, whether it just be patience from Team Secret and just wait for rotations from the offense or what have you, they need to try and find a way to shut down this box that Team Empire continues to put them in, because it's always just been isolate their pathing, make it where they can't rotate, wait for those free picks, and once they get those picks, they start to constrict onto site.
Joystick starting his run forward here now as the rest of the team gets primed for an execute. Karzeka gonna make his push back over towards the projector room as well here and start to prepare the team for the push downstairs. Pop open a bit of the floorboards here, give them a bit more lateral room to work with and trying to attack Team Secret, who's grown rather quiet over the last minute or two now since they lost Feral. They do not want to take any chances here in losing this round and giving the map over to Empire, but they don't have a choice as now Joystick is forcing the issue. He's pushed forward, is able to knock out Alems. The phone call has also come in now. Meepy and the remaining members of Secret are being rung. Of course, now Team Empire trying to hunt them out with this intelligence. Karzeka might drop down into a bit of a dangerous position. In fact, he does. He's pincered now, trying to catch a player closer to the site, but Dan instead is going to strike next, finds Bonkers. Karzeka will fall, but Dan strikes right back, finding Meepy. Everything falls to Leon in the 1v4 to try to hold on to the map. He does have some hard ping assistance here over towards the main stairs. A nice slide up from Leon to be able to grab Joystick, but it won't matter. Scyther takes him down, and it's Team Empire that claim map number 1 of the semifinal.
And that's Team Secret's pick as well on Bank Blue. Team Empire, once again, their offense just so damn good, man. Slow and steady wins the race, establishing the angles to once again cut off that pathing of the defense. And whether it be they need to apply pressure off of site or what have you, they need to try and find a way to get around that going into the next map. It is going to be Coastline. It is pretty rudimentary. I mean, you really can't get too creative on there. We've basically seen everything you could possibly do on Coastline. It's a very aggressive map. You can rotate very quickly from top to bottom floor due to the massive open center of the map. It's basically set up like a massive donut.
All right, guys, well, that's going to do it for us for now. We'll be back for map number 2, but for the time being, let's take it over to the analyst desk to break down Bank.
It's in position. Thank you so much, Blue. Sam, I guess this game's got a bit too tight for what we were expecting, but again, this is Team Secret's map. They should be very comfortable at this. They were, but only 4 rounds, not enough. Empire in control throughout the map. Gentlemen, what was going on there for Secret?
It was pretty interesting to see Secret do better on attack than they did on defense. I mean, we pretty much predicted what was going to happen. Jackal was going to be banned, and we saw a lot of that Valkyrie Legion Pulse setup by Team Secret, but it didn't work out in the end. What it was Empire's patience, and we all saw that. When Team Secret, when they were pushing out their defense, they made sure, especially when it was the CCTV setup, they pushed everyone out. They made sure they had server control. It was Alems and Fonkers that were actually over in Archives and Tellers holding back Team Empire. And even though time was running short, they were still able to execute properly to take that setup in a win.
I'm just surprised of how much of the fight actually happened outside of the building.
Yeah.
On a map as big as Bank, sure, there's a lot of repel sites, but Empire is so efficient at staying out there, getting long angles, and being able to refrag all the time. Whenever we saw anyone jump out and go to dirt, there was always someone to refrag, and they never had control of dirt on the takeback.
That very first round with Joystick, every single time we see him around the server, he is just netting 1, 2, in that case, 3 kills. How do you even flush a player out of a position like that in servers?
You can't at all. And it's not even just on defense, it's on attack as well. It got to a point where Empire, they put Joystick on Dokkaebi and was just like, all right, you know what? You're by yourself now. Go ahead, frag out, slap up a limbs, and then own the round for us. He did exactly that.
See, that's an operator I want you to talk about for just a moment here, Saronic. We talked about the Dokkaebi before starting. What was the big strength here that were exploited by Empire against Secret?
Well, so you don't have that many choices when you're going to have to do the roam clear. Secret plays rather aggressive, right? Jackal's out of the play, so Joystick has to find some other way to get these roamers spotted quickly. Because they're good with their drone work, but you need to narrow that time down because you can't afford droning every single nook and cranny on Bank. You just don't have time for it. So you throw a few drones out, you do one call, and you instantly know half of the top floor is cleared right? You can hear it. You can open a couple of windows and you can actually hear it from outside as well.
And it was essentially the battle of intel. Take a look at Team Secret's operator use. You know, you have Valkyries and Legions all over the place, you know, sending out the goo mines and then, you know, the vault cams. But what Team Empire did better, they were the better droning team. We all saw that one loss where it was a 1v1. I believe it was Scyther down in CCTV. The drone play was fantastic. He knew exactly where that one player was the entire time. And throughout the rest of the round, it seems like they knew more than Secret did all the time.
Yeah, and intel play on Bank is primordial. I mean,
yeah.
Mozzie, that's why the operator gets picked so much. The combo with Mute, didn't really see it so much in here. But Pulse plus Mozzie, make sure you keep tabs on your opponents and they can't know where you're at every single moment. Drone play lacking from Secret, but now we're looking at map 2 Coastline, another one that is a powerhouse map for Team Empire. This is really something that they shine on, as we saw with at least normally Clubhouse, if we bar away what happened yesterday.
I'd be scared going into that because on Bank they had space. They had a chance to roam. They had a chance to get away. They're not going to have that on Clubhouse. It's too easy to shut it down. There's too much view you can get from outside. So I don't know. They gotta win all of their initial gunfights, get up in numbers, and then start just, you know, slowing down.
Well, Jackal ban on Coastline again,
Yes.
or
On Coastline? No. I don't think they need to ban Jack on Coastline. Not at all. Because, I mean, Coastline, we pretty much know what's going to happen on the map. We know what the roamers are pretty much going to be. It's just all about execution. And this map, even though I did predict Team Secret, Empire, they've just been such a better team in regards to just fragging out, period. So I feel like with a more congested map, this is going to be in Empire's favor.
So strength in this one for Secret. What do they need to fix to really make it work on Coastline? Because the roam play, as Veli was talking about, is not going to be as strong on Coast compared to Bank for Secret.
I would be terrified for my defense, and then I would take something out of G2's book and ban Jaeger, so on your attacks you can clear out stairs, aqua, everything, right?
Well, ban Jaeger, but then he goes and plays Vigil. What do you do with joystick whenever
Well,
he
you
switches around?
wouldn't ban the Jaeger because you're afraid of joystick on Jaeger. That has nothing to do with it. It's only to get rid of the ADSs so you can clear certain areas.
I know some people just watching at home, they're like, oh, they're just banning Jaeger, so Joyce isn't going to play it. No. It gets a bit deeper than that.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to taking sites as well. You get rid of Jaeger and the ADSs are gone. You're going to have to take a look at Hookah entirely differently now. You go ahead and attack Billiards as well. So if they plan for that, I mean, that would be amazing to see, period.
Yeah, I like how a year ago Billiards was considered the worst site on the map, and now it's become the most played and the most favored on it. Kitchen is a 50-50 when it comes to Coastline. Any strong site that you're looking for here for Empire specifically, or is it just they're going to be good no matter what?
I mean, every site is viable and strong on that map. Arguably, Penthouse has a few issues for most teams because of reverse repel and big windows. But Empire's Kitchen and Empire's Blue Bar is extremely strong. Joystick is so confident around the Blue Bar area. So I think he's going to hang out there for most of the game.
And also versatility, I mean, the verticality on Coastline is going to be provided. If there's any first floor site that's picked for Team Secret, I feel like Empire, they're going to dominate and own it like they did last map. Whenever you have players above from hatches or soft destruction through the floors, they take advantage of it.
You're talking about soft destruction. Now, Alex, I direct myself to you. Buck has been an operator that gets banned every now and then on Coastline. We've seen a lot of operators bringing breaching charges on not just one, but two even. What's the mindset behind it, and maybe behind banning Buck as well?
I mean, first off, you remove the soft destruction and nades. That's about it. On a map like Coastline, I'd just be running a Gridlock or a Jackal instead and use the secondary there.
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense. Now, gentlemen, closing thoughts. Any scorelines? Are you going to change your mind for this one?
No, man, the Russians are too good, but I'm still holding on to Team Secret, man. I believe.
Alex?
2-0.
2-0.
This guy is exactly what I like. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're going through this here on the analyst desk. Map number 2, possibly our final one. We'll be deciding who goes to the grand final. It's Team Empire versus Team Secret. On to you, Blue and Stokes.
Thank you so very much, Gassan. We're going to Coastline between these two teams, Team Secret and Team Empire. Once again, Team Empire going to be on attack. There's the map stats for you guys, but if you thought Bank was easy for Empire to attack, this map is a lot more congested, and you can see almost every single piece of rotation from outside. So this is going to be very hard fought from Team Secret. As Zoronic said, these early gunfights are going to be extremely important. Team Secret going to be removing Habana as to make it to where you cannot do hard destruction on the inside of the square drop. Obviously, you cannot get rid of smoke playing inside of couches.
Makes it much easier, of course, for the defenders just to hold on to that hookah billiard site, which has become the most popular site as of late. Capital, again, we talked about that last map. We see him banned up pretty much all the time right now, just due to the general utility that he provides for attackers. Not much of a reasoning beyond that. Mira, again, basically the same thing. It's also been commonplace in the meta for well over a year now, so considering that, players probably not going to want to shift away from that, even if they want to bring Mira into play. And then finally, for our final ban, Valkyrie, actually. So we're going to have both Echo along with Maestro in play for this game.
Not a bad ban list at all, especially with the Valkyrie ban. We see her commonplace, at least, on Coastline, but we don't see her too often. She's fantastic on this map, as you can get a lot of intel off of palm trees as well as ruins. There's so many places to put these black eye cams, and you don't want an IQ walking around for a straight minute and a half trying to find all of those cameras. So just going to alleviate that issue by banning her out, but we already are going to have Dokkaebi picked up by Empire, but this time it's going to be played by Shepard instead. Joystick allocate himself over to something that is actually fantastic on this map. We're going to have Nomad selected by Joystick. 3 air jabs, 2 staircases. You isolate both of them with an air jab, and there's practically no way to get rid of it unless you have an impact. You immediately walk into it, get knocked down on your butt. It doesn't do any damage, but it does lock you into an animation that all of a sudden makes you practically a freebie for whoever peeks you during that time.
We're going to see the quick switcheroo as well from Alem. So as far as the attackers are concerned, as far as Team Empire are concerned, currently Alems is playing on a Maestro, but he actually 6-picked away from that, went over towards the Echo instead. Not going to be too surprising of a 6-pick though. They will have to adjust their play accordingly. And since the attackers do not have an IQ, well, it's going to be a little bit harder to detect those yokai drones, meaning they more than likely will be a factor going into the late round here, as we have seen become the case multiple times in the past. The utility from that, those little drones have the capability to instantly interrupt the animation for planting the diffuser, meaning that you can instantly win a round if the attackers are planting at 0 time or if you have the Echo somewhere else on the map. It needs to be alive, of course, but with the capability to use those drones.
Bomb located by attacker.
Well, we are going to see Dan on Ash as well, as only 15 seconds in now, or at least 20. So we do have a statistic pop up for you guys. Secret only play a hard breacher 23% of the time on Coastline, while Empire has played it on every single Coastline attack. Thank you so much once again to the boys over at CGG for everything they've done across the weekend. Team Empire, though, they routinely run the exact same setup on each map. We see it obviously differentiate for exactly what they need, but Team Empire is that team that do the exact same thing over and over and over again until you figure out a way to counter it. Coastline, again, you can be a lot more aggressive, and we're going to see that from Feral as he does actually rotate over towards main stairs.
Feral picking that up first off is going to be a bit of a slow start for the guys on Empire, but they correct it. Scyther is able to trade it back. Funkers rotating around service entry, though, picks up a second for his team and is looking for a personal second in a moment, though. But Dan, he's approaching towards him relatively quickly and is looking for the immediate trade out here. A nice lineup through the wall, and it is going to be able to take Funkers down. He's on the floor right now. Dan, though, doesn't necessarily know this yet. He's going to have to make a push into security. Nope, he's going to use the breaching charge to confirm it instead, and there you go. Confirmation onto Funkers.
So when you do get downed, you actually leak a blood trail on the ground that you're able to gain information from. So obviously, when you are on the Pro League settings, you don't have any score. When somebody gets down, you don't get the plus 50 for injure. All you know is that you shot some guy and he might be down. Obviously, at this level, they can more or less count the bullets and say, I impacted him this many times. He's up, he's more than likely down. But that blood trail always helps you out a little bit, especially when you have to go find your prey later on and you just follow the trail, and all of a sudden, you have your kill lying and waiting for you. Dan and the rest of Team Empire now, though, actually have a little bit of a fight left in them. They need to try and establish some upstairs presence. Dan, we did see him working on his way up main stairs. More than likely going to be working through luggage to gain Aquarium. Yes, sir, as he will take down Aquarium, make sure that no one's inside, and this is where the plan is more than likely going to be going off. The diffuser is in the hands of Shepard as the first Toxic Babe hits the floor. We saw Shepard droning over towards Cool Vibes, but he's actually rotated over closer to Aquarium now as he does actually move in with Dan. Karzeka with a frag grenade, though, takes down the limbs, and all of a sudden this gets a lot easier. Dan rotating his way all the way through, does take down Leon, continues to get aggressive. They have the pinch they need, but Dan can't land the shots. Quickly rotates in, switches over to the pistol, still can't find him. Karzeka's been down, Meepy takes one, peeks back for the second, and it's Meepy with the triple kill to keep them alive. That's how you fight out of a box.
Meepy coming out of nowhere with this clutch as well. Beautiful stuff and bit of usage of the SMG-11. He's able to find these picks one by one. Meanwhile, Empire just needed to calm down, stop playing so aggressively for 2 seconds and recompose themselves. They would have been able to close that out, but sadly wasn't the case. They fall to pieces in trying to over-aggress, and as a result of that, Meepy pulls out an incredible clutch.
Your only chance of getting out of that situation is pick your gunfight that you think you're going to win. And that's exactly what we saw. We saw him immediately challenge Cool Vibes, take down Karzeka, and he knows that the other two were pressuring from Aquarium. That's all the information in the world that he needs. Isolates those two gunfights in a hell of a round from Meepy.
So into round number 2 we are going to go. Switching up the defense now, since we did have a successful first hold from Team Secret, is going to take us over towards the kitchen and service entry.
All right, well, as you said, kitchen and service is going to be the next site, and this site extremely important for vertical play. Obviously, especially at the pro level, we see it on every single site where if there is any soft floor, it's going to be destructed by Buck or the defense to try and set up some angles downstairs to isolate doors out, things along those lines. But specifically on this area, you can see almost every single spot downstairs except the floor above the actual delivery area, which is hard. So you actually have to end up going into penthouse and establishing angles across. Otherwise, you can't get an exact line of sight into there. You actually have to do the floor as well as the sidewall in order to get any vision. But Team Secret needs to try and isolate that out and lock it down. Otherwise, this is more than likely going to be a pretty easy round for Team Empire, especially if they go up man advantage. So you actually brought both well, they are lacking one, but two of the most powerful intelligence operators on the offense. We have Scyther with the Lion, as well as we have the Dokkaebi being played by Shepard.
They very much want to go for the complete lockdown of Secret's defensive attack here, because obviously they still play a pretty spread out attack themselves, or excuse me, they still play a pretty spread out defense themselves. And as such, they want to attempt to restrict that in any way that they can. Remove some of the unpredictability of the matchup, if that's going to be a possibility at all. Dan, playing with the big window, leading into penthouse here, trying to see if he can fish out anyone from Secret, but that's not going to be successful. He does have a drone established onto the inside of the site right now to tell what's going on towards service entry. Not actually going to see a whole lot of defenses set up from there, so that info will get gathered over towards his teammates, and probably is going to be used soon once they're able to move in and get control of areas like VIP, which is really only being resisted at this point, since we just saw Feral rotate back downstairs, I believe by Leon, who's sitting on the inside right over on top of a hatch right now.
Fantastic setup from Empire here to isolate the upstairs. They have Dan on double window, forcing Leon back into theater, as well as pressuring from inside of guitar. Dan will now burn the ADS to make sure that they can get some resistance onto the defense. Frag grenade, last one for Karzeka, so he can possibly throw that into theater, but they'll quickly, actually, it's going to be Feral taking down Shepard. Quick shot from upstairs. Leon will lose the gunfight, though, to Karzeka.
Going to be a quick trade from Karzeka, and here you can see what Stokes was talking about at the beginning of the round, the amount of vision that you're going to be able to have on your opponents. Once you get access to these rooms, it can start the soft destruction. We can see Feral's kill there from earlier in the round as well. So Karzeka will continue to do his reconstruction work here. Quite a bit of vision already on to our B site. Now has to get his team in position to go for the actual execute, though. They've only got a minute left to do it.
And that is one thing that is fantastic about Team Empire. Feral with a capitalization on that kill. Impact, Pokeball, whatever you want to call it. Joystick dies. This round is starting to look a lot like Team Secrets. Team Empire, though, one thing I will say about them, their ability to run down this clock and just continuously apply pressure at the same time is literally uncontested. It is truly something to watch as they continue to break open this top floor, looking for any more picks before they actually try to barrel down on site. They are not afraid to run this timer down. Pre-fires from Karzeka into some usual positions, but he comes up short. Dan, though, over on main stairs takes down Fonkers, and all of a sudden we're equalized on man advantage. But Karzeka as well as Dan have had quite a bit of damage done to them, which means Meepy could find himself some kills with those toxic babes.
Scyther may need to take charge for the team here now. He's going to carry Diffuser as they try to work their way in. Dan will lead behind him instead. So dealing with the barbed wire, only 10 seconds remaining for this execute to happen. So we'll start to see toxic babes get thrown on the ground. A nice snipe from Scyther, but he's going to have to push back Toxic Smoke. Karzeka also finding a pickup here. They're trying to look for a plant position, and they are going to be able to find it. It cannot get interrupted here now, though. Dan making the runaround, and Karzeka stops the interruption of the plant as Meepy goes down. So that's Empire picking up the second.
This is what I'm saying. Team Empire's ability to rotate people into the proper areas that they need. Dan notices out that Scyther has time to enable to rotate in, especially after they get that early pick that they need kitchen pressure. So he drops off from the delivery door with Scyther, rotates over to the window of kitchen, rips that down. They have Karzeka upstairs on the buck. Very easy round for them at the end of the day. All they needed was that pick inside of the actual delivery pantry area in order to make that easy. And all of a sudden, Team Empire has all the angles in the world that they could possibly want. That's why, to me, it is truly incredible how far down they will run this timer, and yet there's no emotion at all. They just quick fist bump, and they go back to their day.
It's all part of the game for them. 10 seconds left. They still managed to successfully make a push, and with at least 2, if not all 3, of the smoke toxic grenades remaining, they are still able to make their way in on a one-dimensional push through the service entry and win out the round. Truly incredible stuff from the folks on Empire. We'll hark back on that on the desk if they end up closing things out here on this map, as they do currently have the advantage. They take this map, they move on. If Secret takes it, we go to map 3. On to our next site, though, as we're going to head into the double bars here. Folks on Secret are not going to stick around on the kitchen and service entry after that loss.
And again, not to dwell too much on, obviously, how Team Empire handles their attack, but usually when you see things like that happen, it runs down to those 10 seconds, you'll just try and see a full-on force onto site. Instead, Empire still keeps their troops exactly where they need them to isolate rotations, as well as continuously put pressure on that pantry area because that's where they wanted to put the diffuser down. Again, they could have found some trouble with those toxic babes, but that quick shot to all of a sudden throw everything into the advantage of Empire, especially with the rotations to forcibly clinch down on the last man alive. Truly incredible stuff from Team Empire on attack. Team Secret, once again, these early gunfights so very important. They're able to get that early pressure. It has made it a lot easier for them to win these rounds. But again, plenty of utility-based in information for Team Empire. They're not bringing the Dokkaebi this time or the Lion, but they have Shepard on the Jackal. And we're used to seeing Joystick play this operator, but that's just how flexible Team Empire has become. Again, we usually see them with a very similar lineup as in utility-wise, but everyone on this team able to do their due diligence.
So we'll start to see Empire force themselves into the building here relatively soon with the limited time remaining. Drone should give away the fact that Feral is hiding out just behind the bar there. And they'll be able to figure out his position from that. Unfortunately, killing him is going to be slightly more difficult. There you go. They've got the reconfirmation that he is still indeed hiding behind the bar. He has not shifted from that position, so he is going to be ready to take a fight if the pressure comes his way. In the meantime, Karzeka also starting to move into areas like VIP, isolating out that little bit of pressure for them. Secret, in the meantime, waits very patiently. Joystick, though, making his push through. And Karzeka is actually going to be able to get the better of Bonkers, taking him out. Dan also eliminates Alems. We still have Feral somewhere nearby here, I believe, but apparently not. He's rotated way back downstairs now. He's been able to completely abandon ship here and put himself into a much safer position.
The main issue right now is that he's going to have so much vertical pressure. Joystick just waiting by the hatch in case he does rotate. He pre-fires but doesn't find anything. Feral trying to battle back from underneath, but it's going to be Dan to strike first as Leon will fall. Quite a bit of damage done to Team Empire, but so much heat has come to Team Secret as Joystick. Meepy fights back, but Dan to shut him down from Cool Vibes, and Team Empire. 2 quick rounds.
Another masterclass execution there from Empire in the way that they slowly pinch out the hold there from Team Secret. A good attempt from Secret to stem it back. Once again, they waste a lot of the time, but with Team Empire, that just does not seem to matter. They can execute on any time situation, any time of the round itself, whether it's early or late. They will make it work. And as such, now as we enter our 4th round, well, we can at least start to see Secret rotate back to a site that's worked for them before, and then try to tie this up at 2-2 if they find some success there again. We're heading back upstairs into hookah and billiards for the next round.
And you can see how fast that round was comparative to the last. Quite a few of these sites on coastline, you're able to isolate out all of the pathing and rotation that the defense wants to take extremely early on from outside. And that's what Zeronic was touching on earlier, is that there's going to be quite a bit of outside play as opposed to Bank, where it was surprising the amount of kills and pressure that we saw from the outside of the map. On coastline, you can do that all day, all except really on kitchen. That's the only area where you actually have to fight for the top stairs pressure in order to get the vertical angle set up to make sure that no one can actually rotate in between sites downstairs. Everywhere else, though, you can practically play it from outside and get all the picks that you need on the offense in order to get a plant down.
So another round has begun. Another attempt for Secret to try and leverage control and bring themselves back into it, and is going to be on that easier site to hold. We saw Empire push this before, unfortunately ended up losing far too many players on the push itself. Couldn't make things work at the end of the day. So Secret started things out well here, now looking to build on top of that once again. But here comes Empire. They're out once again, ready to push this lead further and further into their favor. Get this closeout to send them into the final for that potential rematch versus G2 or against a new challenger that has stepped up here, and an old teammate as well, as Forze stands in the way of G2 in our next match.
You know, the possibilities here, not endless as we only have 4 teams left, but you can either have a Russian final or a Russian against Europeans of different areas final. That's really it. G2 is kind of a collection of all of the Infinity Stones, isn't it?
Yeah, very much the case. Moneyball, you could say, to a certain extent there. As we've got everybody from Team Empire working their way in now, starting this push forward and looking to clear out the defenses from Secret. Feral will be positioning himself closer to where Dan is trying to push his way in from now, over on the top side. So we're trying to take him out. Dan, of course, doing a little bit of drone work. Most of the team will still be doing that at this point, as there's still plenty of time to go before they're going to be stressed for time. And as we've already seen, Empire is still very comfortable, no matter the time of the situation. Dan finds a Lems, and Lems peeks right into the crosshairs of him. So it's an easy first pickup for Dan to give him a 5v4.
Empire, once again, just recognizing out more than likely where these roamers are going to be and pinching out early on. I mean, we're not even halfway through the game yet, and they already have most of the downstairs in their control. Obviously, they do need to still isolate Aquarium, as we don't see too often people focus on that hookah area in order to get a plant down, but we still might see that. It still might be in the cards. Either now fighting downstairs as someone is inside of Square. I don't know exactly who that is. It's going to be the Jaeger of Fonkers as they actually trade out equally, but Dan from the door, once again, these Empire members assisting each other in the fight.
Secret growing weaker here, doing some damage to Empire, but it doesn't really seem to matter all that much, to be honest here. Take a quick look at the replay from Dan's second pickup there as he continues to harass. And again, that's what we were looking to see from Empire. Dan and Joystick come into full. Dan, again, really making his mark at this land specifically. Joystick has been the highlight prior to this, but it's really been Dan, in my opinion, doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Team Empire so far, especially when it comes to their group stage performance. And he's continued to do that in this round with a double pickup, looking to take it even further here. But again, time starting to get a little bit low. 45 seconds left. And Empire still quite a few seconds away from being able to successfully execute here. Leon's going to try to get aggressive as we see Feral find his first pickup for his team. But Dan will now mark a third. He's going to have to deal with a flank in a moment, though, as Leon pushed up towards the main stairs. Dan, though, seems to be aware of it, but apparently not. No, Leon takes him down on top of the primary stairs and brings it into a 3v2. Still advantage to Empire.
As you can see, Empire has all the angles in the world they need. Leon falls, Meepy's still alive. We saw 1 versus 3 last time, but it's Shepard to take him down, and Team Empire still healthily in the lead. Overall, as we can see from Team Secret, though, again, it's a lot of those solo roam, solo plays that we see from them downstairs. Team Empire has been so good on information, and they just immediately pinch out all of this. They even kept IQ downstairs inside of the kitchen hallway. So right when Pulse jumped down from the square, rotated in towards the lobby or Lamborghini doorway, as we all love to say, you have Ash being played by Dan on the main stairs, and you have IQ inside of the kitchen hallway. He literally just walked into a kill box. He ends up finding 1 kill, but immediately after that, Empire with a quick switch up, and that's all she wrote. Oh my God. Okay, Feral. All right.
Nice little swing and a hit right there from Feral. This was the flank from Leon that slowly started to give them a bit of a chance, but ultimately, again, that sight pressure at the end of the round just far too much for the folks on Secret to deal with, so Empire takes it yet again at 3-1.
It was like I was talking about before. Empire's ability to shut down the pathing that you want to take is something truly incredible. It was a great play by Leon to rotate up and shut down Dan on the main stairs, but right when that information comes to Empire after he gets that kill, he's already screwed. His only safe route would have possibly been to rotate down to Cool Vibes, but then you still have to worry about a possibility of them being downstairs. Instead, they're just holding the path of greatest importance, which is going to be that rotate through luggage into Aquarium, quick kill into Leon, all of a sudden shoving it into a 1v2, and once again, Team Empire healthily in the lead.
So just a couple seconds here as you can see our setup phase coming to a close. We're going to enter the action phase now, with the members of Team Empire spawning once again. Their second to last attack here. They've got 2 more attempts to try and close this out. They could very likely push all the way up to a 5-1 now that they have already taken down a successful win on the site that we've seen so far. The only other win from Secret on here. If not, we'd be looking at something more akin to a 4-2, but I would say 5-1 is definitely a likelihood here unless we see a major strat change from Secret. Potentially another pause from Helby is necessary in the future here. As unfortunately the current plan from Secret is bringing them close. A lot of 1vx situations at the end of the day, but not enough in order to close out.
especially as we get closer to switching sides. Recognize out how Team Secret are using these roamers. Again, we've talked about it plenty throughout this, but they are more on solo roams. As you can see, we have one person inside of offices and the likes of Fonkers. There is not a single soul. All he has is electronic drones rolling on the ground near him, whereas opposed to Empire always assisting each other in gunfights. Even on offense, they play tight-knit. G2 a very long time ago, I believe it was Pengu that said this, said we have a 5-second rule. If you're not within 5 seconds of someone else in order to assist them, then you're too far away from your team. And Team Secret might be trying to apply that right now. Does have some pressure from upstairs, but a quick shot from Bonkers. He doesn't even need the help. He doesn't need any of it. Dan's inside of Kitchen trying to battle back. He takes down a Limbs, but there's still one member inside of Sunrise to deal with.
Dan gonna try to look to isolate out that player now. Farrello, a great start, or excuse me, Fonkers, a great start from him. We're gonna have to see him fall back though. He's very, very low. You'll see a nice little replay of those kills once again. It's all gone very quiet across the map right now. Neither team taking any huge risks. Dan though trying to line up something to work with, but no, Fonkers claims yet another kill.
Oh, Dan.
Up to 3 now. Dan flashing himself as he tries to work his way in, gives Fonkers a warning. He'll be forced back though, is not able to get out of there in time or get to a safe position, so Dan finds the trade. And at the moment, it's the only saving grace here for Team Empire on this round. We need to see Shepard come into this as well soon.
Those stun grenades, if they're within a certain parameter of you, will always full white. So it appears that Fonkers might have been too close to the door. I thought he had the 180 in order to not be blinded, but clearly wrong about that. Team Empire, though, actually falling now as Dan will fall downstairs. He's been doing so good on Ash so far. Shepard, last one alive, has 3 to find, has plenty of Jackal tracks as well as he actually just uses his first one, which is definitely not something we see from Team Empire too often. Usually when they are trying to shut down the roam game, they use those pretty early on. Pharaoh will fall, though, but still sight pressure by Leon and Meepy, and that's really all you need. 2 SMG-11s at Nitro Cell and 3 Toxic Babes. With 20 seconds left, it's going to take a lot from Shepard to win this round out.
A lot more work to do here for Shepard, especially with Toxic Grenades still being into the way. Just going to try to take a duel over here towards the doorway as he finishes popping it open, and now will attempt to run back in, but as you might expect, Leon will quickly shut that down. They had the 2-man setup to stop that. And that's Team Secret finally netting themselves a second onto the board here.
Very close contention between these two teams. On multiple rounds, we've only really seen Team Empire with like full domination over an entire round, whereas Team Secret's been able to fight their way through them, and not in the best fashion. That last round was actually pretty dominant by them. They did have a 3-man up at the time, and Leon trying to catch up to a drone in the air and definitely testing out those flicks. This was the big highlight play though by Fonkers. Able to recognize out exactly where they're going to push from, and just Scyther peeking right into bullets. Buddy, those things kill you. Make sure not to put your face in them.
Yeah, tried to line up an angle, as you could see, but just not where it needed to be at the end of the day. Fonkers, such a tight angle against Scyther, but does eventually win that fight out. After a few more players shut things down, finally we see some consistency here from Secret to be able to shut it out, and not in a crazy traded fashion either. They do get some nice control in that final 2v1 and win it without much of a scare this time. Team Empire now must look to respond and either take the 3-3 half or reaffirm the lead. So we're going to have one more kitchen and service entry attack for them on the final round of the half.
Coastline swings in very weird ways as opposed to either it being offensive-sided or defensive-sided. It really does vary on teams. A lot of the maps do that. Obviously, for instance, Clubhouse, very defender-sided. It's always been defender-sided ever since the beginning of time, really. But as of late, as we've seen with teams that are more aggressive on the offense or are really good at shutting down rotations, it all of a sudden becomes offensive-sided. Coastline, the exact same story. It really just depends, and I honestly think this is the biggest map for this. It really just depends on the teams and their play style. Right now, it's seeming a little bit more offensive-sided, really, not just because Team Empire's in the lead, but they've done such a good job at clearing this roam game early on. Just sometimes it's been slipping through slipping through the cracks for them as Team Secret's been able to battle back.
Drone ready. So Empire once again starting their drone presence early here, going to be trying to clear out the upstairs area. It's towards VIP and the penthouse just to make sure that they can deal with some of the defensive pressure that's going to be here from Team Secret. You got Fonkers waiting out over here towards 90. Leon once again on the inside of the site. So generally speaking, the same setup that we saw from the last time this was played. Unfortunately though, this was dealt with relatively easily last time by Team Empire, and was a large part of why their success ended up working out, because they were able to fish that out, then use the intel to execute. Karzeka starts us off strong this time with an early pick onto Leon, and that should already be penthouse cleared out now, unless they're going to recommit Fonkers to the inside, which I don't think think they'll do.
All right, well, we are going to have Dan open up the bathroom hatch. Karzeka, actually, from Guitar, takes down Leon inside of Theater. All of a sudden, this is falling into Team Empire's hands as, once again, they're shutting down all of these rotations upstairs, making things very difficult. Maybe, though, is going to apparently put a mark in the floor for Limbs to possibly toss a Nitro Cell, I believe, into bathroom if they do drop. Was this Joystick on the roof holding that rotation as well? So, again, Team Empire are not afraid to try and knock down this time. It's going to be a Nitro Cell onto the bed. He's got to pick it up. Once again, it flies through. That's going to be an easy kill. Bye-bye, Karzeka. No more Buck upstairs. Not really expecting the pulse to be downstairs, apparently.
Surprised Karzeka didn't hear it the first time. Maybe
he was on drone.
Oh, he's on drones. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Dan going to be able to find the next frag, though, as Dan continues to somehow find a Lems in almost every single round so far. So he's going to go down to him once again. And now we're left with just Meepy and Fonkers. Meepy on the site. Fonkers was roaming upstairs. Yep, and he still is, or excuse me, he's moved downstairs now, but he's still on that side of the building over towards office. Going to be trying to hold on to his control here and eventually work his way back to help out the team. He can take an off angle, but it won't work. Fonkers gets picked by Dan, and then he finishes it up with one final kill. Dan is on absolute fire right now as he affirms that 4-2 lead for his team at the end of the half.
It's just truly incredible how at almost every single cross, Empire is able to shut down a rotation, right? It's truly something to awe at, because Empire seems to be always a thorn in those roamers' sides of Team Secret, even late round. Again, they more than likely are going to be having drones placed throughout the map, especially inside of prep phase. That's your main objective. One person finds out where the actual site is. The rest of you spread your drones out throughout the map in order to get information at any point in time. And Empire apparently doing a very, very good job of that.
And now it's put them in a great position. Same as our last map, just a few more rounds needed by them in order to close out this series and push them onwards into the grand finals yet again at another major here as their own dynasty continues to grow and rival that of some of the other teams in this tournament, like G2.
Definitely going to be truly incredible to see who they will be facing later today. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is only our first semifinal of the day. We still have G2 versus Forze later on, so the excitement is just building right now, especially after that show match. Let me tell you, that was something, wasn't it?
That kicked some butt in that.
Yeah, you did. But Team Secret now on offense, and are going to have to try and find a way through this forest because right now it's not looking too hot. For their offensive side, they're definitely going to want to try and stack up their roam clear instead of just having one man by himself with a drone in front of him trying to clear it. As we've seen from Team Empire on their roam, they always have somebody extremely close to take that team fight with instead of just having the 1v1s.
So now the prep phase is over. We are going to see Secret get brought out for their very first attack and apparently take a little bit of damage here too as Feral ends up taking a bit of DPS from the window here. He's going to end up going down to about 60% of his health. Not at the end of the world, but certainly not the greatest either. Thankfully, they can keep the Nomad in a pretty passive position and essentially just support with the air jabs. So again, not a huge loss for this point in the round.
Team Secret with this lineup tells me that they are going for top pressure. They want to isolate every single staircase, make sure it is almost impossible for anyone to rotate upstairs, especially with Nomad and Gridlock. That's exactly what you want to see to try and shut down this road game of Empire. Unless they have an impact, or actually both of them, you're not going to be able to fight through that many track stingers, as well as an air jab that's placed at a very peculiar angle, usually on those staircases. Oh, that's the head of Bandit. Karzeka might be leaning into a limbs, and he will! Karzeka falls. First kill of the round goes to Team Secret, as they do have presence on the east side. All right, well, Leon now top of main stairs as the Jackal, trying to force his way through luggage. So we do see Shepard actually lying out straight for him right now, and a quick rotate from Leon. They do have quite a bit of map pressure upstairs now over on that east side, but obviously plenty of pressure for Empire inside of Aquarium as well as on site, as you would surely hope so. But Team Secret wasting quite a bit of time. Alim's actually peeking out. Shepard removes his head. Alim's, what are you doing, my friend? I assume he was trying to clear the door of any view lines or anything, but there's not even a Legion on the field, not exactly knowing what he was looking for with the electronics scanner out at that time, especially peeking so aggressively into Aquarium when Team Empire, more often than not, fights for that map pressure presence inside of there. Feral actually will down Dan behind the couch, but that's more than likely going to be thought out of pretty early on. And yes, it's going to actually be an even trade. No, we just did flip through that camera, so Feral is still up. It's only Dan down, so they're still playing cool vibes as well.
Scyther trying to re-push here and save his teammate's life, but that's going to be a possibility as he is the only one pushing in from hookah balcony at the moment. They've got a track on one of them as well. We are going to see the air jab go to the ground. They should be pretty easy to deal with though. Feral will move in, finally get the confirmation onto the kill, but now Falkers, along with Leon, are going to go down to Shepard and Scyther just a few seconds later. Down onto Feral and Meepy now to clutch this out for Team Secret. They're about to do it, finishing frags onto Scyther and Shepard, and now everything on Joystick, but he's so controlled, so composed in this situation. Only 30 seconds left on the clock as well, but no, he's gonna get pushed for the 90 hole, retreats into VIP. They'll keep him alive for now. He's brought it down to the 1v1, even HP across both of the remaining players as well. Feral keeps trying to push out into the hallway to put some pressure against Joystick, but it's not working. Joystick retreats once again to the inside of VIP and just continues to wait out the time to delay this further and further into this ending point of the round, but it's not gonna work. Feral successfully makes it to the site. Will start the plant. He's got to commit to this under the low time, but no! Feral jumps off of it, gets the last kill on Joystick with just 2 seconds on the clock, and it's Secret that pick up their opening round of the second half.
Feral versus Joystick in a 1v1. What else could you possibly want to watch inside of Rainbow Six Siege? Feral comes out on top. Had to deal with those track stingers that were down on the ground, and obviously that's going to draw Joystick's attention. Recognizing now that he needs to create a path through those, otherwise he's going to get slowed down, take quite a bit of damage. It's going to make the gunfight a lot harder. But as he's trying to deal with those track stingers, Feral peeks out, removes his head for him, and you have a round for Team Secret, drawing us one step closer in order to have them take the lead. But overall, fantastic defense by Team Empire, especially Joystick when it came down to that 1 versus 2. Again, cuts off the rotation, knowing that one of them has to cross over to help the other get the diffuser down. Ends up killing the man with the diffuser inside of a hookah.
5 seconds remaining.
Tries to play the diffuser, but a little bit of outplay by Feral, especially with those track stingers already down. He did have the power position, but just did not have too much on the timer. So between the two, some fantastic play, but Team Secret coming out on top of the pile.
Empire comes very close, though, to still winning that one out, so they are also going to re-attempt this same cycle once again. Back into hookah billiards once more for them to try and close things out, retake the lead at 5-3, push up to 7 so that they can move on into the grand final here. Operator lineup going to look pretty similar as well. We do see Echo back in for Dan. There's a lot of damage to be done on an MP5 SD, along with the usual utility that we can see leverage into any of those late round situations if we have a repeat of what just happened in the last round. Joystick will still stick on Jaeger, and I believe most of our operators are remaining pretty similar here across the board.
Especially with how early on Team Secret had pressure on the east side of the map as they were trying to rotate their way across, obviously, and clear things as they go. It actually took them quite a while to get some site presence, and there was quite a few blunders that we saw, especially with the likes of a Limbs with that IQ scanner, where he just had it out on his wrist, just standing in the middle of luggage and immediately gets shot in his face. You can't be doing that, especially against Team Empire, who will always fight for those rooms that are directly off of site. They don't want you to have that presence, and they try to pull that away from you. So, just a little bit more of awareness, and Leon's definitely going to be aware as Shepard will fall, and he actually gets right up on the double window. This is a extremely powerful position that we see most teams allocate themselves towards. It's just going to be a man on a drone. He sees him behind the tissue box. Obviously, tissue boxes, not bulletproof.
Cover me, reloading!
Quite the case. So Shepard will be lost in the early round. The utility that goes with Mozzie now gone along with that, along with the first minute or so on the clock now. The rest of Secret, they'll start their push back in from the offices here. Leon is going to be able to catch Joystick this time around here, just before he catches him on the flank there. And that's yet another advantage going by the way of Secret. Leon, a huge pickup there to make the rest of this round easier.
That's exactly what you want to see from Team Secret. Bonker's going to cut off Karzeka's rotate as well. Team Secret, though, with the team play on offense, don't try and challenge Joystick by yourself. Bring somebody else. Feral has Leon by his side. They peek from 2 separate positions. Immediately win out that fight. Echo will now be identified out as Dan. Scyther playing cool vibes, can possibly cut off the rotation. He will be able to take down Fonkers, who's rotating through Kitchen, but he's got a long road ahead of him. Still 4 people remaining on the side of Team Secret. Gridlock tracks in almost every single staircase you could possibly want. Meepy will take a little bit of damage. A random nitro cell is not going to find anything. And a jackal track, just for good measure, all of a sudden makes this extremely difficult.
There you go. Feral finishes things off, and that is yet another round going up on the board for Team Secret as they look to bring this back under their own control and send us into a third map. They're getting closer. The cracks are starting to show here in the defense from Team Empire.
Well, there's going to be a timeout called by Team Empire. I want to talk things over as all of a sudden we're practically at 0-0. We still have plenty of rounds to be played, but we are in an even playing field. Once again, If you guys are not aware of how our timeouts work, you have 30 seconds to talk to your coach. If you are a player, once those 30 seconds are up, they have to flip those mics up. They can no longer have any discussion, but obviously they can have some discussion amongst themselves.
And so that timeout will be expiring very soon, though, which will take us into our next round here. Secret will be using this as a chance to just reaffirm some things that they have been discussing over these past rounds, and more importantly, they've been using successfully the great early cutoffs to catch some of the roaming presence here from Empire. The analysts had talked about that was going to be a key piece of this matchup. We mentioned that as well, dealing with that early roaming presence, knocking it out, and making sure that you have those 5v3 advantages. And just on that last round, we saw a perfect example of that. As Secret were able to leverage that early control. Leon got the catch onto Joystick as well when he attempted to make the push that normally we'd see Joystick win. Normally we'd see him push and get the double kill against Team Secret, and that would have been the start of the downfall for them, but not the case. They're starting to turn these early fights around. That's exactly what they need to bring this game back, as they've now tied it at 4-4.
Well, the funny thing is for Team Empire's defense is that Joystick didn't have any assistance. Throughout all of Bank, we saw roamers extremely close to other members of their team in order to get assistance when needed. That time around, there was no one there. Joystick was on an island by himself inside of offices. Team Secret all of a sudden barges in, able to claim Joystick's life. And once again, the early picks from Leon have been incredible so far throughout their offensive side.
So another setup phase here for Empire. They quickly look to take control. Now a different site, of course, since they're going to be moving on from this. They're heading over to Kitchen and Service instead, a site that we saw quite a bit of play from on our last half as well. But coins flip this time. We'll see how Empire tries to play the style into this one. Quite a bit of aggression is normally used, and that's looking like it's going to remain the case. Dan changing up his own operator now, trying to avoid some of the early drone intel by going over to the Vigil and being able to hide himself from those cameras and the drones themselves. But now we have Secret out, so let's take a look and see how they're going to be able to once again counter out this pressure from Empire.
Well, same focus point here for Secret as they start things off on offices. Will more than likely clear horizontally. Does have to worry about one person inside of security. No, they will quickly fall off and go up main stairs, but definitely going to have some featsies for Jackal to find. Going to be Vigil, which is going to be Dan, who just rotated up the main staircase. As we do have a statistic pop up, Secret normally struggles to get entry kills on Coastline, 39% the time they end up actually getting them, but have been leading Empire 5-3 on opening kills. And again, that all comes back to that early aggression we saw from Team Secret on their roam game, where they were able to start things off. They somehow still lost a couple of those rounds. But so far throughout their offense, Team Secret has been starting things off right. And once again, Leon takes down Dan. That's Vigil, making things a whole hell of a lot easier from that presence of limbs to tack on. Shepard falls, and all of a sudden they have all the pressure in the world they could possibly want on Kitchen. Still have to worry about Karzeka and Joystick being upstairs. There's only one remaining member of Team Empire, and the likes of Scyther playing inside of Kitchen.
You know, it's rare to say, but Team Empire may need to start pulling back this aggression here, as finally Secret seems to have caught on to it. They figured out the pattern, and at the moment, nothing is really working for Empire. They're trying to throw at Secret here in the early round. Karzeka probably going to be found out here over the next few seconds as well. Leon able to take him down. There you go. Great drone intel, perfect execute, an easy pickup for Leon. Now just 2 players remaining. The plant actually going to go down here in a second. Scyther and Joystick are all they have left, along with the track stingers that are also being thrown on. This is going to be very difficult, if not nigh impossible now, for the members of Empire to turn back.
So many flash grenades, but Joystick will start things off right. That's taking down Leon. He's been so influential throughout this entire tournament so far. Joystick still battling back, though, as Fockers and Farrell will find the round to put Team Secret in the lead on Coastline.
2 more rounds to go, and Secret have this map, and will take us over to a third. They're bringing it back. They seem to have found the formula. Now it's just a matter of keeping it consistent, building on this one, and keeping a read on any of the change-ups that we might have happen from Empire. Like I said, Empire, very hard-headed team. It's hard to convince them to be able to change up their own strategies, but this might be necessary now, as Secret seems to have gotten a read on it.
Well, if you thought the crowd was quiet yesterday, you definitely don't think that now, as they're definitely showing exactly how loud they can get. We've definitely enjoyed having you all here. It's been an incredible tournament so far, and hopefully we can keep adding on to that. Secret, though, trying to make this go the full distance. They want that third map. They want this victory. They might need your guys' help doing it to get past the Russian machine. So make sure you guys are showing that love for whichever team you're rooting for. That was the loudest whistle I've ever heard in my life.
he's happy about it. There you go, he does it again. So you can see our round breakdown there, folks. Just in case you were curious, every round has been playing out via kills so far throughout this matchup here. And again, Team Empire will make another change up. Going back upstairs. Managed to try this twice already, and it hasn't worked out well for them. So tripling down on this upstairs hookah and billiards site generally is the easiest site for defenders to close out. So if Empire can't even make it past this, well, the match might already be over for them, unfortunately. But we'll have to see now if they've come up with some new plan and some new adjustment in order to make a win happen here and tie them up again at 5-5.
Well, we do have joysticks back downstairs inside of offices, and Dan's on the complete polar opposite on the map. Like, as far away as you can possibly get from your friend. He's actually sitting over inside of the pantry on kitchen. He's at the bottom of your screen, as Jeopard is actually at the bottom right. So you can kind of compare exactly where their roam presence is right now. So Joystick once again by himself. And there's no one upstairs inside of Aquarium to try and help him either from the hatch.
So time is going to continue to tick down here. Again, a slower start from the folks on Team Secret. Cross angles being established here. Scyther has a watch established here by Joystick now as they're going to try to catch intel for him. And allow Scyther to make his own aggressive plays with much more solid foundation behind it. He needs to go for that. Falkers, the meanwhile, already working his way in with the rest of his team. They will be able to easily clear out the penthouse area. Empire has pulled most of their defenses back down below.
Actually, one man sitting on site. We do have someone sitting on Cool Vibes, though, from Team Empire. Obviously, the routine position of sitting on couches will be held by Shepard, which we saw Leon get that nice shot through the tissue box to remove his head the last time, as all of the aggression from Team Secret now coming through onto Aquarium.
Leon trying to make a push forward as well here, already pushing himself forward just to the edge of the site and nearly ready to plant. They'll be able to spot out a player further back. Unfortunately, the intel is not actionable at this point in time, as far as I know. Joystick trying to get outside and get aggressive here against players like Leon, but Leon seems to be ready for that. Joystick will have to be very careful if he attempts to make that push. Secret has the number right now of Empire. They've got to be, like I said, many, many times now, they've got to be incredibly careful if they want to continue this very aggressive game that they're so fond of.
Joystick does have some help. The legs of Scyther downstairs, but gets Jackal tracked and has to rotate his way all the way back into offices where he feels like he's a little bit safer, but not for too long. Feral and Leon finally find some bloodshed here in round 10 as they're trying to push it to map point. Scyther rotating up main now. And some of these track stingers have been taken care of. Feral, again, a triple kill. It's all left up to Scyther as he shows up on the graves of his friends. Has to try and fight back through this round, but it appears to be perfect so far by the offense. Scyther will take that away from them at least, as the limbs will fall off. But the plant now going down. They all know Scyther's inside of Aquarium. He's not choosing to rotate off. Feral with the pistol, and that's a quad on the round.
Secret shut it down once again, or we should say Feral shuts it all down right there. Nice play from him. Really starting to iron this one down as they only need one final round now. And we will see Team Secret take control of map number 2 to send us to our third and final map to decide the series and our first grand finalist here at the Raleigh Major.
If this does go through, it's always extremely funny when they take each other's maps.
Always ends up working out that way.
Always does, doesn't it?
Really epic matchups always end up going down that way.
It really does. Secret, though, looking almost unmatched on Coastline. Incredible stuff coming out on roam isolation, especially picking up those early kills. A great utility use there from Feral. It only takes 2 seconds for one of those air jabs to activate, and once it's activated, it'll immediately pop off. So, as we talked about earlier, it's making it a lot easier to claim those kills. Feral, a little bit of a missed shot with the 44 mag, but it's okay. That scope, a lot of people's favorites in the entire game. You can actually get that on multiple weapons. You can get it on that pistol, which it's always on there. You can get it on the M249 of Capital, as well as the M249 Saw of Gridlock. She's the one who brought it into the game, and, well, actually, she's the one who brought it to the LMGs, mind you. But we did always see it on those pistols of the two operators that came from Wind Bastion.
A lot of people like to trend towards those operators, even just for that scope under some circumstances, too.
Amazing, amazing scope. I wish it was on every gun. I would literally use it on every single weapon that I could get my hands on.
A lot of people do. Well, here we go, guys. A bit of an interesting turn of events, as it did look like Secret were really going to struggle to work their way back into the second map, but they've taken it in stride on their attacking side and are now just one single round away from being able to close this out and send us over to a third map to decide the series. Into the round we go. Secret are spawned out and onto the board. Joystick looking to get aggressive again this time, though. Empire just never learning always trying to get in the faces of these players, and it may end up costing them the map this time.
Well, when you do the same thing over and over again and expect the same results, they call it insane. But Empire always finds a way with 2 kills right off rip, trying to push this to OT. Feral, no ammo in the ARX. His primary assault rifle does still have the pistol. He doesn't have any ammo. He actually only has air jabs, as he will switch over to make sure that Karzeka cannot rotate outside. Dan's actually going to impact it as well, just so they can apply pressure if they want to.
Really trying to choke these guys down now if they can help with that at all. Because now finally they've been given the advantage that they've been looking for this entire half, but have really struggled to get here. Bonkers, though, is able to isolate out Dan. There's the first trade. Bad sign for the rest of Empire here if they continue to lose players. You can see Karzeka falling back a little bit here from the office. Starting to put him out of position. There's the Legion ping. They know he's going to be in this area, but now he doubles down on the aggression, moves forward, is going to be able to hit a player with a goo mine. Bonkers, though, takes out Karzeka, prevents him from retreating, brings us into a 3v3. Now, one of them did get downed as well, as we've got Leon on the ground, but should be able to bring him up. No, never know. Hold on there. Shepard takes a second shot. Thankfully, the floor is soft, so we can still finish off Leon. And also, Feral, incredibly low here with only about 25 HP left. Secret now need to be very, very careful if they're still looking to end the map here.
Team Empire, instead of trying to waver off and not get aggressive, they fight fire with fire, and it's actually working now. We saw it quite a few times, but Team Empire apparently all of a sudden finding their footing. Team Secret have to try and battle back now, though, as they have most of the anchors up that you would absolutely want. You have Smoke, you have Echo. It's going to be very difficult between them, especially with how long Karzeka was able to stay alive. Quite a few goo mines down on the ground now that they're going to have to worry about. Fonker's going to continue to take damage until he can finally rip that out. Joystick's going to be down, though. They're not going to have that information, as once again, you do not have that score on the HUD. They're going to have to gain some more information on Joystick, but Fonker's going to use the breaching round, knew he was down, must have seen him fall. And all of a sudden we have a 2v2. Team Secret finding a will and a way through this. Toxic Babes now for Smoke. To lock down the VIP hallway. Is going to see him rotate towards 90 though. So they're definitely going to have the information that it appears to be an aquarium take, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Feral now stun dumping the room to try and get anything in on Shepard. Scyther with a quick shot, no, not going to make any contact. Now the Yokai drones with the echo shots do come through. Shepard will lock down Bonkers. It's all up to Feral left. He does have that low mag capacity ARX, so there's going to need a lot of magic, a lot of finesse on this one, but it's a quick shotgun shot from Shepard to bring this one round closer to overtime.
Empire came very, very close, but still managed to close it out at the end of the day, as finally their aggressive moves in the early round, which have been punished for the last 3-4 rounds in a row now by Team Secret, works out well for them. Dan, along with Joystick, able to strike.
It wasn't even really that. Like, they had the aggressive plays that they had before, but this time they just pushed it up to 11. They were already at 10. They were already pressuring all of the rooms that they wanted every single time. That's something that you will always see from Team Empire. They do the same thing over and over again. But somehow they find a way with those minor adjustments to make things work.
And so into our next round, we'll head into in just a moment here. Penultimate round of this map now. If we end up going to overtime, especially as it enters the 12th round. So for Empire, they have to win here in order to guarantee overtime. They can no longer win it, however, in regulation. We have to go to the final 3 rounds to do that.
You know, Blue, I really feel like we should ask the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, do you guys want this map 3? I'm sorry, guys, hold on, whoa. I couldn't hear you, ladies and gents. Do you want this map 3? That's what I'm talking about.
All right, well, you heard him, folks. We need to see it close out here now from Team Secret, otherwise overtime is going to be in the cards. The last attacking round here for Secret in regulation. Let's see if they can bring it.
We have the best fans in the entire world, man. You guys are incredible. Team Secret still trying to fight out of these woods, though, as we do still have some Rainbow to commentate, Blue. We are now back into the round. This round has passed prep phase as Joystick still definitely prepping things. He's punching holes inside of the hookah wall to watch in towards billiards.
Drone work still being done by Team Secret at this point, so we're going to see positions established as you'll have players like Leon tucking his drone away there on the inside of Aqua to give them free reign over that and make sure no one from Empire can sneak up on these guys. Leon does attract his attention over there towards the office after a little bit of delay, and he'll get some droning assistance going to the inside of there. Should have been able to see that drone get killed. He's got a pretty good idea. He's got a player leading down in security hallway. We see the peek as well, but no, Scyther goes way too aggro. That's their Echo going down this early in the round due to an aggressive peek. As a result of that, the Yokai drone's now dead.
We thought that Leon didn't have that, but a quick adjustment through the actual bookshelf takes down Scyther. Karzeka to follow suit. Team Empire look like they're taking this, but Joystick's got something to say as he takes down Leon from the double window inside of billiards.
The folks on Secret, a little bit of slowdown for them, of course, as they still end up losing Leon there, so they now need to be careful about how they proceed. They lose another player that starts to get dangerous for them. Overtime is definitely not something they want to have to play out here, especially if they end up having to go all the way into a map 3. Some soft breach, allowing them to move further in. We're also going to hear some track stingers going off in the distance there too. As maybe throws this in, allows for better control here on the attackers as they continue to push further into the map.
Only one true anchor on the side of Team Empire left in the likes of Shepard with those toxic babes, and has plenty of time to delay as well. Still had all three of them, but not in the safest spot. Fonkers takes down Joystick, who was upstairs inside of Hookah, but immediately gets removed. Dan on a hard rotate through offices, needs some assistance as Shepard. He's gonna take quite a bit of damage. Fonkers finds Dan. It's all left up to Shepard inside of sight, and we're going to map 3, folks. Team Secret finds Empire's map.
And with that, Team Secret, a beautiful recovery, a great read on the attacking side to knock out Team Empire and take them down on their own map pick, sending us to our third and final map to decide the series. The CL Team Secret is not out of this tournament yet, as they continue to impress on LAN and improve their own legacy here, looking to knock out the Russian machine. That's enough from us for now, though. It's going to go back over to Milos and the rest of the desk to break things down and just how they brought it back.
Thank you so much, John. Gentlemen, hell of a game here. We did not expect Secret to come back swinging.
I did.
A great... All right.
I did. I said it, 2-1, baby. Team Secret, and they came out swinging that time. Secret on attack right there, Milos.
Yeah.
Nobody was stopping it, man.
No, there was not. They completely switched around once they got to the attacking side. Now, Alex, a lot of people look at Coastline and are like, the closer the two teams are, the more defender-sided it is.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that every map, if both teams were 100% even, it would always be defender-sided because time's on their side. I mean, with this, it comes down to Fonkers and Leon just going ham. Feral as well and Nomad, he made such a massive difference.
That was definitely their game. They showed up. But what was going on with Empire on their side, Valley?
Empire, their side, it was basically containment and pressure coming from Team Secret. Empire, they had no room to breathe. And it was just absolute bullying over there in the office, over in the terrace area. One thing that Team Secret did so good to Empire, they allowed them not be able to breathe around the map. Secret was able to push them on a bomb site. For instance, when we went to service, the Jackal and Nomad working together, able to push the Roamer in, it was security over in the site, and then they were able to get the easy kill. But then also, you gotta just take a look at just the clutch. The clutch is Feral as Nomad, able to take out Joystick.
Oh my.
That was phenomenal. The track stingers, the way they use their operators together in order to win the round was beautiful, rather than just an individual operator using his own ability to win the round.
Yeah,
that says a lot.
We talked about the gridlock and how crazy the big woman, as you say, the big scary woman is. And Alex, I think it really proved to have a pretty huge effect on a map like Coast.
Yeah, they were amazing at locking down, well, not locking down, but limiting Joystick's movement a lot. So when he doesn't have the freedom, he's not that scary. If you know he's sitting in a corner by himself, you know, you can leave him there for a while. But the whole thing, I don't think we can say that Empire did massive mistakes or anything. Credit where credit is due. Secret played that round or that map extremely well.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're expecting at the semifinals between at this point, two of the best teams that we have in the world. Though let's talk about our next map, our third one in the series. Stokes hyped up the entire
That was beautiful,
room.
by the way.
Honestly, Sam, wonderful. This kid's growing up. He is growing up. It's gone pretty back. All right, let's talk about Border. That's map 3. what do we expect in this? Because Secret showed that they can contain Joystick.
Yes. So, but also what I wanted to point out as well from round 11, Joystick got a little bit loose. You saw the run outs on the balcony, and he was able to pick up 1 of 2 kills within the first 30 seconds of the round. I want to see that type of play from Team Empire if their backs are against the wall. I'm not saying don't be aggressive off bat with the run outs and trying to force fights in your favor. No, set the pace, but if things get a little bit crazy against Team Secret, if they're starting to contain you even more, make sure you go out there and you make the plays to break that up, because when Team Empire did that in round 11, they were unstoppable. I want to see more of it.
And you could argue that this is probably the one map where Empire is going to look the weakest on. They've banned this, the second most banned map they have, and I mean you can hold a hallway to get some sort of outside presence to limit roams. You can have the rooftop. We've seen some innovative ways of getting some crazy angles down main stairs from the dome on the roof. But a lot of it still has to be inside, and that's where Empire is gonna struggle a little.
What do they need to change in this? Because there's always reliance from Empire on Joystick. Are they really mortal in this border game?
I don't think they want to or have any interest in changing anything. If they played their game, they bring, the actual teamwork we're seeing from them, then they got a great chance at winning it, and then it's up to Secret to put a stick in that wheel.
Yeah, and that game right there, the last 2 maps, it wasn't a game about gun skill. It was more about operator use and strategy. Empire needs to go back to their roots, man, because they've been struggling recently.
Do you think the attacking side is going to have a huge effect as it did on Coastline, Alex?
For Empire, yes.
Yeah.
Because it's what they do. They're so good at choking people, limiting their movement. They catch, I'd say half of their kills is catching people going in transit from one room to another, right?
And Secret wasn't really allowing them to have any sort of movement.
Secret has the best roaming on offense and defense, man. They contain them when they're on the attack, and then, on defense, they own it. Spread it out wide, dominate it. Yeah. So, yeah.
It's spread the butter technique.
Right. So border's actually scary because the roaming play on border, like, for instance, when we talk about CCTV and also Workshop, if Secret's able to play the same way, what's Empire really going to do, man?
Yeah, you can just unlock players in CCTV with the Zofia and then move on from there. It's a strategy that always gets employed and works very well, right?
But also, is Jackal going to be in play as well? Because that's going to make a difference over an Armory.
Okay, well, Operator ban, since you're mentioning Jackal, what are you guys expecting? Alex?
Nomad just for the vent window.
Fair enough.
Jump outs become too difficult otherwise.
You have to ban Nomad. Gridlock, she was amazing last map. I don't think she's going to get banned here. You're going to have to get rid of, I would say, Jackal definitely. Get rid of Echo, obviously. Capita, I think it's going to be default bans this time around. Nothing too flash.
Capita Mira from Empire.
Mira, yeah.
I'd be expecting that from Empire. Nomad as well, as you're saying.
You have to get rid of
Nomad. That really depends on if Leon wants to rock the Nomad, and then they'll take a little bit of yeeting out of the windows themselves.
But also, so with Nomad being banned, how much utility did they really waste? You saw over in Office how Visual had to rotate all around the map to use impact nades. Those impact nades could have been used for kills or something else, man. So, yeah, you have to take her off the board.
It's very scary to look at it this way because we never thought that Empire would have such a difficult way to get to the finals. I mean, they're not there, obviously. They might not make it. Yes, I know, Veli, that smile.
No, I'm not saying because of that.
Showing.
No, they have a target on their back, man. Everyone's gunning for them. Right now, they're the best team in Siege, I would say. So everyone's bringing that fight.
We got to remember, we've seen plenty of teams put a dent in Empire, but they still tend to win, even in these situations. So
that was the way for G2 for their beginning of their rise to power. EG could put a dent in them and then never actually beat them. It was a similar thing for Rogue, similar for even Black Dragons back if we look at the olden days, the team that became NIP and FaZe even now, what they were before as Font. Every single team on the rise of G2, they got close, but they couldn't beat them.
And we have
the same.
Both teams winning each other's map picks, which is the Siege curse, right?
Yeah.
It's you pick your map, then I beat you on it, and then you beat me on my map, and
Anything special on border, though? We talked about CCTV from your side, Veli, but can we dig into a bit of Teller's Bathroom? Because that site has been played quite a bit in Europe, and I wouldn't be surprised if either one of these two teams played it.
Well, first of all, when it comes to Teller's Bathroom, I still feel like verticality is the name of the game, especially on border. So when you have Feral and Fonker still doing their thing, I feel like their dominance on the second floor covering hatches, make sure self-destruction is protected is going to be key. It's how much time, not about if they can get the kills, how much time can they really burn away from Empire? Because way too often we see Empire running out of time when it gets into these sites. How many situations do we see, especially downstairs in CCTV on Bank, did we see Sight there in the 1v1 trying to win a fight with 3 seconds left and so forth? You got to take that from him.
Do you think there was a bit of a lack of droning on Empire's side in map 2 when they're attacking?
No, I don't think they ever lag intel. I think that's the one thing they don't mess up on. Losing gunfights, however, I don't think they were as sharp as we normally see them. And on border, it's going to come down to waiting room and Easters.
Yeah.
You said 2-1. You're going to stick to that, I assume, for Secret.
One of our predictions have to be right this event.
At some point in time.
I got to update mine, right? It can't be 2-0. So
No.
2-1.
2-1?
Empire.
Okay, there you go. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll be back after this final map. We went the distance, ladies and gentlemen. And that's only one of our 2 semifinals. Empire versus Team Secret continues. On to you, Stokes and Blue.
Thank you, Gassan. Thank you, Zoronic. Thank you, Veli. We're on the 3rd map, folks. It's Border. It's Team Secret. It's Team Empire. Let's get some noise going, folks. It's our first map 3 of the day. Exciting inside of the arena right now.
It's going to be a boatload of fun. I don't know if anyone expected Team Secret to bounce back in the way that they did over on Coastline, and now they've got a great chance to do it. Oh no, we've got the Thermite ban coming in. This brings back memories from another Secret game.
It does.
Empire have the choice though, so let's see. Okay, they're not going to go and take out the Habana and go absolutely crazy and just throw this game into the dishwasher, but we are going to see Capital get banned out there.
I really hope that we're not placing these PCs inside of dishwashers. I really hope that doesn't happen. But
Probably not. I think I meant to say garbage disposal. I don't know why with the dishwasher, to be honest with you.
It's absolutely fine. Mirror, though, going to be removed, and last operator will be removed from the likes of Team Secrets. It's going to be Echo. So, just to bring some remnants back, if anyone has ever watched the Team Secret final, or actually no, it was actually up against Ninjas in Pajamas, I do think, at the minor, where both of the hard destructors were banned out. It was Habana as well as Thermite that were banned out, and Team Secret's offensive plan was to take Maverick as well as Monty, excuse me, it always defaults to Maestro, excuse me for a second. Monty, and then pressure the armory wall. They would create a line across to watch for half wall, and then just have Monty hold the door, apply pressure to half wall, rinse, repeat, get the plant down. That's exactly what they did over and over and over again. So we'll have to see on their offensive side what they're able to create with Thermite off the board. But as for now, Team Secret will be starting on defense. And you're more than likely going to see either a lot of bandit tricking or a lot of head play due to the fact that Habanas have a longer fuse time as opposed to Thermite's exothermic charges.
All right, guys, well, let's get into it here. Let's see if Secret can find success starting out on their defense and build upon that in order to close out this map, or if the Russian machine is going to prove to be, once again, just too unstoppable to deal with here. Some players like Joystick are going to be able to go aggressive here at the start of this round as he brings the Nomad into play. We did not see that get banned out, so that means that if Team Secret want to get more aggressive, trying to is going to prove much more difficult here.
Well, we've talked about for, well, most of this entire matchup about how these early kills have been so important for these two teams. It really does tend to be whoever gets those big opening frags is the team that's walking away with the round. And especially on Border, it's practically the same. CCTV is extremely important here as you can chop up the entire upstairs just from that one angle. It's definitely the power position upstairs over beside, behind half wall, excuse me once again, as well as inside of break room where you're able to isolate all of 90 hallway, making rotations extremely hard inside of sight. None of the roamers can come up from east or main stairs. They have to try and play things from downstairs. So that's why you see a lot of teams setting up inside of CCTV now, whereas opposed to well, quite a while ago, where we saw more turtle setups inside of sight as opposed to playing over into CCTV.
Empire doing a lot more analysis this time, it seems, spending a lot of time in the droning phase here, in their drones, I guess you could say at this point, and trying to figure out how exactly the setup is being split up here from Team Secret. It's on our initial site, which is almost always the same site every single time it's played, so not too much necessarily to read into here. Dan does get run out on by a member of Team Secret there. Fonker's gonna try to find that early pick, but instead he gets a little bit of a bullet spray to his chest. That'll bring him down to about 50 HP. He returned about 25.
Team Empire is still prioritizing CCTV controls. We did just talk about how important that is. Joystick going to be playing the Nomad on the upside down rappel. They have to be very wary of these windows. There's so many angles you can possibly find through. Jaeger might be found out right now. They have a shield actually up on top of Horseshoe. Very creative by Team Secret. Joystick rotating back downstairs now though. Make sure that they can possibly get some pressure. Dan's just going to throw himself to the wind. Tries to challenge, but gets taken down from a separate angle. It's going to be Fonkers. This is actually going to be a trade between the two teams.
So with the trade occurring, and we're going to see Karzeka pick up the next blow here for Team Empires. It's going to bring Team Secret down to just 3 players left standing. Alems, Funkers, and Meepy are all that stands left on that site. Team Empire, though, still with a minute left, so they're not going to over-push just yet. Going to keep it nice and composed. Site, they're still looking for players downstairs in case there is any roaming presence still for Secret, but that there is not. No one, for the most part, going to be aligned with the sites with maybe 1 or 2 players out in the open looking to catch these guys.
Team Empire still working down the checklist, and you're going to be seeing it time and time again because, again, they do the same thing over and over until it works. Drone play now coming in for Empire, recognizing out that Maestro Limbs is sitting behind the half wall. Air jab, though, as Joystick picks up 2! Meepy and Fonkers fall! It's all up to Limbs, and Joystick gets him 2! He crosses Sandwich! Joystick with a shake and a move, able to isolate out this first round for Team Empire.
As well, the third player just running right across his point of view to give that kill over. Nice stuff from Joystick. Hasn't had the most loud game here so far. We haven't seen him show up in every single round as we have in some of these past tournaments, but that's a way to start a round, and that's a way to start off a map for your team, as that's going to easily put the first round under their control.
Oh, we got the chance coming out now. We're starting early. This crowd here, man, has been truly insane, and Team Secret definitely going to need the help. This defense, once again, of Team Secrets has to be aggressive and get these early picks. Otherwise, Empire is just going to be able to pick them apart just like this. Again, that CCTV room control, so very important, and Empire finally bursting through in order to claim that room was extremely important to break down those rotations that Team Secret need to be able to move from Archives into Armory, as well as rotations up east, where we saw Fonkers playing early on. Appears that Team Secret is going to be going for relatively the same plan. We're more than likely going to be seeing that shield up on the desk of Horseshoe, once again, which is where the monitors are, inside of CCTV, as well as Fonkers playing over on East. He might try and rotate his way back to site a little bit closer this time around. He's not playing Bandit either. We're actually going to have him on Valkyrie.
So we will have the members of the attack here on Empire spawning in just a moment. Overall, a good opening hold, though, from Team Secret. They're looking strong. Try and build up on this, unfortunately fell to the straight up aggression from Joystick there and the raw aim power that we've seen from him in past rounds here. Now it's time for the folks on Team Secret to build upon maybe the smaller amount of mistakes they made in the previous round and try to catch a trade at 1-1. Still the same side, of course. We're still upstairs. We're still playing into that Armory Archive, so you'll expect the round in general to play out somewhat similarly.
The main issue right now for Team Secret is showing Team Empire the same look is extremely punishing because they've already found a way to break through your defense and they're just going to pick up the pace. So we're not going to have Fonkers over on East as we saw last time, since he is playing the Valkyrie. He's going to be playing a little bit farther back inside of offices, but it still will be Leon as well as Farrell trying to hold down CCTV. And again, this is going to be the main priority for Team Empire, but actually, they might be going the opposite way. Is Dan just going to rush in? We've seen this from him before. He breaks open the door. Immediately, they already have pressure on Sandwich. Karzeka's got pressure, but he's going to get immediately put through the grinder by Alems. And it's actually going to be a little bit of a different take here from Team Empire. Definitely not matching the same results.
So Dan goes down, a little bit bold from him. And now Empire have to make up for this again. This is the problem with this hyper-aggressive strategy that Empire always thrives in, is it? Fortunately, if it goes badly, they're just going to end up losing players with not much else to show for it here. And this is one of those situations with Dan going down, literally nothing else redeemable comes out of that besides maybe a little bit of intel, which is already past the point where it would be actionable. So even then, it's not really a game for these guys.
Well, for Team Empire now, it's a very peculiar thing to not see them immediately go for that CCTV room control that they got last time. This time instead trying to go immediately to site, and he gets punished by Team Secret, recognizing out that aggression, but stun grenades coming in now as they're going to try and get this diffuser down to make it a little bit easier. Do still have some presence from CCTV as he's going to get taken down. It's all left up to Karzeka, but Farrell wins it out anyways! An incredible shot by Farrell to equalize.
And Secret bring it back immediately to tie us up 1-1. The aggression from Pharaoh there goes unnoticed. Well, I say it goes unnoticed. The thing is, Empire absolutely knew he was back there inside his CCTV, but didn't seem to care. Tried to ignore the issue, and he picks up that double to just end the round outright. Empire falter, and now we sit at 1-1, and the crowd will continue to amp itself up.
Best fans in the world, man. I just got to say it one more time. But again, in case you guys were wondering, this is actually young Fonker's first major ever on Team Secret. If you guys could please give this man a round of applause for how well he's been doing so far, because he's been absolutely killing it on the side of Team Secret, and he's definitely been showing off very well so far throughout his first major LAN. Although Farrell, definitely a massive exclamation point for Team Secret. We saw him do so well at the Vegas Minor Blue. He was one of the most important players at that entire LAN, and he's just still able to find gold every single time he's on the field.
Such a huge kill pinch right there they had against Empire as well that they basically just ignored, or for lack of better explanation, were just unable to get rid of, especially when it came to Pharaoh's position on the inside of CCTV.
I'm just gonna say it one more time, and I promise, chat, I promise I'll leave it alone. CCTV is so important on this map, especially for that top pressure. You have to take it away. They didn't, and see what happens when you miss a check on the list.
You fall to pieces very, very quickly, and Empire's certainly not going to be happy about that. They've been taking dominant control of a lot of the earlier portions of these maps back on both Bank along with Coastline before. Now it's no longer the case. We've got Secret trading evenly with them from the get-go. This is a lot of pressure from Empire. I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with it.
It's indeed a little bit of a different setup here for Team Secret, obviously downstairs now, but they're not going to be going to the usual secondary site. They're actually inside of Customs right now, so this might throw Empire for a loop just a little bit, but more than likely already have knowledge of exactly where the site is. Team Secret, though, on quite a long stretch here. Karzeka, again, with this holographic sight on such these long angles. Really incredible if he's able to find stuff with this. We do have a statistic that will pop up. This has been one of the most explosive matches of the tournament, with 18 out of 25 rounds featuring a 3K or better. So there you guys go. Incredible matchup to start off the day, especially after that caster show match where I did absolutely terrible. Joystick, though, doing a whole hell of a lot better than I could probably ever do. So they are prioritizing getting office control. Oh, a frag into half wall, but it's not going to claim any lives, as I actually believe Limbs is up on the lockers. Seen this angle in quite a while. No, he's actually tucked into the corner, so very lucky that he didn't take any damage from that.
Yeah, incredibly lucky, in fact. So he's going to be counting his stars that he doesn't manage to even take a sliver of damage from that somehow. And we'll still be able to utilize that position. Even worse, Empire may think it's clear now in order to push back in. So that could be a huge problem for Empire if they didn't check it otherwise with another drone just to confirm that he's there.
Empire's definitely taking their time. They now know that Maestro's there, so Joystick's got that long angle. If Limbs picks wrong, he's surely dead. Karzeka's trying to force him to move now, as he still sticks into that corner. Might be picking up a frag grenade once again. Challenges long, recognizes out that Joystick is there. He has to win this fight, but he's got assistance from Legion rotating in. Shepard will fall, but it's going to be immediate trade as soon Limbs as well as Fonkers, but Leon's there to assist, as all of a sudden we're equaled in man count. Scyther now rotates upstairs. A quick shot from Leon to put Scyther in the dirt, and they're trying to find a will and a way to get through this. Karzeka trying to equalize, and Leon through the concussion with the triple. You never see that, but he finds a way. Karzeka, all of a sudden, the last man alive for Empire as Team Secret's trying to take the lead. Meepy is literally on top of a locker. I don't even think he knows how he got here.
Just hanging out, man.
Just hanging out. What's good for
New
him?
angles.
Karzeka's not going to be able to find him either. A fantastic position by Meepy, though. Has holes made up top to be able to Toxic Babe anything, including the drop that they need. Leon's rotated over to the other door to cover all of their bases. Frag grenade now coming in through from Karzeka. Not going to deal any damage to Meepy. They're going to know that he dropped now. Meepy with a quick shot. You never look there. We're going sneaky beaky like, as the kids say.
Works out perfectly, too. Even after the nade takes him down, Meepy, just as we could see on the replay, that rips him to shreds. Well, unfortunately, you guys didn't have it, but as we saw on the replay, Meepy rips it to shreds right there, finishes off the round for Secret, and puts them into the lead at 2-1 now over Team Empire. The paradigm is starting to shift, and it's looking more and more likely for Team Secret to come out of this one alive.
We have a lonely Canadian in the crowd as well, so everyone tuned into this, making sure that their favorite team wins. Again, guys, if you don't think that you have a presence in this match, you are surely wrong. Crowd presence, massive thing at LANs, and it's what a lot of players either thrive in or they fall off in. And both of these teams right now definitely finding a way. Oh, a very creative spot by Feral as well. That actually that was patched out of border, but it's still there. That shot by Leon was truly incredible.
Just to touch on Leon for a second as well. Really impressive play so far. We didn't see much of this back in the first map, but ever since we got on the coastline, Leon's been doing an absolutely fantastic job of winning duels that he should not be winning. And I know that that's a bit of an interesting thing to say, but it's certainly true. He's won 3 to 4 duels now where it looked from the outside in that he was just dead to rights going to go down to a member of Empire, but he continues to turn it around, even turning some of those situations into multi-frags as well. Leon is really lighting it up right now for Secret and is definitely a big proponent of this comeback for them.
Well, especially now with those concussions not acting like they used to. When you used to get concussed, it would actually slow your ADS, or excuse me, your sensitivity overall. So now it's just a visual effect and your cam more or less leans back and forth. It's a very weird effect, but Leon being able to battle through that, especially having full control of his sensitivity now since that patch, makes things a little bit easier, but still an incredible kill nevertheless. Team Empire, though, a very slow attack the last time around, so they're going to have to try and speed things up. Team Secret, more or less playing in the exact same areas. That's a massive pick with how much presence Leon has had in the game.
Dan finding a very early pick here now puts guys on Team Empire into an advantageous position. It knocks out the mute, though, so just a roamer, not necessarily a huge loss, as more than likely all 4 of his jammers would have already gone down. And that's again Leon actually looking like he was getting a tad aggressive there too, so starting to come into his own with that, but will pay the price for peeking against Dan, who was very much ready to take a duel from that exact angle.
Team Secret slowing things down quite a bit. You don't see as many aggressive peaks as Empire, again, just taking their time. It's surgical, and they're finally finding their way to bring this back to a tie, and I really feel like we're starting up the teeter-totter here, Blue. Shepard now rotating in for CCTV so they can try and have full control of this upstairs area. It's Feral still inside, trying to fight back, though, as I do actually believe, no, it'll be a Limbs, but Feral's still inside. They misplaced him, and 2 quick shots! Feral attempting to equalize. He's 1 off, but he has diffuser upstairs. Does he know? Maybe only 1 downstairs, but they need that diffuser to try and get the plant down. That's going to be Empire trying to find their way back. Feral's already vacated the area as well. So you see all of Team Empire rotating upstairs.
He's going to fall back and away from that one, considering, I think, stimming himself back up one more time here as well. And there you go, yeah. Just juices himself back up to 100 HP one final time, as he probably realizes he's not going to get a great opportunity to use that on Meepy later on in the round as well, since Meepy's still pretty well detached from him. Scyther on the hunt now, and he may actually be able to catch Feral here relatively soon. A little bit of spam going in through the soft walls. They're off the mark. Nothing will be caught by Scyther under these conditions. 50 seconds left. Feral does catch a drone pushing towards it, but that's still his position revealed, and Karzeka going to be able to isolate that out. Everything on Meepy on the smoke now, with 2 charges remaining to try and delay the attack. He shifts into the ventilation room instead. However, window gonna get popped open. Trying to get aggressive, but no, it does not work out. Joystick takes him down, and Empire strike back. We are even at 2-2. Neither team with an advantage.
All this man had to hear was a shift of barbed wire, and he immediately pre-fires the cross angle because he knows what the man's gonna do. He's inside their head. Joystick, always an incredible player, especially on land. So very impressive. All of a sudden, we're back tied up here. Something's got to give, though. Other than that, we might be going to OT. And please remember, folks, this is not infinite overtime. That is only in the final matchup. Hello, Skies. How are you doing, my friend? Glad you're here. Glad you all are here. Beautiful faces inside of the crowd. But, guys, we still got a game to finish up. Let me tell you, a long ways. Oh.
Careful with those.
Oh. Yeah, don't break your neck. Those
are dangerous.
A very dangerous thing, as we are finding out as well in the game, which has 5 people on each side with guns trying to shoot each other. Very dangerous game. The Dangerous Game. Good movie as well. But besides that, Secret.
It's a book, wasn't it?
I believe it's a movie as well now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get up to date, Blue. Gosh.
I mean, that book's like a couple 100 years old, so I'm surprised they didn't make one already.
Well, jumping into round 5 now, though. Secret, still more or less the same game plan. They are back upstairs, so you're going to see them hold down CCTV room, but we do have a little bit of adjustment from the offensive lineup, which again, all you're going to see Team Empire do is relatively the same thing with minor adjustments, and that's going to be the line coming in from Scyther.
So let's take a look here. Let's see how Empire take their stance again. Well, I can tell you one thing, it's probably going to be the same thing. Waited out aggression. order to get them toward the side. They've been taking a much more methodical approach to things, I've realized, here on their attack throughout this series. They haven't really been too shy on kind of slowing things down if they need to, and as we saw even through map number 1 here, running down the timer all the way to that 10 to 15 second mark if it becomes necessary in order to push themselves forward.
Again, we see Joystick prioritizing the north side of this map. He's done such a good job on playing on Sandwich, which is a power position for Nomad. Helps out quite a bit. This air jab launcher is also helping out, but he's not going to allocate one to AC, so I think something else in the cards for Team Empire's attack on this time. We do have a black eye cam upstairs as well as over in the parking lot area next to the streets. In order to look towards that Sandwich window over there on the north side. They are prioritizing CCTV room. We told you how important that is. Trying to break that shield, but every ADS under the sun is currently inside of here. Finally getting that shield broken. They're actually making quick work of this as well. Everyone inside of CCTV hits the deck, but we do still have Valkyrie over in the corner on half wall, or at least near the bookshelf, trying to battle back on the door. Door now will be ripped open on the south side as Empire's trying to get a little bit more pressure. Actually, are going to have a rotate that's actually going to be Fonkers playing over inside of offices. That silhouette just a little bit off, but Farrell actually does fall, and that's going to be a quick two-piece of limb falls on half wall, and they have all the map pressure in the world. Air jabs down. Empire looking to take the lead once again after finding the very first round, but then it quickly got whisked away from Team Secret. A quick knockdown, those air jabs so powerful. Meekby, a quick death, and Fonkers will fall. Team Empire with a flawless round.
Well, Dan couldn't get it done on round number 1, but Joystick certainly does it here on round number 5. A straight up run-in past the wall into the site, absolutely destroys the setup from Team Secret and puts Team Empire back in the lead now at 3-2 as we enter the final round of the first half. Another 4-2 or even another 3-3 is looking likely as we're about to repeat one of the score lines from maps 1 and 2.
You just love to see the ability of Team Empire to just shove all of these emotions, this tension, to literally the deepest depths of their soul. Like, you never see any of it. Even on a round that goes as well as that. It's just a very quick fist bump. They don't even look at each other. They have to win the match in order for this to mean anything. So they don't care about the in-between.
Someone say, let's go EG?
It might be.
I think I heard a let's go EG in there as well.
Well, hello, friendos.
But yeah, still quite a few chances, and yeah, there's the trophy as well.
The trophy is beautiful. I'm not even going to lie to you right now, that is the most beautiful trophy that we have ever had.
It's a very, very cool.
Obviously, you can't beat the hammer. I mean, everybody wants a hammer. That thing is badass, but
G2 wants it so bad that it's got it plastered on the back of their jersey.
Kanto has it tattooed on his right hand.
Does he?
Don't ask me why I know that.
Well, I mean, right hand. I mean, that's your business.
Okay, all right, all right.
So moving into the next round here, it is once again going to be a Archives and Armory defense, since the option is still available to Team Secret to play onto that at this point. But they don't want to fail here once again. They want to tie this back up at 3-3 and be able to go the distance in the second half with a little bit more assurance that they can do that in their pocket. A 2-4, obviously going to be a little bit more difficult to work themselves back from, but as evidenced by the last map, they've already done it once. It's definitely not going to be an issue to do it once again.
Well, as we have the stats up on the screen now, you can see that Scyther really hasn't been awake this entire time, but he's been helping out, obviously, with that utility as well as that droning that he's been able to accomplish so far. Again, just because someone has 0 kills doesn't mean that they haven't done anything. Scyther is on one of the most important operators that Team Empire has at their disposal. As I say that, EE1D will go off from the likes of Scyther. Doesn't seem like the priority is going to be CCTV this time around. Instead, going for customs, working their way across that mid floor.
So Empire putting themselves in a position over by the west wall now. They'll start to drone it first, however, still 2 minutes remaining on the clock here. In order to do it, Joystick will wrap around. That'll detect Meepy over by the half wall. That's your normal play. You kind of expect someone to be there at this point, but Meepy's actually going to make a readjustment. It looks like he's going to push closer up to the wall itself and potentially try to play into a different position. We still have CCTV control under the ownership of Team Secret right now as well. So Empire need to once again focus on clearing that out or risk being culled in the way they were in earlier rounds when they attempted to push in a one-dimensional fashion without first having taken care of the position of the players hiding out inside of CCTV.
Well, very smart rotation by Meepy over from half wall, because immediately after that, Joystick rotates underneath and tries to find him with some spray. But definitely not going to come up with much. 1 E, 1 D remaining after the one that was just used. Still seems like the main focus is going to be CCTV. Quick shots to the wall, but Dan's not going to make any contact. Does see the long angle that leads over inside of offices. That's been established by a lot of teams in the past. Quick shots, though, as he's trying on the tailcoats of Limbs, but doesn't down him. He does quite a bit of damage. Leon, though, will actually be downed, and he hasn't been claimed just yet. I don't know if Dan knows that he's down. He could possibly hear the shuffling, but Scyther, in the process of all of that, has been killed. So that last E1D is going to be meaningless. Quick shots, though, from Shepard as he actually hasn't downed Feral. Feral's still alive. He knows he's behind Horseshoe as well. Dan from Break Room might look away at the wrong time, but no, it's going to be Feral trying to play out his life. Alems is still in behind half wall as well. Quickly peeks the hallway. Leon goes down. All of a sudden, this is a very close contention.
30 seconds left for it, though, so Empire is still at the disadvantage here. Shepard going to try to make that same run in on his own. A little bit slower to it, though. Karzeka will strike somewhere else on the map, being able to take out Meepy. Dan finds his own second now as he's able to knock out Alems. You're down to Falkers way below, but he's got a lot of destruction done. He can see right up on top there. He finds a pick. Feral's also going to be able to get one, and just like that, we are even. Diffuser has gone down onto the ground, however, so now the pressure shifts over to Secret as they need to retake this, and they don't have a lot of time to do it.
Karzeka shifting underneath with that skeleton key to be able to establish a line of sight onto the diffuser. They do have a really good retake here as they have all of the map presence they can possibly need, but they recognize out that someone's down low. Feral actually going to trade out Falkers. It's all of a sudden a 1v1. He knows Shepard is more than likely on rappel. He's going to challenge, but he's got to worry about these air jabs. I don't know if there's one upstairs. Quick nitro cells. He thinks he's sitting low, but he's actually sitting high. He hears him rappel back, and he's just going to wait. Shepard from all the way on the roof takes round 6 for Team Empire.
Safe, stable play from Shepard, exactly what Empire needed here, and that will close out their attacking half with an advantage still under their control here. Unfortunately, Team Secret not able to forge it back so much just yet, and with that, Empire sits again only 3 rounds away from closing out this series.
This is where things get interesting, Blue. We've seen Team Secret play this map before with a hard breacher down, and at the time 2 hard breachers down. A lot of utility dedicated towards armory lockers and likes of Monty, as well as a handful of others by his side. Right now it doesn't seem like they're going to be going with that big aggressive lineup, but they do have the hard destruction they need and Nomad in order to shut down those rotations that we saw Joystick in order to create quite a few angles, or excuse me, quite a few free kills, quite a few people, as you just saw right there. But overall, Team Empire looking extremely dominant on border.
Big shout out to our production team, these great replays as well, giving us a full vision of all these kills that are sometimes a little bit harder to track down in Siege there, as we got to see exactly how one of those final trades played out. So big ups to them for helping us out, bring those features to the table here. Now on to our next round, however, we will continue to move on and see if Empire can solidify this map with a defense, or if Team Secret stills that fight lift and they come so close on so many rounds. But that's often been the story throughout this series. They can trade out kills, they can bring it close, but if we look back at Bank, the problem is starting to surface here on border as well, and that they cannot close out a lot of these closer situations, and that may be their ultimate pitfall if they don't start to correct it quickly here at the beginning of the second half.
Well, again, we've talked about quite often how these early gunfights have really spelt what's going to happen during the round, and that continues. Team Empire, for the most part of the offensive half, were able to get those initial kills. Sometimes it was messed up by the likes of Leon, who was literally throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Empire, and they were not able to battle back. And EMP will get rid of one of those pests by the likes of Shepard, so Secret now going to be able to get some information inside of CCTV. Again, I'm not going to say it all again, but CCTV, an extremely important room, and that is more than likely going to be the main focal point for Team Secret. If you get CCTV, you can control a lot of the upstairs and really shut down any rotate Team Empire wants to try and perform.
So Secret start things out relatively quiet. The first minute of the round is almost completely gone by, and besides opening up a few doors and maybe pushing in towards the east stairwell, we don't have a whole lot of control gained just yet from Secret, but that's part of the course. That's kind of what we expect in these matches. Lems may have a read onto what's around the corner from him there, but without a peek, I don't think he's going to be able to confirm the kill. Could be wrong on that. The angle's a bit tricky on the upside down rappel. Dan is sitting over here in the offices waiting for that push. Well, here's the drone. He's going to be able to pretty much like telepathically spot where it's at as he takes it down there. That elimination here. Dan, once again, trying to take an angle. They know they're going to have a fight for it here if they try to walk in. So there we go, but no, they go right into Dan. It's even simpler now, but Leon also makes the run down the hallway to trade on it. Dan, we're going crazy here. Leon finds his own personal second, and then a third, too, on top of that. Leon, what are you doing, my man? Scyther now going to try to bring this back against him along with Joystick, but a massive advantage is gained from Secret early on, and Alems is going to be able to push it even further. Everything on Scyther now, but he also falls to Alems. 2 multi-frags from 2 separate players on Team Secret. The full house of frags as they pick up yet another round.
Incredible round by Team Secret, and they're going to keep it rolling. You saw the hand signs by Helby. He just wants it to keep going, keep that aggression up. Say the only issue that they had right there was dealing with Dan inside of offices. It was an immediate trade though. And Leon, of all people, oh my dear Leon, you are performing in spades. It's been truly incredible to watch these two teams battle back and forth, but we still have quite a bit of a road to go. Empire did a great job of holding down CCTV as well. Nobody wanted to peek Dan on that long angle. Again, peeking into somebody that you don't have information on those longer angles, very difficult thing to achieve. Obviously, you can pre-fire, but it's still just a hope, wish, and a prayer that you actually hit the target that you're hoping for. Rest of Secret, though, fantastic to fight out of exactly everything Empire was throwing at them. That amount of pressure that they tried to exert on 90 was truly something to be seen, but immediately Leon finding 3, and Emil's to follow it up.
4-3 now. Team Empire only 1 more round away from tying it against them. Secret, a strong foothold put up by their 2 attackers that multi-fragged in the previous round. Now we need to see them continue to build it. Very, very close affair. It's been a quiet game from Meepy, of course, but that's made up for by a lot of the other players. Lems, of course, getting 2/3 of his kills just in the last round alone. Leon, though, still the story here for Team Secret when we talk about fragging potential. And to no surprise, on the other side of the coin, when we look at Empire, it's Joystick and Dan once again in front, as has been par of the course this entire match.
I will say this, though, for Team Secret. Leon's only really been finding rounds few and far between where he's popping off. He's had 2 triple kills throughout this, and that makes up for 6 of his kills. He's only had 1 kill other than that throughout all of the rounds, and we're currently on round 8. So consistency-wise, not really there, but he's coming up really, really big in these moments that they need him.
And at the moment, it's seeming to be enough to keep them in the match. There's a great example of what you were just talking about right there, where this time Leon goes down immediately to Dan with, as far as I can tell, 0 response onto Dan himself. No damage done to anyone from Empire.
The biggest news, though, Blue, is that's all 3 EE1Ds. All of them. They never used a single one. That's a quick tap from Dan. You saw the pre-fire come out from Leon, but as we have the replay, Pharaoh falls as well to the hands of Dan, I believe. Joystick rotates in. Bonkers falls, and Team Empire battling for the CCTV control. I've been doing such a good job. Meepy as well as Alems, the only 2 remaining Team Secret members, tries to get the angle for IQ, but Dan is currently dancing with fate right now. Could possibly eat one of these bullets, but it goes both ways. It's a 2-way street. Team Empire are going to continue to battle for this map control. They don't want to give Team Secret a single chance to try and fight back into this.
Trying to take that duel once again. So far, this has been a flawless round here from Empire here. Again, another masterclass in how they're just able to shut down teams with their aggression towards these areas like CCTV. And as you can see, you're kind of doubling down on CCTV with Shepard's window hold as well. Such a crucial area of the map. Karzeka now going to be able to find Alems, and it leaves only 1 still standing here. Meepy, who unfortunately has failed to impact just as much as of yet, trying to work something on a pistol. Nitro Cell gets tossed out. It is denied as Meepy is able to get the kill, but unfortunately for him, Scyther makes the run out onto the balcony seconds later to take him down and secure another round for Empire, and what a solid round it was.
Scyther finally able to find his first 2 kills, and why not make it in round 8? He's actually been pretty influential overall with his utility usage, but now just showing up on the fragging end of things. Finding that last kill, just twisting in the wind. Clap those noisemakers, folks. We still got a little bit of ways to go here, and if you're a Team Secret fan, they could definitely use some of that energy right now.
Ventilation Workshop is going to be our next site as we take a quick look at the replays from the previous round here. And Empire shifting closer and closer to victory at 5-3 right now. They're only 2 more rounds away from shutting out the series and putting themselves into yet another final. Self4 able to pick up that last kill just before the round ended, but was taken out seconds later. So into the next round we go. Hello there. That's a Finka pin. Big Finka fan.
Big
Number 1
guy.
apparently. Yeah.
Big Finka guy. He's the only one in the world. That's it. It's just him.
Oh, I don't know. She can be a little bit more useful and ranked, I suppose.
We've literally seen Finka less than a handful of times this entire tournament.
Oh, that's pro play, all right? Listen, those are 2 completely different beasts as far as I'm concerned.
Listen here, sir. I'm a diamond inside of my ranked games.
I'm a ranked aficionado, you could say.
Yeah, well, completely different play, obviously, inside of competitive, as we're seeing right now. Some amazing setups from Team Secret. Only played aggressive when they absolutely need to. That long angle from Dan has been so dominant. The last time we saw, it got shut down by Leon, but that prior round, he was able to make practically gold out of every single gunfight that he was gifted from that angle. Did not give Team Secret any of that CCTV control that is so important to that top site, but he's still upstairs take here for Team Secret, as they are going to need that vertical pressure to be able to handle ventilations and workshop.
So, buck rests with Team Secret right now to make the necessary impact in order to take out Team Empire here. It's all falling to their early round once again, as we constantly see Empire strike right then and there. First, the E1D scan going to be working its way into the map now. Not much detection, unfortunately, this time, so Secret won't be able to gather a whole lot of intel off of that, but still 2 more to be used here. So you saw the recent changes to line up his count of E1Ds from 2 to 3.
We are currently 4 people upstairs, 1 down. Shepard is the only man on site. If he dies, no matter how many angles you have upstairs, this could be a plant, but he's got plenty of rotations since he has one for bathroom. I believe he's got a castle barricade on that as well, as Pharaoh will be blowing that open. We could see an impact possibly from Shepard if he does still have one on hand, as he actually doesn't. So he's just going to be playing inside of the bathroom. Dan does have the top angle in case any presence does come in, but they are going to drone him out. More than likely now recognizing out that Shepard is indeed the only person on site. They've established a lot of long angles, but Shepard's gonna win it anyways, and he does it again! Meepy falls! Team Empire trying to push this all the way! Pharaoh gets aggressive through bathroom, shuts down Shepard. They do have that map control now that they need, but they don't have the diffuser, and Dan's already rotated back. Another EE1D rings out. Team Secret still down man advantage. Leon will fall as Scyther will put him to his grave. Limbs and Pharaoh, the last 2 alive for Team Secret. Holding angles, waiting for these rotations from Team Empire. They need to try and bring this back to man count. They're getting 1 step closer. Still don't have the diffuser though, as the angles are still held up. It's at the bottom of customs. As you can see, they are picking it up right now. Pharaoh actually gonna get a hot mark from a drone inside of Square, but there's no way for Dan to get inside without ripping down the door. So they've actually more or less messed themselves up with these castle barricades. They have to go through the full animation of ripping it down. The only way they kill this man is from an angle upstairs, or if they drop the hatch. Limbs is going to stick the plant now. Scyther finds him. It's not going to be all left up to Limbs. He's by himself. He has a diffuser, but only 35 seconds and 3 people to find. They're going to try and rotate somebody back inside of sight now to try and handle that situation. A quick drop. Scyther's more than likely going to find him. And that's a Limbs. Team Empire, excuse me. Map, match, everything point to get to Sunday, Championship Sunday, tomorrow.
And that's the hallmark point we want to leave this on now as we get ready to go into what could be the final round. Empire, man, when they start out the round with control, it's very unlikely they're going to lose that as it shifts later on into the round. Secret absolutely have to find these early picks, or at a minimum, utilize utility correctly enough to force Empire into the site. Unfortunately, with the 2-dimensional, or with the 3-dimensional play, you often need to see a team like Empire deploy to win on these sites. That's a very difficult thing to kill, so you have to fall back on kills themselves in order to make your impact noted on a map like this. We do have a pause coming in. I believe it would be from the Team Secret side of things at this point, as they absolutely have to figure out a way to get some better control on these opening few minutes of the attacking rounds.
As of right now, the feel from Team Secret is that their focus isn't centralized. They're focused on multiple areas of the map at the same time, whereas we'll see Team Empire isolate out rooms continuously until they have the map pressure that they want. Team Secret really hasn't been able to accomplish that same thing. They've been rotating a lot of people downstairs as well as up at the exact same time, and it's been getting them punished because they don't have those proper trades to be able to swap out with Empire, and that's put Empire in the lead quite a few times. They even recognized out that Shepard was the only person on site, but Shepard was still able to find 2 kills when there should have been no way in hell that he could possibly achieve that, especially getting EE1D'd where he can't move unless he wants to get marked, but in those gunfights where you want to swing, he obviously took that. It doesn't obviously do damage, as that would be completely broken when you move. It's just quite a bit of intelligence for a little amount of time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, this could be it. Empire sits on the precipice of greatness once again. Only 1 more round round needed to push them into the grand final. Secret want to stop that, though. This is a team with such a great story over the past few months. They're very unfortunate. Removal from Pro League after they were unfortunately dropped out of it due to a lack of performance. They brought it back to immediately reconvince their fans of their success when they won the Vegas Minor. That brought them here to Raleigh at this event, and now they've made it all the way to the semifinals, facing off against one of the strongest teams in Siege currently. It may be proving a little bit too much for them to go up against, but if they can leverage these next 3 rounds and send us to overtime, they will still have a chance to send themselves onto the grand final. If not, it'll be the Russian Machines doing it once again, as that potential rematch will continue to look more and more likely, with G2 and Forze fighting in the next match.
For this round, once again, Secret just needs to pick and choose exactly what they want on this map. It's not a smorgasbord. You just want to go for the areas that are important, and you want to isolate that out with your entire team. Quick note, though, with a win, Empire would advance to their 3rd consecutive grand final, a first by any team other than G2. What do you know? G2 does a lot of things. Kind of crazy. Team Secret, though, seems to be focusing their sights on Office, trying to get rid of Dan, as he's been playing there quite often. They do have radio window open, but we also have Feral sitting on like the 90 point of the southwest balcony. First E1D comes through. Leon's just hopping into sight right now, or at least upstairs, excuse me. So we are on the downstairs site. Joystick going to recognize that out. Dan's still inside of Offices, as they do have a chance to isolate this. Lane down, though. Joystick knows it. Pre-fires. Leon falls, and 2 EE1Ds still in the pocket as well. That's a huge pick. Feral to try and battle back. Gonna take quite a bit of damage. And he's got Diffuser. Feral's planting right now. They need to try and get to sight. They have to help him. Feral gets shut down by Scyther. That's Diffuser down on the floor. Empire has everything they need to try and pick up this round. Another shot by Joystick. Limbs and Fonker's the only 2 remaining. Fonker's trying to battle back. Shepard puts it down to 1. It's all left up to Fonker's. He has a Diffuser. He's inside of stock, but they have every angle they possibly need and all the information in the world to try and battle back. He's actually rotating all the way upstairs. Does Joystick know he's near? No. Fonker shuts him down. Still needs to find 2 more kills. That would be a quad on the site. Excuse me, on this round for Fonkers, if he was able to do it. Dan going to dock himself up as well. As he does drop. Fonkers the only one inside of small office. Nobody home currently. A pre-fire comes out, but he's not going to meet Dan. Shepard still playing inside of work office as well, or excuse me, workshop. So let's rotate at the bottom of metal. Has a quick shot, and it's Shepard as Empire go to the best of 5 on Sunday.
And make it once again to yet another grand final. Team Empire, the Russian Machines, they are unstoppable as they push onward into a grand final. Once again, a great fight put up by Team Secret, but it is not enough at the end of the day. They fall in the semifinals. A great achievement for themselves, but not enough to make it to our best of 5, as once again, Team Empire claims that honor to be our first grand finalist here at the 6th Major Raleigh.
An impressive match nonetheless. Ladies and gents, I know a lot of you were rooting for Team Secret, but please, please give a round of applause for these 2 fantastic teams that are making your Saturday so damn entertaining.
Absolutely the case. An amazing game of adjustments, too, between these 2 teams, Empire and Secret, constantly playing a game of wits with each other, and it made for an incredibly entertaining match due to that very fast, very aggressive style that we often see those teams deploying into these rounds. Empire, though, has become the masters of it over the last year now, and we see exactly why by those last rounds. Absolutely shutting down every attempt from Secret to work their way into the building, even the attempt to ninja plant on the inside of the site, which unfortunately sent Secret's boat down the river a little bit too early for themselves. They were unable to recover it, unable to leverage back that final 1v3, and Empire, it was easy just shutting it down from that point forward.
Again, it was those early gunfights that just punished Team Secret a lot. They were losing that early pressure that they were looking for, especially on border. We could not see them get a foothold that they wanted on the offense, and it just seemed to all fall apart.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go back down to Golden Boy, though, with an interview with our winner.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Guys, give it up one more time for both of these teams. What a semifinal that was. I talked to you yesterday, my friend, and I asked you, I said, you know, what was something that you wanted to work on, and did you feel good about that win? It was a tough win against FaZe, and you said, no, we want to get back, we want to get better. What did you guys do to fuel yourself, to get ready for surely what was an incredible matchup today?
Yeah, so after a match versus the FaZe clan, we realized that we came into this matchup with a mentality that we must win this match. But we just chilled out, and before the match versus Team Secret, we just decided that we need to come into this match and enjoy playing the game. So we haven't put the task that we must win this match. We just wanted to enjoy the game, and yeah, that's it.
Well, it's always a plus, man. Always a plus when you go out there and you have a good time. And it seemed like you guys certainly having a good time, especially in map 1. But then map 2, you go to Coastline, and things started to get a little out of hand for you guys. What happened in that game? What did Secret do that just really rattled you guys and didn't allow you to get your footing and get back into that match?
I guess when they lost the first map, they realized that they need to do something new. They need to take risky fights, risky gunfights. So they peaked everything. They beat us in every gunfight. So that's actually it. Coastline is more like the firepower map. So if you are not winning gunfights, you're not winning the map. So.
Fair enough. They were able to rally back and take that win. But then, we move on to map 3. Huge opportunity for you guys now. You're going to be moving on to the grand finals. And most importantly, you're awaiting the winner of our upcoming game, which is going to be Forze versus G2 Esports. Now, we know that you're familiar with this G2 team, but I want to ask you a question. Would you rather go up against your countrymen and have something that we haven't really been treated to in a Russia v. Russia final? Or would you rather take out what many consider to be the best team in the world?
Would have been nice to see 2 Russian people in an A major, but we want to beat G2, so we hope G2 will win this.
Hey man, spoken like a champion. Krzyzewski, thank you so much for your time, my friend. Thank you once again. Guys, give it up for Team Empire. They're moving on to the grand finals, and they're going to await the winner of Forze and G2. Let's send it back over to the studio to break it all down.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. And here we are, Team Empire in the grand finals. If you would have told me about this a few 3-4 months ago, I would have said that makes quite a bit of sense.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this is what we all really expected at the end of the day. But it's all up to G2 to go ahead and make it there. Empire, they did their job.
Were you expecting that, Valley?
I wanted certain teams to make it far. I love the upset stories, but let's be real. Empire, G2, those are top dogs, man.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. You look at this, Alex, what happened to Secret at the end?
I mean, just the interview, man. They just made it into the finals, and they're already acting like champs, so it couldn't have been easy to play that match. If we look at Border, the positioning, the refracking, they were being choked. And the mental aspect of being that close consistently over and over again, Secret has had a rough time with a lot of failure and coming back from it time and time again.
Yeah.
So being in the same position, it's got to be heartbreaking.
What side really was the dominant one from Empire, not just from scoreline, but specifically from strategy value?
I'm going to say defense and strategy. They dominated. So at first I said, okay, Team Secret might have a chance because of their roam presence, how they attack it, how they defend with it. Nah, man, it was all that man Dan. Dan on Dock was dominant. When he was over in offices through the soft destruction, he was able to see all the way out in the CCTV, and he had a little long-distance relationship with Mozzie and Jaeger that were bunked up in there, and he had their back every single time, getting 2 Ks, helping out his team win rounds. And that's important because when you take a look at the facts, like map number 2, it was Secret that struck first, but Empire always strikes back.
The crazy thing about the Border play.
Can I get a clap for that?
It was supposed to be subtle. It was supposed to be subtle.
I love that. No, keep going. Alex.
Way to slay it. One of the amazing things with the position Dan was playing in office, looking out to the balcony, is it was the exact same as last time.
Yeah.
We say this every time. But Secret actually tried to counter it. They tried to see if they could crouch their way in.
Yeah.
And they almost did. But the way that wall is broken leaves in just enough space that he can see anyone that tries to sneak in. So whether that's intentional and a 500 million IQ play or just sheer luck, Dan gets a double kill again.
Yes.
You just cannot push past that guy.
Now, Secret in the beginning really tried to go for the aggression to keep Empire on their toes, as they kind of figured out after map 2. That didn't work out. What was the homework that Empire were able to do in between these 2 maps?
It was just Empire just slapping them on the butts every single time, man. It was a whooping for sure. Especially when Dan got that 2K, there was 3 people that lined up the same exact way to challenge that gunfight. Why are you doing that? That's the definition of insanity. You do not want to do that. But still, hats off to the team as a whole, because at first, Shepard and Scyther, they were struggling statistically. But then when you take a look at their down low setup over an armory, the way they jumped out of bathroom and was able to take Lion off the board along with Thatcher, that was important. They played such a huge role. I love this squad.
That took up to one of the last rounds for Scyther to actually even get a kill.
Yeah.
So
Everybody else was taking it.
half of Border was played 4v5.
Is it that bad?
That's insane. I mean, sure, you have the utility, you have extra people in cams. It's not like, you know, not getting frags makes you useless in a match at all. But when we're playing at this level, you normally see a little bit more even split. You might have a guy with 10, one with 15 kills, but everyone else has, you know, at least a couple.
Yep.
It matters a lot if there's a guy who doesn't win any gunfights for so long.
And you got to capitalize when you bring operators like Lion, man. Lion can't be dead when you still have over a minute left in the game. If you're going to bring out those type of strategies, and it'll be a little toxic towards towards Empire, you're going to have to make it count. They didn't execute, man. But still, hell of a game from Secret.
Yeah, they really played their minds in the game specifically. I mean, Secret definitely want to make it to a grand final. The last time we saw them at the grand final outside of Premiership in the UK, which have actually been to 3 times now, all 3 seasons.
Yes.
Once won, once lost against Na'Vi in both sides. Well, they haven't really been able to make it all the way that far into a major, not a Pro League final. And, well, the only one that they were in that they won is, well, Valencia and the Allied Minor only a couple months ago. So
right,
there's a lot for them to prove, but in my opinion, Secret has proven themselves as a team that you cannot just throw away.
And you know what? We keep calling them a CO team, and we know by heart Team Secret is one of the most serious teams in all of Europe. So, you know what? They're working their way back up. They had to do a little rebuilding. You know, when you bring in 2 players, it's a lot to build up from. It's not instant success. We don't see that often. Ask G2 about it in Pro League Season 10. So now they're here. I'm telling you, man, when relegations hit and they have to work their way into Pro League, they're going to be back, baby.
Forze and Secret are definitely going to be 2 teams to look out for. Let's look at the MVP of this matchup. We'll put it up on the screen for you here at home, and that is Dan. Alex.
I mean, Border game and 1 position set, almost all of it, right?
Yes.
The fact that you can play the same spot you played just a day earlier and change nothing and still be almost impossible to squeeze out of there. That shows a lot about Dan's ability, and I mean to some extent all of Empire and how they have more experience losing the setups that they play than anyone has beating them. They've practiced them a million times every scenario.
Look, we used to talk about this. How do you deal with Joystick? But how do you deal with Dan now?
You turn off his computer.
There's 5 people you got to deal with, and even if you were to get Dan, well, there's quite a lot of other people to go looking for, right?
Yes.
Utility uses against Empire and being aggressive enough to challenge and do these refragging is where it really comes down. You can't back out. You need to get the one-up on them. If you allow them to refrag you, well, you're gonna have to take a break at some point to try and resettle and figure out where you're gonna attack from, do a rotate or something. It never works. Anyone that's ever done really good with them have these continuous lined up trades, right? That seems to be the only way you get them down.
Was that a system that was also employed on Bank and Coastline, or is it just specific to Border?
No, it's their entire playstyle. Every map, I think it's the mindset of how they think and visualize the game.
Yeah.
How do you even deal with that? Now, let's say you're looking at this from Grand Finals perspective, Valley. Forze G2, no matter who makes it to the Grand Final, what are they going to be worried about the most when it comes to facing off against Empire?
See, that's the problem. When you go against teams like this, you can't be worried about anything. You can't be always trying to adapt. The one thing that makes Dan so damn good is the fact about he has different play styles that he's always going to throw at you. He's going to be in your face with Ash, but then on defense, he's going to be the most passive player on the map. So they're going to consistently have their own pace and their own play style in the game. It's all about you to bring your own style to the match. And I feel like that's what they should focus on.
I think Rare have been the teams that have been able to dictate the pace against Empire. What's the solution for it? I know there might just be like that magical formula to find, but I don't think anybody's been able to find it other than G2.
I mean, so far the formula is to play them in a best of 5 and run down their map pool and make them fire. Because
fair enough.
They might be the most emotionally cold team when it comes to whether they win or lose. There is nothing. But that doesn't mean that if you play them 22 rounds on Coastline, that they're going to have the same energy going into the next map and the next map.
Yeah.
So experience and the ability to stay, fully focused through that, split out your tactical pauses the right way, is going to have a big impact.
And a reminder to everybody watching at home that the grand final tomorrow is a best-of-5 series with unlimited overtime on every single map. So that's going to be a really fun time, at least for us just sitting here.
God bless.
6-hour game.
G2 and Empire once again.
It's very possible. I mean, who would have expected it, right? The toughest call ever to be made, gentlemen.
Yes.
So that's basically the idea. What if, in an alternative timeline, Forze makes it to the final?
I want them to make it. I love G2. I feel like wholeheartedly, like my brain is saying G2 is going to make it. But if Forze makes it there, it's just going to be so exciting because you're taking a look at these two up-and-coming teams that, they rose from the ashes, beat out everybody's expectations, like Corn Pop, shout out to the other casters. And, they're making themselves known. I love underdog stories. Nothing's better than that, and you're getting that right here.
And we've been making history with the double Russian final.
Yes.
We made history when we went to Rio for the finals of the first German team ever. And
I mean, damn it, everything Siege is history.
That's true. And you are part of it, Alex.
Aww.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for all that info. Veli, I can't wait for you to change your Twitter handle to EU is. Everybody watching at home, make sure that you go and check him out on Twitter. I want to make sure this man is dealt with. Alice in Wonderland. Alex in Wonderland.
You can call me whatever you want.
On Saturdays. Yeah, I see that. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's head over to Party Town. I know, the biggest raver in the world. It's Mr. California himself. Mr. Devin Emzo Becker, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, obviously, that's the last of NA out, so a little bit disappointed in that with Helby, our last representative of NA. But
Look, wait a moment. I know people are kind of starving to find NA anywhere, but Helby is French-Canadian. I don't think he's a coach.
That's true. I won't slander them here, but I do want to focus on Empire, though, because they did have a very good match. A little bit of struggle in the middle there, as we saw from them yesterday as well. But we tend to focus a lot on their attacks and how predictable they are. So I wanted to take some time to really break down how unpredictable their defenses could be, but mostly how they played into what the expectations were from Team Secret. And then I'll start it here on Bank. So in this play here, you have 3 people all pushing to try and make a play here onto this spot where Dan's playing. They all go for it, and the grenade comes out right onto this spot here. Dan knows it. You know what? The usual play is to run away, but what does he do? He fights it. He takes down almost 2, dies to do it, but you know what? That's enough damage to get things started, but the best part is yet to come. In this part here, you have Joystick playing behind the server. First thing he does is he takes down one of the drones that was playing exactly over here. What do? They try and drone him again to find out exactly where he's at. Alem's playing the drone here. So what does he do? Shoots that drone. He knows now they are convinced he is playing behind that server. What does he do? He moves on over to this spot. Has a perfect vision right there, a nice 90-degree angle. They're all expecting him. Not only are they expecting him, but you check this out. Fonkers throws the gridlock tracks all over here thinking we've got him trapped now right on this spot. And that's exactly where he's not playing. So they're thinking all he can do is come out from behind here. Nope. He plays exactly into their mentality, and he gets this perfect 3 plays from it, even a drop on that, just completely playing the expectations. The next one, of course, was a big highlight play that we saw, a very, very good one. We go to this defuse attempt here. Now,
yeah, the 3 billion IQ play.
This is almost an impossible situation for him, not just because there's control from above, but this wall here is on both floors. Thankfully, not a structural wall, because what do you see Scyther do? He's got a shotgun, this super shorty right here, 2 bullets left in it. You can see him shoot out the wall. You can see even the little debris here as he does so, and starts defusing. And you can see the panic here from poor Leon. As he realizes it, there's a second where he goes, oh no, I can't do anything about this. Even goes for a grenade throw right now.
He's so excited, he's literally losing his voice at this point.
It's killing me. This play was genius. He gets there just in time to not have any time. And lastly, just a quick one, Shepard's play here against the line. Shepard is droned out. He's trapped in the bathroom. Everything is working against him. No one else on his floor. No one here to support. What does he do? Gets lined. You can see the line go off right here. Says, you know what? I'm making a play. And he gets a 2K from here, giving enough time for his teammates to get back and support him. Dan, of course, dropping down. But those plays against expectations are why Empire was able to pull out enough defense rounds to win today.
Thank you so much. I hope you go and rest your voice for a moment there,
Nope,
buddy.
time to cast next.
Oh my God. You see the dedication that we have here at Rainbow Six at every single major. Devin, thank you so much. Can't wait to see you over on the opposite end of this desk. And we'll see you in just a bit. It's G2 versus Forze.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Raleigh Major 2019. We already have one team that has punched their ticket to the grand final, and that is going to be Team Empire, and they are going to await the winner of our upcoming matchup. And we have two teams that have so much on the line here. For one, it's a Cinderella story unlike any other that we've seen here. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Forze.
We didn't think that we can get that insane run to play in the semifinals from a team that was tier 3, didn't play anywhere, just qualified to Shell, and now we are here in semifinals waiting for G2. When you wake up at 8 a.m., you are very sleepy, you want to sleep, and when you are going on a stage, you get a lot of energy from people, and you are ready to kill everyone. If we win G2, we will easily get the first place.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Forze! And their opponents, they are dominance personified in Siege. And I don't think that there's anything more that can be said about G2 Esports.
Out of the 4 teams that are in the semifinals, the hardest team to beat is us. We don't have any special plans for the semifinal or the grand final. I think that we're going to face 2 Russian teams. That's my prediction of the other semifinal, and well, we're going to kill the Russians in our game. So, I don't know, I don't think anyone can take us on a best of 5, so I wish Empire good luck in the final.
Put your hands together for G2 Esports! An opportunity at greatness lies in front of both of these teams. Who is going to cement their name in history? Is it going to be Forze, perhaps? What do you say, crowd? We got a lot of Forze fans here. What about G2 Esports? Oh boy, this is going to be a good one. I can't wait. It's now time to start our second semifinal of the day. Let's send it over to the studio to break it all down.
Thank you so much, Golden Boys. So we are back on the desk. Finj, your host here on the analyst desk, and I have two beautiful gentlemen. It's Veli and Rams. Rams, how are you doing here?
It's good to be back, and we have such an exciting matchup today, G2 versus Forze, but there's one thing that we have to clear up. Veli.
What's good?
I got a bone to pick with you.
Don't say nothing wild, man. I'll body you again.
I need an apology for what you did to me during the show match.
Whoa.
No, let me say it.
What did he do? Why did he do it?
You didn't see the 180 with the clash?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry that, Mr. Gold right here had to dominate you in front of tens of thousands of people.
Chocolate Thunder over here.
Chocolate Thunder had to put in that work, man. So you know what? Maybe next time, Rams.
I'm never carrying you in ranked ever.
I mean, at the end of the day, Milo, she's an Xbox player. What do we expect?
Woo! Never carrying you in ranked ever again.
Well, he's the one that was the next pro, so.
True.
We were meeting you almost 2 years ago in Sao Paulo. That was a while ago, right?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Time has changed, doesn't it?
Bloodbath was still around.
R.I.P.
Yeah, that was true.
Yeah.
Was. Veli.
Yes, what's up?
How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. This is another great matchup. One more to go before the finals, and we get to see everyone's favorite team, G2 and Pengu.
Fair enough. Pengu, their IGL, as I've heard.
Yes. No, this is actually going to be a barn burner because now you're looking at the giants of Rainbow Six Siege. If you're a new viewer to the game, this is it. This is a team you want to watch. They're the Patriots of this entire game. But Forze, on the other hand, they're the underdogs, man. No one really knew about them if you're living outside of Europe or if you're a new viewer to the game. Now that we see them going against, the colossal giants of the scene, this is it. We're going to see what they're made of.
See, I live outside the U.S. and have no clue what the Patriots are, so thank you very much for that. I have to educate myself at the end of this. Rams, you're looking at it. G2, they bring everything in terms of pedigree. Let's talk about the big boys first before diving into Forze, their history, and what they need to do. Please, elaborate on G2.
First of all, G2 just looks so strong. Uno coming into the team and just absolutely bringing it all together. On top of that, we've seen G2's forethought going into their matches, how cool, calm, and collected they are at all times. Their positioning around the map always seems to be not necessarily in close proximity to each other, but always in the right place at the right time to get refrags, to cover each other. And then, just having the ability to strike in the blink of an eye with such confidence and precision is actually something to be marveled. And to touch on a little bit what you said, Veli, they're definitely the team to watch if you want to learn how to be the best.
And this is it. This is Goga, Fabian, Pengu, Cantorocchetti, and Uno. Everybody has been stepping up as the team. Fabian is actually the worst player on the team when it comes to pure stats at the end of it.
Surprising.
Yes, very surprising. But you're winning through everybody. You're kind of bodying everyone. Your last doesn't really matter, does it? Alex was talking about it right before. As long as you get that W, that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, honestly to say, I'm going to have to kind of give a little counter argument. This is a team that's actually been struggling. So ever since they replaced Jonas with Uno's a dominant player, but the results didn't look that way at first. The man wasn't the reason why G2 was struggling, though. You bring in a player like him, there's a lot of changes that are going to happen, and Jonas was such a vital part of G2's championships, how they were able to win time and time again. So ever since that happened, Pro League Season 10, the struggle has been happening, and to me, honestly, I really haven't seen G2 beat, a dominant team yet. This is a chance.
We'll see what happens in the semis, but Cantorocchetti, our highlight player here from the team, we've been highlighting him ever since the day he joined the squad back in Atlantic City a year and a half ago, and here he is, opening kills, a +6 for him.
Yep.
This is your spearhead for every assault. He runs it well, but Rams, what's the support system for Cantorocchetti in G2 to make sure he shines?
Well, pretty much a lot of players respect Kanto not only as a player, but when he's in the match and they see him coming at him, they can kind of, detect what's happening. They know that he's the main pusher. So what happens is he forces the roamers to move. Fabian moves into position along with the droning coming from Uno and Pengu to help. And Fabian, pretty much what we saw in Villa was he was just locking them down and catching them on their rotates at the perfect moment every time. And that's just, how well their team synergizes together to make sure they're always in the right position.
Well, that's G2, and now their opponents Forze, Shockwave, WTG, Pasha, Kama, and Rask. These 5 here just qualified for Challenger League. I will keep repeating that even if they make it to the grand final. They just qualified to Challenger League under 3 weeks ago. They were not even in it. They only played in the Russian Major League. Team Empire are the winners in that tournament. They are the best team. This is number 2 from Russia. And here they are bodying everybody to make it to the semifinal. Vodafone Giants looked like amateurs against these, and I think one player to highlight is Rask.
It's definitely Rask. When he went against that roster, they were beating them so bad. Rask had the play of the day where he was able to run in an armory, bop an Echo in the head, and get a 3K to help his team secure the round. Rask has been dominant. The guy is disgusting, and he's why I'm scared of Russians. But take a look at the KD. 70 and 49, positive 21. He has been one of the biggest standout players so far this event, but it's not just him. You gotta take a look at Shockwave as well. They're pretty much like a two-headed beast, pretty much. It's a 1-2 punch. I love the way this roster is built.
Yeah, basically, Forze have made it this far, right? But they have to treat every match from this point on, this one and potentially the final if they make it, as if it is the final. They need to play every match with the mentality that we could go home at any moment, and we need to prove that we are better. When it really comes down to it is, can they keep it up? Can they keep this streak going? And how will their nerves hold up, not only playing on the main stage again, but under the pressure of playing against G2? Because we saw what happened when G2 played against TSM, and TSM sort of just didn't, have the fortitude to continue.
Okay, let's compare 2 players here in these 2 teams. And I think there's a specific role that we need to highlight, the more support player, right? And while we see Kama and Goga. Goga right now with 7 plants and disables, well, 7 in total. It's 6 for Kama. Goga is the highest rated player on his team. He literally is the best on G2, and he's the support. Watch out, everybody.
Kama's amazing, and shout out to Stokes, the caster. He said Young is the best support player in the game. Nah, it's gonna be that man Goga, and the fact that his stats are so beautiful in his position. Goga's not supposed to be a standout player like that, and the fact that he is, that's what makes G2 so scary. It's not the players in front. It's the anchors, man. It's the people in the back. It's the back line holding it down.
Exactly. That's why there's a reason why we don't say the best Thermite or the best support, we say the best Goga in the world, because he literally identifies as that. He is a Thermite in real life.
Yes, the way that G2 practice and the way that they play, they lift each other up. No one is really, quote unquote, carrying the team. They all play their roles so well that they just end up getting the frags all around. It doesn't even matter. And then, as long as Goga can plant, and he's gotten flack in the past, we've heard that people thought that he wasn't performing well and all this stuff. And like Fabian so astutely pointed out when he explained it, he's playing the operators that no one wants to play. He's playing the positions that are the most difficult to, actually get him out of, and but he does it very well regardless of his overall stats. He's as we can see, once G2 have perfected their formula, he stands out just as much as everyone else does at the same time.
Well, here's our map ban. So Border Bank will be removed. Coastline picked by G2 to nobody's surprise. Really one of their best maps, and they're one of the best teams, if not the best on this. Clubhouse picked up by Forze, which is pretty darn decent for G2. I don't think there's a single map that doesn't fit well with G2's playstyle. Consulate removed and left with only 2. Cafe Dostoyevsky as a decider, as an all-EU matchup. I don't think it gets better than these 3 maps. These 3 identify European play.
Absolutely. The thing that screams out to me is I don't think that we could have them play on 3 better maps more suited to see how well these 2 teams stack up against each other. Coastline, obviously G2's pick. They're the most successful team to have ever played on that map as consistently as they do. Clubhouse for Forze, makes sense. They sort of have that Empire-esque, aura to them, and then moving all the way down to
Cafe.
all the way down to Cafe. They both have played that map spectacularly throughout the entire tournament.
Final thoughts, gentlemen.
You know what? This isn't a map I want to give predictions on, because I just want to see how good Forza really is at the end of the day, and I'm going to keep it like that.
If Valley's confused and doesn't want to give it, there's...
I respect Forze enough to not go against them, but also G2 is G2.
A lot falls on some of the players of Forze to really continue their streaks, and then we've seen players like Pasha kind of go to sleep after the group stage, and I feel like if all of Forze can wake up at the same time, they will be an absolute force to be reckoned with. But on top of that, they are playing against G2, and G2 just have this sort of aura to them that's, you know, almost unstoppable at times.
They're the best.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for that info. Raleigh, are you awake? It's G2 versus Forze. Let's bring it out. Casters, enjoy.
Thank you very much, Gassan. Thank you, everybody on the desk. Welcome in. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our last semifinal. We have this game in a best of 3. We have a best of 5 to determine a new, possibly, maybe returning and reigning major champion. But here in 2019 in the Summer Major, 2 Russian teams and G2. We have 3 maps here. We're starting off on Coastline.
Yeah, not a best of 5 yet.
Not a best of 5, yes. We're starting off on Coast, and I really like this for G2 as a starting point. Clubhouse and Cafe, though, 2 scary maps that Forze enjoy.
Yeah.
We could see G2 wipe on Coast, and it could be an entire different story in the last.
We saw the way Club went for Empire yesterday, though. There's no guarantees here, and a lot of counter-stratting comes out from people like Shaz and Sua. So you just never know, and that's what I love about the matchups today with these teams, especially. I really respect the way the Russian teams play. They really bring something that was maybe missing a little bit from the scene. A mix of predictability, unpredictability, some dominance in their play, and I think it's really shaking things up a little bit, but they're going to try and shake things up here with the first Hibana ban. And we've seen that a fair amount this tournament, despite the fact that it's not the most crucial operator. It does make Hookah a little more defendable. Capitao as well. Not as much a surprise as that's been pretty big ban most of this week.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are identifying that the changes to Capitao a little while ago, pretty strong. So you're trying to avoid that menace. Valkyrie as well for Intel. We've seen a lot of ambitious play coming out of Forze, and limiting their access to advanced intelligence would probably be a smart call. So.
Yeah, and that happens a lot here on Coastline especially. Yeah. And then Mirror, of course, means we're unlikely to see any Penthouse play, as has been pretty much the standard this whole week.
So that leaves up the availability for Echo and Maestro, 2 incredibly strong defenders. So each team will have their choice as to which one they want to prioritize. And
they're going to be pretty impactful most rounds, I think.
Forze will be starting on the defense. It'll be G2 to start on the attack. And for G2, I think it should be noted here that, they've never lost a major while we've had majors called majors. So the first 6 Invitational, I guess, retroactively got called a major. But for the most part, for the 3 majors that were actually called majors.
Well, it certainly wasn't a minor, so.
Exactly.
I guess there's that. Fabian teasing out the line we highlighted a little bit at the end of yesterday, but he's not going to stick it yet. I have a feeling it may return, though. But Pasha also sneaking to the mute from the Echo. So we're actually not going to get the Echo Maestro combo I was hoping to see right off the bat. But mute, very effective, of course, in being able to deny a little bit, but also the fact that he can deny walls from being opened in any fashion, for the most part, other than Maverick. But with the Hibana ban anyways, that's not totally necessary. I gotta imagine it's gonna battle between Fabian's shock drones and those mute jammers quite a bit.
Honestly, this is a bit of a different look from G2 in terms of attacking operators. We have the IQ for Goga. Obviously, they've lost the Hibana in the ban phase.
Yeah, he's played a fair bit of IQ in the past, but maybe not as much recently.
They lost the Hibana in the ban phase, so there's no real purpose in bringing a Thermite. We have seen a Thermite on Coast earlier on in the group stage.
Like I said before, you're certainly not going to rappel down to the back of that mini bar and hit that wall.
Yeah. But then we join in with a Twitch, Pengu on Buck, Uno on Jackal, and Kanto on Zofia. So we normalize the further we go left from right, but Goga and Fabian right now on operators that you wouldn't always see them on, especially as well Pengu playing a Buck. That's a different one.
We've seen him do a bit when it's a kitchen attack, but maybe he's anticipating kitchen as the first. And it hasn't always worked for him all that well, but hopefully he's been practicing not getting C4'd and things like that from below. But there's not a ton of C4 on the board here for defense, other than, of course, thank you for highlighting that, the Nitro Cell on Pasha. So he's going to be the real one to watch out for if you were to play that way, but it should be more top-down than bottom-up. Or, I'm sorry, for the attack bottom-up, but you get what I mean.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
An east to west push coming out here for G2 as they're clearing over from Penthouse and Theater across the halls and all the way down through VIP. The wall is, of course, reinforced, and there's no Hibana, there's no hard breacher, so that's going to make visibility in towards the back of the billiards bar kind of difficult. You also got an Evil Eye staring down the barrel of everyone trying to turn the corner of 90 and pay their attention towards any possible rotating defenders. Kanto's going to be the first one to try and address this Evil Eye looking down, but you've also got, I think this is WTG on the smoke trying to peek, and yeah, he's going to get stunned and pushed away. The impact comes out from Kanto. So there goes one Evil Eye. You still got one left, most likely behind the pool table, and it is behind the pool table, looking in for the default plant spot. And, you know, midway through the round, we're getting there. Uno is going to start things off on a WTG. So there goes your smoke extremely early on. G2 in a power position early.
That's a great play, especially with only the one C4 available, but it's traded back, and then Pengu taking one. Pasha with two, though. We were talking about him coming awake. He is definitely awake now, but now he's dead.
All of G2 storming the gates, and it's suddenly just Kama left alive on a flank coming through luggage and now into Aquarium. Very late pings from that old Evil Eye, still behind the pool table, being shot from outside the buildings. The plant is going down by Kanto. He's on about 5 HP himself, so Goga dropped the diffuser. Kanto comes in to put it down, and it all works out just the same, and Goga gets the kill. G2 will take a very dominant victory on round number 1. Quite the surprising turn of events there. Is usually it's Forze that are known for going those aggressive plays, but G2 get that opening pick on a WTG, and it was lights out from there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the one thing that will slow you down the most is that smoke and then their lack of C4. There was really nothing to stop a heavy aggressive push at that point, especially with Evil Eyes taking out things like that. Just their lack of ability to counterpunch. Perfectly read by G2. They looked for that opening. They made that opening with kill on WTG and absolutely pushed off of it. We didn't really see what Jackal was tracking either from Uno, but I got to imagine that was also putting their positioning at risk, making it a little bit harder for them to get the way they wanted to. Some great kills, some great plays there on the rappel as well in these highlights.
Really felt like in that round that it was Forze that were overextending themselves, and G2 were taking advantage and just playing off of that. It wasn't necessarily that it was G2's game plan out the rip to absolutely storm into the objective, but you take what's given to you. In that round, it was Forze peaking and G2 slamming and taking map control in pace.
Now, obviously, they may not be able to get away with that every round because we saw, for example, a team like Secret, we've seen them kind of play with different levels of aggression throughout the tournament to see what works and what doesn't. I can imagine that's been a huge boon to other teams looking to see what works and what doesn't so that they can kind of utilize that. And Forze have been known to do a little bit of back and forth. They sometimes will hold back a bit and try and wait for their moments as well. So we could see some aggression from them this round if they catch G2 in equally compromised positions. But as was mentioned on the desk, they are very good at trading out those kills. We saw that last round as well.
So after one round that was very depressing for Forze and very exciting and exhilarating for G2, that's going to force Forze off of their primary bomb site. They like to go hookah first round. That blows up in their faces, so now they rotate downstairs to Blue Bar and Sunrise. A bomb site that has had some weird rounds so far throughout the major.
Yeah.
I don't expect this game to be any less. Kama, though, bringing out the castle, that's one operator that we typically see on a Sunrise and Blue Bar defense that's just been avoided for the majority of this event.
Yeah, definitely not been the most common pick. Something you want to utilize, especially upstairs, to be able to help with the defense. But Kama actually going to be the one playing the desk. Usually you have someone with more of an ACOG or a high fire rate gun that's going to be playing that, but we'll see how that works out for him. Uno, in the meantime, is getting some tracking going on. He's going to catch one downstairs. There could be some downward pressure from Pengu's buck play. That's, of course, going to be very useful once they get control of Hookah, and Pengu is already in doing that. Kanto, in the meantime, on the hunt with Fabian. So they're looking for some roam kills here if they can get them. Because, of course, they're going to want to try and put pressure on the Pengu if they can.
Quite surprising as Kama takes fire up towards Fabian at the top of the theater stairs, and Fabian has no interest in entertaining, just holding the flank for now. And speaking of holding the flank, that's all G2 really have to do. They were afforded top floor control immediately by Forze.
No.
And with that top floor control, here comes Pengu raining hellfire down from above. Fabian will tack on, taking down Kama on the attempted flank. What is this map control from Forze? They look lost and trapped inside of a fishbowl right now inside the objective.
It's just the pressure coming down from G2 absolutely working. Smokes are coming out to try and deny. Kanto says, no, no, no. This is our round again, boys. Plant starting to go down, and the kills come out.
Might just be a flawless round for G2 Esports, the reigning two-time world champions, up 2-0. And boy, does it not even look close right now for Forze. Forze have looked so incredible on this run through the major. The biggest shock value factor, I think, you could put up there in terms of name value for this event.
Yeah.
The teams they've taken down to make it out of their group, which looked incredibly stacked, and a lot of those teams in Group D fell short, but nonetheless, it was Forze rising to the top based off of some incredible play. This seems timid. This seems not like the Forze that we've been seeing for the last week.
We've seen a lot of that where teams come up against the really big heavy hitters and just start to get scared, and that really just makes a huge difference. But also, I think it's just, this is a bit of hazing at this point. These are the veterans going way back, and they're definitely showing like, no. We may not be making every LAN finals, but majors are ours. You guys are new. You made it this far. I hope you enjoyed the ride, because G2 is just taking this spot.
G2 are the gatekeepers of making it to the finals. As, like I said, they've won every major. They've obviously had to go through the semifinals at that point. And there have been a lot of teams to come up against G2 in the semis, and not a lot of those games have looked close either in their major runs. So here at the Raleigh Major, we're looking to see if someone can finally dethrone G2. And Empire took their best shot in Montreal at the 6th Invitational. They'll have another opportunity should G2 prevail victorious. The other thing as well is, like I said, Coastline is a very strong map for G2. The next two maps, very balanced between the both of them, and I would honestly say Clubhouse is probably leaning Forze's way. So this still could go 3 maps, and it's only been 2 rounds. But
absolutely. I mean, we didn't expect the last match to go 3 maps either. That definitely was a really good comeback on each other's maps. So it is interesting to see, though, that now that they've realized the timidity of Forze, they're bringing out the Lion finally as that 6th pick to say, we're just going to lock you down in those spots we've already been just clustering you into. You're not going anywhere at this point. I mean, we'll see if that pays off. Kama, again, will be playing his spot, and they're just looking to find anyone they can get for those early picks, because those are really also been scaring Forze quite a bit.
One of the biggest problems right now for Forze is they can't find a home to work out of. They can't find a pivot point. They've gone to 3 bomb sites in 3 rounds and been unsuccessful in 2 out of those 3 so far. It could be 3 for 3 at the end of this one. As the drone's coming out from Sunrise and Kanto pushing in through Office, so collecting with Uno as they're looking to push in through the kitchen door at the base of the Cool Vibe stairs, and there's no impediment once again. Forze not stalling this out, not playing map control, at least on the west side. They are playing vertical, though. They have 2 up inside of Hall of Fame and Penthouse, and it looks like Pengu is waiting for the peak just outside the VIP double window. Unbeknownst to him, that one has crossed directly his path in front of the window. It was Shockwave the Doc, who rotate back as the E1D detonates and holds him in place inside of the cubby. And for G2 right now, it's about playing the waiting game, because you know Forze are going to have to flank to get that map control away from Kanto and Uno.
I feel like at this point their best hope is WTG or Pasha pulling off a C4 potential there. I'm sorry, not WTG, but Pasha being able to try and pull that off. Unfortunately, not going to happen, and that's not going to stop them. He does have his C4 still, though. That's that. I mean, that's that. You stop Pengu, you stop pressure from above. Suddenly, you can fight this out. But so far, no one has actually managed to run into each other. As I say, that Shockwave not only gets a bit of damage, but eventually falls, and a line to seal the deal.
Like I said, just sit and wait. Goga playing the roof for a minute and a half. I'm sure there's very frustrated words coming out into the communications on the Forze side after that one. But now Uno's ready to collect all the retreating members from Forze. You still have one hard holding inside of Theater. That's Rask, but he's next to go. Kanto files in, and once again, G2 a steamroller right now, walking through everyone with ease. A hot knife through butter is G2 through Forze. Here comes the top pressure once again from Pengu, trying to clear out anyone from behind the main desk. It looked like Kama was already rotating out, and Goga had that on a drone.
Yeah, they're definitely getting good intel. They're just taking a lot of map control. They've even rotated, taking more control from above in Penthouse. So Uno, unfortunately, the one on downstairs, gonna get pinched off, and that forces Kanto to rotate.
Come on, about 20 HP inside of the main lobby. The second smoke being used now from WTG as he launches it towards the service door. 20 seconds now as the execute's gonna come down to the wire here for G2. Kama's still playing in front of the desk, and he's gonna catch Kanto by surprise. WTG knocks down Goga as well, so now Fabian has to charge into the objective, but WTG will slap him away. 1 man remaining, and Pengu cannot hold out. Forze get back on top.
I love how WTG goes from just getting first picked in previous rounds to being the MVP of that round. First off with his smoke, pushing away the attempted entry into delivery, then getting kills on the defuse planter, trying to rush into site, and then just continuing to put pressure on almost solo, doing a fantastic job. I mean, the smoke is always important for delivery, but you have to play it right because they know how you're going to be playing to an extent as well, can completely backfire on you. But overall, fantastic play from them in that round. But it's the first round they found so far.
And immediately after that, they're going to take a tactical timeout. Forze really need to regroup, and they can feel it. They get their kitchen defense victory, but like you said, we're probably not going to see Penthouse Theater without the Mira. Even with the Mira, it's still a bit of a nightmare. You've lost the other 2 sites already, so now you got to kind of find out what your secondary site is. Right. Kitchen's obviously your new home.
What do you do when you win Ollie on your third?
So for Forze here, they need to regroup and find some footing as to where their next profitable objective will be. as we walk through the last few remaining seconds of this tag timeout for Forze. It looks right now like they're going to hookah, but that could change. They only have 3 seconds to do it as soon as the pause, or as soon as the time run pauses, but...
It makes sense, though. They're going to go back to what is their primary. I mean, I was going to say now that they can, but obviously they could before. But just to try and do the rotation again and hopefully improve on what didn't work the previous 2 times. A lot of times, it was that early pick onto WTG that set things up to be able to push onto them without a lot of counter pressure. I got to imagine WTG going to play a little more cautious this time around, but they also have the Echo to be able to provide his yokai drone to provide a little bit of intel support and hope that they don't get pushed on as aggressively as they did in previous rounds, or at least if they have the intel to call that out. Or if anyone dies early, guess what? He's on drone duty.
Well, as you can see back home, Forze have gone back to hookah, and I imagine, yeah, if WTG doesn't go for that heavy swing towards 90 and get his head taken clean off for it, then Forze might be in a better position here against G2 to be able to stall out a little bit longer. And we've had some operator rotations come out from G2 round to round, but they've gone back to this initial setup. Minus Fabian on Twitch, he's now gone to Thatcher, but everything else remaining pretty static, and Goga's not bringing the Lion out anymore.
Definitely usually have Fabian kind of as the flex player of the team, and so he'll usually switch to whatever they feel like they need for it, but it's interesting that they're finally going to bring out a Thatcher. Not sure if they were which site they were predicting, but it is very likely it was going to be hookah, so I gotta imagine that was a part of that call. Interestingly enough, it could also even stun out Kama on his heartbeat sensor in a situation where they might be expecting a C4 from below. A Thatcher EMP could make it very difficult to land that correctly. It's one of those nice side effects that you could benefit from if you know there's a pulse playing underneath.
Well, G2 are going to opt to 5-man spawn at poolside, and then they'll break out into their separate groups. You got a 3-man stack right now out towards Ruins, and then the 2-man stack once again. The members have changed, though. It's now Uno and Fabian that are going to be pushing over towards the VIP side as they wait for the rest of the team to coalesce on the eastern flank of the building and make their way across. Rask, again, the solo man. He's been kind of left on an island for the most part for Forze, and he's going to be playing once again just outside of theater, playing some kill holes in the back of the wall to look for any entry from Hall of Fame from Fabian, but it looks like for right now he's tasked with meandering the rest of the map, just making sure no one is quickly entering in through VIP without his awareness.
It is unfortunate to see some of that aggression that we expect from Rask not coming out because of that timidity. Because Rask is the man to do those jump outs, to make the crazy plays, to go for those joystick style moves, and it's just not happening. Kama in the meantime trying to get an early kill, but that means a C4 wasted now. That's vital utility to stop a potential plant because C4 from below is the main problem and counter to this attack because it's default plant spot generally. Nice C4 throw, and that's another one wasted potentially there unless that was a smoke.
Trying to push up the 90 hallway. It's 2 quick kills for G2. 3 now. Uno, Cantu, and Pangu all jumping in. Gogo with 1. Rask, though, will trade out Fabian. It's down to the 1v4. Spots 1 on Cool Vibes. But Pangu on the flank once again. In G2, they're playing this extremely quick pace, and it's paying off.
So far, the only round we have the defense winning it was because Forze had the time advantage because of WTG being able to hold off the plant and then spending a lot of time rotating up and down on the map. They got so delayed pushing delivery that they were down to a time crunch. But we've been seeing, like I said, so much aggression, pushing in early, taking advantage of any openings that they see, that time hasn't really been a problem most of the time for G2. And I think that's the only thing Forze really have had going for them is when they can play that time a little bit better. But they're starting to run out of defense rounds where they can play stall tactics.
This is a very different looking Forze, and now they've already burnt their tactical timeout. They had to use it after round 3, their first defensive victory, and that's a telling sign that, yeah, they're not in the headspace right now to be competing with G2. It's kind of surviving G2, and they survived on their kitchen defense. The others, this isn't the dominating foot-forward Forze that we saw in the group stage take down Dark Zero, take down FaZe. You know, these were aggressive games, and it seems like Forze right now intimidated by the mountain that's in front of them that is G2 with all their accolades and all their prestige.
Well, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams fall to really unpredictable, aggressive play over the time that we've, especially teams like EG have really struggled with it, things like that. But G2 have never struggled against that. They always shut it down so fast. If they know it's coming, it gets shut down. And that's the thing is, Forze cannot play to their strengths right now. I mean, that's not what Empire was doing when they were playing well against G2. They're not playing that aggressive surprise play. So Forze don't have a lot to fall back on right now, other than maybe Shockwave's experience with Empire to bring to this.
Well, he's going to have to be relaying some of that experience very quickly here, because you're going to have to learn on the fly. You've only got 4 rounds to lose left here on map number 1, and you might be going to Clubhouse much earlier than you previously anticipated.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case where we might not even see a lot of defensive rounds from G2, which would be a bummer. It's always nice to see a little bit of balance of both teams getting to play both sides, but this is far from over, despite the 4 rounds you mentioned. Of course, G2 has to win those, and Forze has had some opportunity to learn on the fly here. Of course, they went up against very different teams earlier, had not gone up against G2 yet, so they didn't really know what they were dealing with outside of watching VODs, and G2 don't always play the same way each time.
No, G2, one of the best teams in the world at constantly giving you a different look than what you're expecting and never being repetitive or predictable.
They are doing a very good job droning. It's not always visible from the first-person view, but there's a lot of drones going around from G2. Now, a lot of people aren't following this up, that information expires, and they've got to take that map control, but they have a lot of good intel to work with on what is clear at the moment. If they can execute off that, it's going to be, again, swift map control from G2, and that's worked out very well. They've, of course, got the Logic Bombs 1 fired off already, and they've got the Jackal track as well. So Roamers, as always, going to have a tough time on this map. The Echo drone trying to stop it. Of course, that's Goga's job to identify where that's at, although Fabian's like, I'll just face check it because it only gets 2 stuns, so.
Frantically searching for that Echo drone now will be Fabian, as Kanto still applies pressure from 90. We've seen this every time they've attacked on the hookah. Very, very heavy 90 presence coming out from G2. It looks like there's a flank coming out from Rask at the theater stairs. Kanto might be running into trouble. He might be running into his immediate grave. Pre-aiming the corner though, Kanto, the revelation and the absolute prediction to rock Rask off the face of the map, and a frag grenade now from Pengu onto Kama. G2 once again, the driver's seat, full control. No more 90 pressure from G2 though, as they're looking to go for a more standard aquarium take.
Definitely everything in their court right now. They really need to take down the Echo if they can. Pengu trying to fight it and taking a bit of damage as well. But this is down to nice angles like that from Shockwave, but Fabian trades it back on WTG.
Fabian's down, Kanto's on about 1 HP, but another one for Goga. It's a clean sweep for G2 in the ending. They had 2 bleeding out on the floor, but in the end it did not matter. And G2 now up 4-1. Commanding presence so far on Coastline.
I got a feel for Forze because once G2 gets around the site, there's no angle they aren't peeking you at the same time. You can't figure out where to fight them from. You saw fights coming from the doorway, coming from the cool vibe stairs, coming from everywhere at that point. What do? You have to have a 360 no-scope moment to be able to survive those.
Wonderful prediction there from Kanto. I don't know, it seems like Forze are getting predictable, or at least the G2 have ripped apart the VODs that were available, and oh man, it has been disappointing to see the different Forze coming out right now. This is not the same Forze that we were enthralled with in the group stage. This is an entirely different team that doesn't look like they can hang right now. We might see a different Forze when they swap sides, when they get on the attack and they can start dictating pace.
Yeah.
For right now, it's G2 all day and all night.
Well, hopefully they can reset between maps either way, because next map's theirs. They should have some advantage there, but it's all about that mentality game. At least Empire are known for their kind of stoic play. They take everything in stride, but we don't really know how cool of a head Forze have when they can't play just the way they want to against another team. And I think map control for me has really been the story of this for G2, because they take it, they hold it, they use it and put pressure on you very quickly. From there becomes their just base of death. And we've seen very few trades back on those fights because they know where you're positioned at that point just before they start to put pressure on you. And that's really good play from G2 in terms of intel, communication, and Forze are just playing off instinct, it seems, at this point. Of course, on defense, you have limited intel, but still, they just don't seem to have enough to know where to fight back from. Although that play on the stairs was good, Kanto just 1 step ahead.
Well, and it's also not a lack of taking intel operators for Forze. They've been rocking the Mozzie, they've been bringing the Echo. I mean, they've had their opportunities to have advanced intel on G2 for where they would be on the map. They're just not using it.
Yeah, they haven't been fluid enough in their play to be able to use that information to lead to any kills. It's more just like, okay, well, don't get killed from there.
Rask is also playing incredibly timid, like to another degree than the rest of the team. Another fun fact brought out by Spencer, Kanto has the highest survival rate of the tournament at 53% and has only died once through the first 5
It does help when you kill everyone you find. That usually helps you survive.
Yeah, Rask almost had the jump on him last round, but escapes on 5 HP.
Yep.
And that's kind of Kanto's little back pocket.
Well, 5 HP anyways. He could pick it back himself back up if he got down back to that 5 HP.
He's a bit of a magician. All of G2 are. That's why they're some of the best players in the entire world. They get themselves out of very, very tricky situations that not all players can. Again, with this top control coming out from G2 and just being surrendered by Forze. No one upstairs and the flanks being held. There's only 2 staircases. This is a pretty easy lockdown and assertion of dominance upstairs for G2.
It's interesting to see the Twitch brought out again, but on a different player. For Uno this time, who's 6 back to it, and Fabian just sticking to the Dokkaebi, which worked decently last time. They've got a lot of gunpowder on their side, that's for sure. In fact, at this point, while they have a lot of utility, every single one of those operators on attack can really gun down the players on Forze, and I think Forze are going to have to take advantage of some long-angle peeks at the right spot to get any kills.
You can hear Kanto firing down after Pengu's done all of his reconstruction upstairs. Uno was holding the cool vibe upstairs, but he'll fall off. So that opens up an area for Forze to take advantage of a possible flank. The only issue, though, is that you've now got Fabian inside of Courtyard. The plant going down from Goga now all of a sudden. The Echo Drone will stall it out in tandem with the Toxic Grenades, but Kanto acquires the kill onto Pasha. So there goes the Ela. You still have all the plant down utility to worry about here if you're G2. You do have control of the entire objective. WTG will finally strike back at the heart of G2, and tagging on will be Kama. Goga on the trade, though, into WTG, leveling us at a 3v3. Kama has also been downed, and now finding that Echo Drone will be Goga momentarily as it dips away from him and is able to stun him. The plant going down once again by Goga, and no more Echo Drone in location. Pengu covering the cross as well as Uno. Oh no, one that skips through the glass in behind the Sunrise bar, but finally it'll be Goga to close it out. G2 narrowly escaped the post plant on that one, but nonetheless they come away up 5-1 at the half.
I really thought Jaeger was going to be able to make the play on Goga there because the coverage on the cross just wasn't great. And in that situation also, Pengu was mid-rotate. Absolutely an opportunity there. He just happened to miss. Probably didn't have the intel yet again on where the plant was going down and how it was going down. He should have, though. Echo was going for the stun. Should have been calling out that that was the spot. Might have lost the drone, but that was the moment to make the play, to play aggressively against that, especially if you knew where the coverage was likely from. But you know what? They tried. It just didn't work. And now they're down to desperate plays. Finally can play again on the bomb site. The only one they succeeded on. No, I'm sorry. Side switch now. So now the only bomb site that Forze won is going to be the starting site for G2.
Attackers are activating the bomb.
I think there's been a lot of discussion about G2's run and whether or not they still are the best team in the world given their Pro League performance and having some pretty dominant games against some not as dominant competition in comparison to Forze. I think a lot of people were expecting Forze to be standing toe-to-toe with G2 based on the teams that each team has respectively taken out throughout the course of the tournament. But
well, they're the last hope here for Challenger League as well because we lost Secret last match.
Right now it looks like Forze are just outclassed from every direction.
Well, as you mentioned, side switch could change things. They don't have another timeout to try and change momentum, but this will change the swing of things. But if G2 start to lose rounds, they have their timeout as well to call a stop to things, regroup, and that really puts Forze on a huge back foot here. We'll see, though, how their map control compares. They are bringing out the Jackal as well, but they're putting Pasha on the Ashe. Try and be able to bring out a little bit more aggression on top of Shockwave trying to play the Zofia, and then having the Jackal to get those footsteps to be able to at least make plays on the intel that they get, or better yet, just try and cordon off G2 members.
Can really tell that G2 are in this zone too. Uno was going for a run out of office, trying to spawn peek in towards the ruin spawn there, and thankfully for Forze, no one got caught out by it. And Uno even lingered around outside for a little bit longer. You can see that enemy has been detected flashing on all 5 attacker screens as we had the multicam up. So yeah, I don't know, Uno feeling himself a little bit, and that's good. There's been a lot of pressure and a lot of talk about Uno as well since he came over, and how maybe the things online haven't changed. Rask, again, a free kill as he's on the objective. Okay, no one's noticing the vault in from kitchen window. Another one retreating back, cut down mercilessly by the 552 Commando, and everyone from Forze now storming the gates of the objective. Uno retreating in the hallway, coming through the rotate. WTG with another one. Uno stands no chance. Fabian left alive now in a 1v5. Drops it to a 1v4 after eliminating Kama. WTG low on health as he's trying to get the plant down. No Echo Drone up in sight, and holding the angle once again is Rask. Forze able to jump in through the kitchen window, the one area left unguarded by G2, and suddenly things have turned around a little bit. That was a very impressive and sneaky round there for Forze.
Absolute credit to Rask, though. His play opening things up, and G2 just not ready to move into position just yet, as they did, getting caught off guard. It's funny, too, because you would have expected Pasha, the Ashe player, to be the one making those kinds of plays, but Rask was the one to do that in the last matchup where we were highlighting his Ashe play as well. So he's on a 3-speed with a decent gun. That's all he needs to make the plays, and finally, he's showing up there for his team again. Pasha as well has had some decent plays, and if they can keep that up with support, especially, I'm looking for some big plays by Kama. We've seen actually be a great support player, but also a great clutch player. So we'll see that, because clutch is where they're going to be heading towards pretty soon here, still being a 5-2 situation against them. They're going to change things up on defense, though. Here we're going to have Uno on the Pulse now, and Fabian on the Maestro.
One round there for Forze to possibly buoy their spirits and get them back into the mindset and the headspace of being able to compete right now, because one more round for G2 and it's map point very early on.
Yeah.
It seems like being the attacking side is going to benefit them quite a lot. It benefited them quite a lot in their maps, especially against FaZe, where they're up at the half after attacking every map. So it's no surprise to see Forze start to turn things around here on the attack, but it's the question of, is it too little too late?
I feel like sometimes attack is a strength of Russian teams like the Empire and Forze, because you'd think defense would have the better opportunity to use that aggression, but defense also is good at sometimes at buying time. And aggressive offense can make a huge difference. Just ask Team Secret, some of the early successes with very aggressive attacks. But Kanto can be equally aggressive, especially on that Jaeger roll. And now footprints are A-okay with the team because Jackal is down, and that's that Kama. Unfortunately, we're not going to see anything from him this round. They still at least have the Nomad to be able to control some of those roams. But that peak there, just a lot of those bullet peaks this entire tournament.
Certainly been on the rise. Now, Pasha is going to make an entry past his dead teammate, but in the meantime, Uno will cut down Rask, so the rotation now for WTG to push into office. It seems like everyone on Forze are just picking up the pieces of their left-behind teammates. Kanto with another one onto Pasha, as he tries to push into the main lobby. So two left alive now for Forze. Shockwave on the rappel outside the Aquarium balcony will at least down one, and he'll be able to finish off Fabian. So there goes your anchor, your Maestro. The Alda taken out of play. WTG slowly pushing in from Blue Bar, and he's going to catch Uno and rotate up Cool Vibes. Suddenly, this is starting to be a lot more believable here for Shockwave and WTG to push their way out of.
Well, Forze was definitely trying to enter and getting pushed back by G2, but once that subsided a little bit, they were able to get some kills because they were able to get into the building, get some good pressure on, and actually catching some members of G2, as you said, mid-rotate, things like that, where they were trying to reposition now that their original rebuff was done, and G2, surprisingly, weren't in great trade positions for that.
Bomb located by attacker.
That is one of the most characteristic aspects of G2, is that they're always in position to trade. They play that teamwork like no other team in the world, and yet maybe a little bit of cockiness on the peak there from Fabian, and then Uno just unsuspectingly gets shot in the back as he's trying to come back upstairs and play safe. You know, he's trying to get back within that trade distance, but unfortunately he gets caught out.
At least for G2, the last three members are fairly close together at this point, so they can definitely trade out, and they've only got to stop 2 from Forze, so very doable on trades alone from G2 at this point. And they've got smoke to stall things out. 53 seconds left, though, but Pengu setting it down to a 1v3.
It's all Shockwave now, as he doesn't have the diffuser, and he can't repel immediately over to that balcony, so he's got to burn even more of what limited time he has remaining to try and get back onto the balcony, grab the diffuser, and grab 3. He's got 37 seconds to do so, and Pengu's on a very low health right now. Kanto a little bit lower as well, so is kind of doable as he's going to push in through the Cool Vibes balcony door in just a moment. Pengu on the quick peek here, and it's stalling Shockwave out. He can't make any forward progression as he's very terrified of the crossfire being established from the hallway. He's going to try and prone under one angle to isolate Pengu, but just holding for the peaks now. Shockwave is basically out of time, and as soon as he stands up, Kanto will rip his head clean off, feed him a mouthful of lead, and it's G2 now on map point.
Right as Forze was starting to get just a gust of wind into their sails, immediately torn down by G2. Once G2 slowed down for a minute, got their bearings, held sight, and just destroyed anyone that came near, set that perimeter up, and that's fantastic play coming out from G2. I mean, there's been some decent rounds by Forze, but decent doesn't do you any good against a team like G2.
Not at all. The reigning summer major champions, the reigning world champions, they've got every accolade you could possibly want in Siege under their belt. So for right now, It's a tough hill to climb here for Forze, and again, isolating that replay of the Kanto shot. It's just incredible gunplay.
I love how Kanto gets shot, and rather than backing off, just moves to the side and shoots back. He's like, that's fine, you didn't kill me, so you goofed. Oh.
Incredible reaction time there on the shot, too.
He's nuts. There's the reason why, as you said earlier, he survives so often. Just, you really have to get one up on Kanto to actually help win these rounds, because he doesn't get shut down. It's just, what are you going to do? He's a very fluid player. I mean, it's like Rask ×2 at this point. So maybe it needs to be Rask versus Kanto. Maybe that's the only chance they have at this point. That's some aggressive play from him. They are going to go with that 1-2 punch, potentially with the Rask and Pasha on the aggressive 3 speed ops again, but I mean, when you're at match point like this, it's a team that was already struggling with being timid is going to be extra timid. They can't take risks. They can't go for really power plays here. But it looked like Pasha was at least droning for one potentially, but Uno was right there. Fortunately for Pasha, drones don't have heartbeats, so Uno wouldn't necessarily catch him on that just yet. But I like how he's setting up to potentially enter wherever he needs to. Now this last side, of course, is not Kitchen, it is Bar, but still, getting Kitchen control could very much help with pushing onto the Sunrise side of Bar.
So Blue Bar and Sunrise Bar is where we look to close things out, at least if you're a G2 fan. If you're a Forze fan, you're looking to see this go all the way into overtime, because that's what it will require now to continue on. Anything under that will be regulation, and trying to shoot back through the bathroom drone hole. It's a quick two-piece here for G2, and oh boy, they continue to find the sneaky, slimiest ways to grab the best opening picks in this matchup. And Kama now alone, trying to push through security. He'll have to come to blows with Kantaraketi inside of the CC desk. Another one cut down outside as WTG will pick up Uno, but Kama laid to rest the hands of the 416. It's Rask and WTG to keep Forze alive here on map number 1. We're swiftly heading our way to Clubhouse. Pushing in through kitchen service entrance now will be Rask, slowly crouching his way up and darting back and forth. No diffuser control either here for the remaining members of Forze, as they don't really have a lot of options to regroup on opposite sides of the map. More drones coming out as they have plenty of time to work with here, and down to only a 2-man deficit. Isolating on the objective is going to be hard, though, as you can see the Mute Jammer and the Mozzie Pest blocking off the drone from entry. Rask making his way for the kitchen, and it looks like Kanto is ready and waiting, anticipating the entry from Rask, seeing who can acquire the better angle on the slow peak. Rask alt walking his way up to the base of Cool Vibe stairs, being pressured upon now by Goga and taking fire from multiple directions. He's cross-fired off, and he's not really finding an entryway that will be viable. The rotation down now, and another peek coming out from Pengu on top of the bar. Doesn't deal any damage, but takes some instead. Still darting off, and he's got so many Legion mines in front of him as well. He does not want to take the time to take out the electronics detector as well to find those. It's a nightmare scenario for Rask in the kitchen, and WTG in the meanwhile has not made any progress either.
This is risky, playing split up like this to try and go for a pinch against a huge man pound edge. Likely a trade to end up putting it in a 1v3 at the very best. This is not the play. They really need to play together. Use the air jabs from Nomad if there's any left. Stop any rotations from behind. Play as a team to at least trade on an entry and push forward in one spot. But this is not happening, and time dwindles away down to 23 seconds.
Everyone well aware WTG's entry is now Rask laid to rest inside a kitchen. That finally comes to an end, and Pengu trying to shut this out. The Nitro Cell goes soaring, and WTG vaults over the desk. He picks up 1 and 2 onto Goga and Pengu. Diffuser in hand, and both the remaining G2 members are lining up for one another. There goes the C4. It's all over. G2 walked their way to Clubhouse. 7-2 on Coastline.
You know, a great effort by WTG, though. We should not underplay the effort now waiting to clutching that out. Just the going for the C4 rather than peeking, even Fabian trying to play it safe, so WTG did not have a chance at the ace clutch. But nonetheless, I think Forze have still shown glimmers of good play. But, you know, talking about them waking up, they definitely seem to be sleepwalking at this point. They're not playing with the same panache that we saw from them before. And you know, what do you have to lose? You came in as a Challenger League team, barely got in through pushing through chaos as it was. You have nothing to lose, and you've played like it so far. Now all of a sudden, now that you have a big shot, you're getting too nervous. They're playing like they have something to lose. That is not the way to be playing now. They need to play like, you know what? This is a ranked match just for my elo at best, because that's all they have.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's map 1 in the books. And to break it all down, we have some friends on the desk. We're just waiting for everyone to be ready. But ladies and gentlemen, send it over to Gassan, Rams, and Veli. Have at her, boys.
Thank you so much, Robert. That was a hell of a game, to say the least. G2 at the helm and in control. It's Captain Fabian, as he has that eye patch on his head. And we just keep on rolling. It just seems like Forze are barely existent.
This is like the Matrix right here. That was so dope. WTG, man.
Replay, yeah.
If your vitality, that's literally the speed the round actually plays at. That's what. Oh, they start attacking at 10 rounds. That's 10 seconds left.
Slow
That's
motion.
exactly how it goes.
Yeah.
But please, let's take a moment to talk about G2 and what they were doing right before we say what was going wrong for Forze. Gentlemen, please.
So I'm going to say it's calculated aggression, man, especially the round before last. You saw it already. The way that Uno was peeking down over in the bathroom area through that little drone hole, I don't know if there was a camera outside default where they were able to pick him out from, or if it was just VOD steady. But when he was able to kill the player through the drone hole, Fabian was able to push through the front door and get another kill simultaneously. It just showed that they were just on another level. They were 2 steps ahead waiting for that to happen, and G2 picked them apart.
Yeah, practically figuring out where Forze were going to attack from early, using the pulse scanner, and then just shutting down the attack before it ever even started. Really putting Forze on the back foot right from the start, and they did that a lot on attack too. They just seemed to always win their gunfights. They were always, once again, correctly positioned to just win the fight. And then when they're correctly positioned, and then they just keep winning every gunfight, it throws Forze off. And there wasn't really anything Forze could do to really give themselves any advantage, except for that one round where Rask just ran into the building.
You can't depend on wins like that. If one of your biggest rounds that you won was Rask running into the building and getting a beautiful 3K, which isn't supposed to happen because nobody was on site, that's a bad way to go about it, man.
Veli, I want to ask you something from your experience in competitive play and everybody around. It goes to you as well, Rams. It's just more of a back in my day kind of thing for Veli. What's the moment where you enter a game and you respect your opponent so much you're actually afraid of them?
You don't do that. And, little context, I used to be a little pro player console back in the days with my man Rams.
Fair enough.
You got thrown out the window. You don't respect them. You got to know you're going to beat them, but you do not overlook them. And you take a look at the players, G2, they're loose, they're calm, they're relaxed. And you see other players, I'm not saying Forze, but in general, we've seen it. They get a little bit shaky, nervous, they think too much. You don't want to think too much in this situation because you overthink it. So, yeah.
It's just, like I said before, Forze have to really come together and do something special. They have to, it's going to come to a lot of individual performances out of them are just going to have to be astronomically good.
I mean, when it came to a moment where, who was it? I don't remember which player it was exactly, but on the spawn, literally drops to the floor and starts just swarming around. Factor. At that point, I was like the second to last, a couple rounds left in the map.
I think that even if Kanto wasn't going to go for that spawn kill, people would still lay down in that spawn.
It's scary. It's like you don't know if you're going to get shot or just suppressive fire. And no matter what, you've already penetrated the psyche of your opponents.
Yeah.
G2 are just playing with their minds in those mind games, man. They prove quite a bit. Forze they basically are amateurs compared to G2 when it comes to their experience. And that's, again, why we were talking about Forze as this dark horse that just came out of nowhere. And surprised everybody with their play.
You can only go so far, and that Cinderella story is going to have to end. And when you go against the best of the best, I mean, the veteranship, the leadership that Penguin and the rest of his teammates have, I mean, it's going to heavily outweigh the raw skill that Forze currently have.
It's going to take a bit more than just a kiss on the lips to make it happen.
Exactly.
Right.
So let's talk about map number 2, Clubhouse.
Okay.
That was a selection from Forze. Looking at map 1, what do they need to change specifically for Club Rams?
Well, they're going to have to go into Clubhouse, and they're going to have to win as many defensive rounds as possible because their attacking rounds are going to be few and far between, especially when it comes to just not only the way that the map is structured currently, but the way that, G2 are playing.
I agree.
They've been. You saw it on Villa yesterday, and we saw it a little bit on Coastline. They have some sort of off-site holds where they sort of anchor and then peel back, slowly gaining the man advantage, not exposing themselves too much, and just slowly moving backwards, and then always holding crossfires on each other. So at the very last round, we saw when WTG is trying to push, he's trying to figure out, do I want to push through blue or do I want to push through sunrise? But then they have their other player in kitchen. I can't remember who exactly it was, but they had in the 4v2 scenario. G2 had 2 guns on each entryway.
Yes, I remember that.
They were rotating their lines back and forth, knowing exactly where they were moving to and just coordinating who was going to watch what between the 4 of them.
Valley, I want to talk about this for a moment because I'm just getting in my earpiece that Forze is starting on attack on Clubhouse. How does that play into their operator bans and their strategies for it?
The fact that they're starting on attack, they were not explosive and as aggressive as we saw before, which is a big problem to me because, you're even questioning, where's the runouts? Where's the aggression? So if they're not doing that regularly, I'm not expecting the same this time around. Hopefully they have short-term memory where they could turn that around. I want to see them be explosive. That's why they're so good. They're so explosive. I want to see Shockwave on the kill feed all the time. I want to see Rask do Rasky things. And the rest of the roster, I believe in them. It's just all about growing up right now.
They need to go into this map and just try to win their gunfights, because if G2 just keep winning their gunfights over and over and over again, they're going to fall right into G2's trap of not having the confidence to actually push them.
Because this isn't Forze's map. This is G2's map as well, so it's like...
You talk about winning gunfights, but we've seen time and time again for Empire and for G2 that you're not just winning the gunfights on your own with pure skill. You always have drones in front of you. You always have information. Is that something that's been lacking for Forze and will continue to plague them against G2?
Well, you've seen moments where Forze know where G2's coming from, but then as soon as they get into one engagement, they're getting flanked from the side and just completely obliterated. And like the force and just the precision that G2 have, it's impressive. That's why they need to be able to know what each other are watching in terms of like what Forze need to do. They need to know what each other are watching so that they can actively try to cover each other and trade back efficiently.
Closing thoughts. Veli, what do you think? Are we going to...
It's back to business for G2. They're back on top. Uno, he's fitting in great. I feel like they should go ahead and take Clubhouse. It's going to be a 2-0.
Rams?
I agree. I think that Forze is at a massive disadvantage, and unless they can go into this map, guns a-blazing, they're not going to do very well.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your information. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 2 more maps potentially to go through. Will G2 just absolutely demolish Forze, or will the Russians fight back to go to map 3? We'll just have to see. Please, our storytellers, it's Flynn and Emzo.
Thank you very much, Gassan. Thank you, everybody on the desk. No hope in Russia, apparently, today in Raleigh. And this is problematic here for Forze as well, starting on the attack on Clubhouse. G2 looking to sleepwalk their way to the Grand Finals at a date with Empire to rematch the 6 Invitational Grand Finals, in which they also walked the last 2 maps almost in a coma to the finish line.
Well, we got our quota of 1 Russian team in. That was probably the best we were going to do, but it could be interesting here. The Thatcher ban on Clubhouse, always an interesting one to see. This is one of the maps where Thatcher bans probably have the most impact, and G2 is going to start with that. They're very familiar with how that works out, as it's been a thing occasionally in Pro League. And the Monty ban there, going to be interesting from Forze. I don't think we usually see a ton of Monty play necessarily from G2 on this, but that does mean they want to hold Garage adequately, but that's assuming they even get enough rounds to have very many defenses, because they are starting on attack. Mirror ban, no surprise there. The last one could be a question mark, because we didn't see the Maestro or Echo last map. Possibility we don't see it this time as well, but still very likely. There's the Echo.
Pretty typical bans. I'm impressed to see the Maverick stick around. All 3 hard breachers stay around here on Clubhouse. That'll be a benefit for Forze starting on the attack.
Yeah, just the Thatcher really being the difficult part, but that means their Maverick has to be on point.
Yeah, you're going to have to be using frag grenades to get Kaid charges off of hatches from when you're attacking the basement and when you're attacking CCTV cache, which it appears Forze will be tasked with doing in the very first round here as G2 select to go upstairs. They're going to have to be quite efficient with the Maverick, and they're actually opting to bring all 3 hard breachers.
Yeah, that's definitely desperation at that point to try and get into cache.
There we
it's
go.
Good on them in reading that it's potentially cache, but I guess they decided, we don't need that Hibana, and you really don't necessarily for a cache attack if you have Maverick and Thermite, depending on how you want to play your attack.
So 6-pick off of a Hibana to a Jackal eliminates all 3 hard breachers, but we still get a Jackal.
I like a 6-pick to a Jackal because it makes you less conscious about your footprints. because you don't know going into the drone phase, obviously, that there's a Jackal in play. That's when you're going to be leaving all the footprints for him to find in a lot of situations where you're setting up your roam and you think, okay, it's just about positioning at that point, and you've left dirt tracks across the map. Pasha also using his drone to be able to find out whether or not there's anyone anywhere nearby before he face checks it later. It's good on him getting some early droning, but Uno is potentially going to spot that, and unfortunately now he's going to have to use that second drone to get in later on before he face checks the whole bar area, which is, I imagine, where he's going to be using that Jackal.
One of the most terrifying games we've seen through the group stage so far, at least for Forze, was their first map on Clubhouse against FaZe, in which they won 7-1. And they won 6 attacks. They clean swept the attacking starting half. So
I don't know, we see that from Empire as well, and we saw what happened to them yesterday.
Exactly. Again, it's the question of which Forze will arrive in this map, because we've already seen what Forze showed up on Coastline, and that was just not sufficient to be able to hang with G2. And this one, you're going to have to be on top of your game. You have to be playing even better than you did against FaZe to be able to topple the Titans in this matchup.
Well, they are trying to get that Maverick done early in case it takes a while to do the job here. So as you see there, nice cam there, just showing him trying to clear out these bandit batteries, so Pengu is going to have to struggle. But at the same time, it's kind of slowing down, stalling out a little bit. Rather than go for the old, let's just make it a soft wall with Maverick tricking, he said tries to go for the batteries. Honestly, I'm a big fan of the soft wall approach, the old Maverick tricking of cutting out the reinforcements, especially when you're going to get downed like that. Not a great start for WTG. He can't get picked up, and it's not going to be a big deal. But nope, finished off by Kanto. Well played.
Nice peek there from Kanto to be able to pick up that kill onto WTG. So, waiting out in the middle of a Maverick hole, probably not your smartest option. And a great identification of a member through a pixel there for Kanto. Starts things off, there's no more Maverick, and there's bandit batteries and mute jammers abound throughout. So, for now, this wall is still quite the impossibility here for Forze. Looks like Pasha's entering down below inside a lounge, taking a lot of damage and not really winning out in the gunfight until the very bitter end, but immediately traded by Fabian through the floor with the shotgun. G2 still maintain the man advantage.
Well, at least that's one kill that's going to start things out, and that's on Uno, though, who hasn't always been the most effective player in terms of kills, so that's not the man you wanted to take down first.
So you want to talk about people shaking. That's evidence of someone shaking, shooting your own thermite charge off the wall accidentally.
Yeah, that's the jitters right there for sure. He's still got one left, but it's not going to be enough with how little time is left and the inability to open this wall, it seems. I cannot see them winning this round unless G2 get over-aggressive and lose their gunfights.
No, they still have Rafters control as well, which is what Rask is currently trying to work on, and it looks like they've gotten that second bandit battery off, so the thermite charge will detonate. They'll only have 30 seconds to execute onto the site. Shockwave still on the rappel, looking for anyone to peek from the main hallway, but Pengu playing incredibly passive and incredibly intelligent right now, as they know they have all the utility they could ever desire in the world to slow down a plant. The second Toxic Babe comes out towards the window once again, slowing down any entry from the balcony, so Goga's still got one more in the back pocket. Kanto's locking down the garage with ease. He'll rip through Rask. Another one dives in, and another one to meet his maker. Shockwave on the rappel gets one, gets two on the bait, but with 5 seconds left, he has to charge in through the breach. Kanto and Goga hold it here. Fabian on opposite sides from one another. Fabian gets downed, but the time will expire. Forze down to the wire on that one, and the frag fest nearly leans in the way of the Russians, but G2 persevere.
If Kanto hadn't have played as passive as he had, I mean, there's a chance he might have traded it, but to be honest, he had the gunfight advantage. So it was interesting to see him, of all people, hesitate on that shot, but that was a hell of an attempt by Shockwave. And unfortunately, in vain due to the early kill of the Maverick, slowing things down. And, oh my, is this for reals? This is like a Tachanka pick at this point. Bar stockroom, this is the unicorn of bomb sites right now.
So Sua and I had some fun talking earlier on in this adventure in the group stage.
I had heard there might be a bar in the story.
there might be a bar, there might be a story, there might be a conversation that was had. And, you know, we were talking about stuff that was, you know, brought up on the cast from other games. And he was like, you know, you think bar is viable. Why in the world do you think bar is viable? And I said, well, this is why I think bar is viable. And he said, you know what? I agree.
Way to bait that one out.
So we'll see if either I'm an idiot and Sue is an idiot for believing me, or if G2 can pull this off. I think this is the first.
I don't know which of those to bet on, to be honest.
I think this is the first bar stock defense we've seen in a very long time.
It certainly is, and obviously, if it succeeds, though, that is going to help change the meta, because This is a team that helps lead the meta when they're succeeding, not so much in online play, but more so during LAN events. But if they succeed, we will see a lot more teams investigating how to play this. Although, to be fair, the way G2 is playing and the way Forze is playing, it could be down to more than just strategy at this point.
I will also like to point out that Pengu is rocking an M870 on Bandit, so we're going crazy circus town right here.
It's part of the strategy, okay?
Well, that's definitely not part of the strat. Rask
it's
is
not.
going to demolish Kanto on the peak there, so I imagine he's throwing out a camera, and not long for this world, maybe will be Fabian as well, down to about 30 HP. This is going nowhere quite fast for G2.
Not a good start on Barstock. This is not meta changing yet.
You are letting me down, boys.
Yeah, I don't think the strat was peak things. But nice little facts there. I love having these real-time facts where it's like, there's no way we would have the time wall casting to be able to pull up those kinds of stats.
Nope.
So shout out to CGG for pulling those out for us.
Thermite and Hibana every round. What? You can't do that anymore. I mean, you could, but honestly, running all three seems pretty redundant and kind of useless, and that's why the Jackal from Pasha continues to come out. But Thermite Charge will detonate onto the Jacuzzi wall to open that up. It's basically just Uno holding up the stairs towards Masters. The remaining 4 members of G2 have to spread, and they're going to bail out. Pengu and Uno are both going to evacuate Master and Jim. They're going to send themselves over towards construction, and it looks like they're regrouping with Fabian as well for a heavy cash hold.
What I wonder too, though, is does Forze actually have a practice take for this? It's such a rare bomb site. I mean, you have 3 other bomb sites. You have to have really good multiple strats for. Chances are they're just going to have to play this ranked to an extent of just trying to adapt to what they find. And I mean, I think that's what G2 was counting on a little bit with those early plays, and it just didn't work out for Kanto. And now they're just going to go back to strat territory, and that's slowed down Forze a little bit. But as soon as they get some good intel, there's a lot of droning going on, things like that, but they need to spot that peak goal. Uno should not be able to get that, but Rask showing he can do 2 this round. That is a good start. I mean, they're only a round down on this map so far. It is their map, so. Wow, the follow-up.
This is really getting picked apart here for Forze as G2 nowhere to go and no survival at all as it's a 1v5 now for Fabian pushing down the main stairs. And it's a flawless round for Forze jumping back in on the attack. So you know what? I might just be an idiot.
So, I think if G2, one of the best teams in the well, at the moment, the best team in the world, if you're going off of majors, cannot do it, chances are it's not a great bomb site.
It's still a great bomb site. We're going up to Gym Bedroom now for G2 as they had their fun. They tried out their pocket strat, because that's part of the thing that happens as well. As a lot of
Back in the pocket.
You know, I've made all these strats. We've made all these strats, and we just never get an opportunity to use them.
I hope you wrote that one on a napkin.
I just got chirped by the G2 Esports Twitter account, so this is going really well for me. I'm having a fun time.
Was it slandering you?
Mm-hmm.
That's perfect. Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see how their Gym Bedroom defense is, because they're actually not going to Church during the first 3 rounds, and that's an oddity in and of itself, because Church is a very well defendable bomb site, has been since this map came out in the very beginning of the game. I remember a lot of good year 1 plays throughout those seasons, and it's never really changed too much, other than when this map got the revamp and everyone wanted to try Cash at first, but Church, again, you know, resulted as the dominant bomb site. So G2 is keeping it interesting, because Gym Bedroom has a very, very mixed success rate depending on the team.
Well, we'll see if G2 can get back on track and back to some normalcy here as we're bringing out a castle. So this was another thing that happened earlier on between Forze and FaZe when they played on Clubhouse, was that FaZe on the defense of Gym Bedroom were never bringing the castle and Forze were ripping through it.
Well, yeah, that's the de facto play, right? It's covering those windows, covering the ability to be able to play in that 90-degree hallway. And then also the follow-up to that is the Kaid, to be able to try and hit the wall from afar, as well as potentially impact tricking it. You need those 2 essential ingredients, I think, to play this site correctly. I mean, you can get fluke wins without them, but I think they are must ingredients in the recipe on this bomb site.
Well, for Forze, going for an entire east side take here is pretty normal to push your way across, especially when there's so much resistance built up inside of Cash and CCTV. So for Forze here, a little bit of a far side clear, and actually part of it's actually trailed off in towards the Jacuzzi wall. WTG taking damage. Is that through another drone hole? Is he just having a bad day with drone holes?
It's not a lot of damage, though, so I'll credit him this time to getting away in time. But yeah, it looks like Uno punishing him through the Maverick holes.
Well, WTG is forced to fall off as he doesn't really have any friends either. Everyone started out, and it looks like it's just going to be Pasha playing these prone angles to stop any peaks coming out from the server window. Make sure that everyone is safe out on that master balcony so they can really drive play and lock down the anchors inside of master.
Well, actually, WTG has rotated to the other side to help with that wall. So in this case, they're actually just using this to put pressure on this side, on the cash side. And obviously, it helps to get in there, but yeah, they would have to deal with two in there. However, Shockwave punishing Fabian's run out. He was the castle, not the most important player to keep around, but that's extra impacts that will be lost now, assuming he didn't bring a bulletproof camera.
Big missed opportunity there for Pasha as Uno cross paths with him twice trying to go peek the server window, and he's able to escape just down to about 50 HP himself. So he'll retreat back to cash to his safe haven in behind the reinforcements and the fortress that they've built up. But Kama's already made it in, and again, we see these flashbangs coming over the wall, a down and a finish off there for Pengu. Will take down Shockwave, and that's the entirety of the master balcony clear now as WTG and Kama continue to try and push in through this jacuzzi wall. Another one for Pengu as he's on a tear, finally traded out now by Kama on the Thermite as they try and charge through and barrage the jacuzzi side of this engagement. But again, they cannot get through this wall, stalling out and unable to open up the bathroom wall. 50 seconds now tick away against Forze.
At least they've droned and know that Goga's in there, but doesn't do a lot of good if you can't open it, and they certainly do. That's going to let some fresh air into that, I imagine, stinky bathroom. But Goga is going to keep it stinky with his gas canisters till WTG makes up for the previous round.
Kanto looking to go for a flank from the main stairs as it's just Uno holding inside of sight, but Kanto does his job from the stairwell as WTG will fall, dropping it down to a 2v2. Pasha laying in smokes, try and disrupt the purview, but Uno will be downed, and now Kanto left alone in the 1v2, cordoned off by Kama on the main stairs. In the midst of the reload will allow him to escape, but Pasha on the flank will take down Kanto. So it's 2 in a row here for Forze as G2 tried the offsites and it doesn't pan out.
There's a reason they're called the offsites, unfortunately. Didn't work out for Dark Zero either, so maybe the offsites are not necessarily the plays at these big tournaments where teams seem to be able to respond to them a lot better. The pocket strats aren't as well tested because you've been hiding them for so long. You probably didn't get a chance to scrim them as much as you'd like to really, bulletproof them, and I think we're seeing that backfire. However, Church will be gone too here. Make sure G2 has a prayer in taking this map, because, let's be honest, G2 don't want to play map 3. They want to stay fresh for tomorrow, because with that infinite overtime, we've seen before how a G2 Empire final can go with infinite overtime. And that's not a situation where you want to be tired at all.
Not at all. So for resting up here and honestly maybe conservation of strategy purposes, we've heard that excuse plenty of times coming out of the G2 camp. So maybe they're just trying to keep things hidden from Empire, especially in regards to their clubhouse. That's a map that Empire are definitely going to want to play. We know Empire hate Villa, so at that point, clubhouse will most likely be available unless G2 elect to make that their only ban. In a best of 5, you only got 1 per team, and you got to play them all.
And that's the thing too, is there's always the kind of mean joke about G2 saving strats, but they really do have to an extent, because you got to imagine if there's some Russian camaraderie as well, and you beat Forze, anything Forze learned, they might consider sharing with Empire to be able to help them succeed in that final, to give the Russian teams that extra little boost. So G2 can't afford to show too much, but at the same time, they need to make sure to dominate. But at the same time, they can risk losing this map. It is something where in the realm of possibility for them to be able to potentially sweep the third map without a huge hindrance. So I can't imagine they're going to go. The bar stock was interesting, but I guess they technically didn't show much on that.
Didn't show much of anything on that one, no, unfortunately. So Goga, we've seen him absolutely rack up kills from underneath the floorboards here in the depths of Arsenal on Clubhouse just a couple games ago. And for him, he was on a tear with that AUG on the Cade. Usually you see the TCSG, the giant DMR death laser shotgun, but instead it's just the AUG today for Goga. And for everyone on G2, everyone remaining pretty pat on site. I think they've had their fun maneuvering the map and having their escapades about and running into the flank holes that Forze have been laying. But for now, it's time to get back to business. And getting back to business means Fabian getting shot up very early on and having to retreat to K9.
It's not a big deal, though, because this is a very turtle-heavy site, and I think G2 know they can play a bit turtle against Forze's attack here, because some of their early aggression has been punished fairly often, and I think this is the smarter play, to just play this the way you know how to play. You know the angles to play, you know how to play defense on it. Just play what you know, slow them down, make them panic on time, because it can take a while to get things set up for an execute, and just bait them into you at this point. But of course, Forze do know how to play some aggression as well when they're not playing timid, and since they've been doing decent on this map, I imagine that's going to give them a boost of confidence that they really, really needed.
We always talk about the efficiency with those gas tanks on the Maverick, and WTG, unfortunately, not the most efficient as he burns through nearly 3 whole gas tanks just to get a hatch open. So that means that you're not going to be opening 2 with the Maverick. One of these top hatches will be soft, as I imagine everyone's returned to this year 1 mentality as Pengu firing up the floor, saving Goga as Goga was getting absolutely massacred. But we've seen this return to Season 1 form of everyone just trying to thermite open the church wall. Luckily for WTG, though, he does have a bit of a flank happening here inside of Blue Stairs in tandem with Shockwave pushing from the oil pit tunnel. It's going to leave one member of G2 cordoned off and caught in the middle of a crossfire. Fabian pre-fired off the face of the planet as Pengu will jump in and trade out WTG. So there goes the Maverick. Still have Shockwave to worry about inside of Blue. Now you've lost your Alda, though. Goga on 1 HP. There goes Pengu as well. Starting to go very awry very quickly for G2 as everyone on 4 start piling into the objective on their own individual angles, though. Uno will chew through Kama. 2 up left. Oh, no. A team kill there for Pasha, but he also grabs Uno. Now it's the 1v2. They had the man advantage, and they threw it all away. Forze choking in the clutch, and G2 able to level.
Wow, just that's where you really regret the TK. You know, you get the TK and you succeed in the round, no big deal. That's just it. Not whatever, we can move on from there. But when it's a situation like that and you have a lot of advantage, you've been playing your attack well, getting your crossfire, setting things up, and you kill one of your crossfire players that could have helped save that round, that's a tough pill to swallow. But either way, there was some great play from Pengu, especially trying to help save his teammates. Saved Goga at one point, tried to get a save on another on Fabian, didn't quite make the save, but did make the trade right there. Still not quite enough up till the very end when Kanto having to save things with not his gun, but a C4. Still though, this is definitely Forze at top form despite some of the jitters now. I think they've got some confidence. If that team kill doesn't shake them too much, I think they've still got some rounds to pick up here on attack.
Well, now returning to a little bit of victorious form here for G2 as they finally get their defense on a normal site and they prevail and walk away with a point in the W column, but now they get to go back to CCTV and Cash, where they also previously won based on Forze, I don't know, having a lot of difficulties with that Maverick on the CC wall. Really stalling out. That round really wasn't G2 doing anything special. It was them sitting and waiting for Forze to get their act together.
Yeah.
And it just never came into the last 10 seconds.
I gotta imagine after this, you pick a different player to play that Maverick role. It's just not been great for WTG. Even his fuel management, as you mentioned that last round, where he was doing a bit better, his fuel management wasn't there, and it's just, it feels like maybe he's not the most practiced Maverick player we've seen, and it just came down to that Thatcher ban forcing him to play that role that probably not totally comfortable on, and G2 kind of exploiting that. Maybe it was a possibility, I was going to say this at the beginning of the match too, that maybe they banned Thatcher because they saw a weakness in this team's Maverick play.
Well, the good news is with G2 letting off the gas pedal a minute there, I mean, Forze have their quota, basically. Goga's on 5 HP, not entirely sure how in the hell that happened. But he's not having a fun time inside of Cash right now.
No, this looks like last round for him, but he's an even more important operator. The Kaede is one thing, but smoke is more important.
The good news for Forze, though, as I was saying, though, is they've hit their quota for attacking rounds 1.
Absolutely.
G2 let off the gas pedal a little bit. They stopped throttling so hard. And I mean, at this point, you've got your 2 attack wins. You could lose the next 2 and still be in a comfortable position knowing you're going to the defense. The only issue is, are G2 going to be better than your pretty disappointing effort so far on the attack?
It's interesting to see the Rook play as well, because I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Rook this tournament. I mean, we've seen a lot of Doc, occasionally a Rook, but I feel like Doc has really dominated that old school Rook role we used to see. It's definitely been paying off, and I think some of that is due to having the bulletproof camera and just getting that extra bit of intel that they need at this high level. But again, a slow take here from Forze, just trying to get the wall open as best they can. They haven't opened it already. Nope, they have not. So WTG needs to get some work done here. Kama also following that up, because there's not really bandit tricking or anything going on. There's just the Kaede tricking potentially from Uno.
My, oh my, how in the world is this happening? WTG, it's a pretty simple concept to open the wall with a Maverick, and yet it still continues to stall Forze in infinity.
This see wall, you apply fire, you're done.
There's not a lot of progression here for Forze, and they're going to lose Pasha for it as they all stand around waiting for this wall to be opened up. Kama going for it again. The impact coming up from Pangu, but they don't make it through. 3 impacts being sent out between Uno and Pangu. None of them connect on the thermite charge, but Kanto will get a kill for it anyway. There goes your Maverick that's been so unsuccessful. WTG to meet his maker, and Kanto still reliably as ever holding down the garage rafters.
Well, time is dwindling, and that's the most important thing here. And Pangu killing Rask is going to really slow that down even more.
Last 2 members for Forze separated as Kama will now be downed out on the master balcony. A jump out there for Fabian to secure the kill. Shockwave at least trade out Kanto. He's got some rafters control, but initially in a 1v5, now in a 1v4 with 30 seconds left, and everyone on G2 holding angles, ready and waiting for Shockwave to enter. Oh no, Uno's able to drop him to about 25. Can't get the last lethal blow in. So Shockwave on 25 HP with 15 seconds is gonna walk to his immediate death here in just a moment. Pangu playing the punch hole, watching for the top of the rafters ladder. And you can see the silhouette closely getting there, and there we go. Pangu's gonna wrap it up with a nice little bow. G2 able to extend the lead now to 3-2.
Well, it just goes to show when they don't try and play the goofy sites, they're managing to pull things off. I mean, they didn't have a bad idea, of course, Forge and Bedroom. That just didn't work out for them in the end. But still, this is a top form G2, it looks like here. Even Gogo with that low health the entire round, not getting picked off, just never got punished for it. They are going to try Gym Bedroom again, potentially here, and that could be very important. If they're able to stick that, that's going to be pretty nice on their points. But like you said, quota already being met by Forze in terms of getting 2 attack rounds because this is such a defender-sided map, especially with that Thatcher ban in play. Definitely should be doable. However, obviously, the more rounds you can pick up on this attack, the much more slack you get on your defenses, especially if you wanted to try or have to rotate to your 3rd bomb sites and then just can't win those. We'll see how WTG does this round, though. Can he succeed on this wall again? I mean, again, he struggled with it quite a bit, moved back and forth between the server wall and the jacuzzi wall. Seemed to struggle a bit with it. They ultimately won the round and ultimately got it open, but I would like to see some more efficiency from him. He's had enough rounds to practice now to really be on top of that. But I gotta wonder too if Uno is gonna be using this heartbeat sensor to kind of read into positions where they might even be able to compromise WTG again, just by, rather than peeking the holes, just finding the heartbeats and being able to call out that position for those peaks we see from players like Kanto.
One of my biggest concerns for Forze right now is it's not only the advanced systems that are failing, it's the fundamentals, you know, it's opening up a wall with Maverick, making sure that the reinforcement, the metal portion falls, it turns soft, and then you can buck it open, or Zofia it open, or Jackal shotgun it open.
I gotta wonder if he's just never done that before.
It kind of looks like it right now, and you gotta wonder what the round count might look like if Forze could actually apply some pressure onto G2, onto these CC defenses, because it's been 2 rounds now where it's been none such. But another fact being brought up by Spencer, Splek from CGG, G2 has struggled to hold the bedroom bomb site, going 0-2 on it against Secret and losing it once today.
So not great. Bedroom good for sleeping, not good for defending.
We might see a 3-3 here then, based on the stats, or G2 will buck the trend and we'll head into the normal 4-2 split, at which point it'll be on Forze. Their destiny will be in their own hands. Can they hold their own in the defense and send us to overtime?
Definitely possible. Rask might help with that bucking part, but not in G2's favor. Sorry, I had to do that. It's over now, we can move on.
Dad jokes all around. So WTG...
Oh, some damage coming out on WTG. Really, I mean, just let someone else try. Let Kama play. You could play Thermite. That's an easy roll.
My big question is why even bring the Thermite at this point? Or if you can just swap up your Maverick.
They obviously don't know how to do the Maverick trick, because you don't have to worry about batteries or electricity when the wall becomes soft. For those of you who don't know, it's just where you go across the top and a bottom with a line. It removes the entire hard part of the wall, leaving the soft part, which Zofia or Buck can then open, or even Jackal at this point. You have so much soft destruction. Just, yeah, like you said, you don't need the Thermite, just use the Maverick correctly. I know it feels harsh, but I mean, come on, you could get some easier attack rounds here.
Well, that's the thing, because without these walls getting opened up for Forze, they're all amassing on balconies, and there is sitting ducks for Uno. There goes Rask on the pulse. Uno still firing in through these windows. He's got 2 more to find, and he knows it with the heartbeat sensor. He'll enter in towards the window. Both be spotted, and now I think that's Pangu who's going to try and take a swing at him. A Nitro Cell being prepped here, being launched out by Uno, and saying goodbye to the both! WTG and Shockwave are done for. Finally opening up a construction wall will be Kama on the Thermite as they cannot make any headway, and Forze look like ghosts of themselves. Kama entering in through Lounge to join Pasha as they try and push in from the cash side over after they've opened up construction, so just headlessly running around right now for Forze. There's only 2 remaining in a 2v5. Less than 30 seconds tick down. Kama being shot down through the hatch by Fabian. This is a nightmare scenario here for Forze, and it looks like it's going to be G2 wrapping up yet another one. Kanto ready to turn the corner with ease. There goes Pasha. 1v5 now for Kama. Desperation attempt to push up the main stairs. It won't be 3 Nitro Cell kills on the round as Kama narrowly evades that one, but pushing up, it's Kanto. A flawless round for G2. 3 rounds away from a rematch against Empire.
That looked similar to my attempt to push up White Stairs during the Showmatch earlier. Just, you sure I should do this? I guess I have to. But that's breaking the trend there. So nicely done by G2, finally succeeding on that bomb site. And that puts them in a good spot, of course, to have that lead in terms of the 4-2 going into this in case they struggle on that attack. Because, of course, if they get their quota of 2, that puts them on match point, especially if they get it before Forze can get their 4. That puts a lot of pressure on Forze on that match point. We'll see Church start the safe bet here coming out from Forze. That's the way to do it. Start safe, especially when you're already down a map.
G2 now ready to rock, and I imagine Gogo will be, hopefully, a more competent Maverick and able to progress the round. And interesting, so G2 in the driver's seat right now, up 4-2. They're going to take a tack timeout to talk things over and make sure they have every single duck in a row to make sure that this is going to go as smoothly as possible. Trying to round this one out, not show off too much in the VODs because you still have a whole day until the grand finals tomorrow against Empire, should you make it through here. It's not over just yet for Forze, but the way they've looked so far, G2, really, it's up to them to throw this one away at this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I don't blame G2 for taking the tack timeout here just to make sure they keep their heads on, because we see it a lot used on the sites, which the only other alternative I can see is if they saved it for if they started bleeding rounds.
Yeah.
But I think they just want to keep the edge, keep Forze scared, keep them on the back foot. But the big advantage now that Forze have is WTG doesn't have to play Maverick anymore.
Absolutely. He can play Smoke now on the defense, and he was kind of an early casualty on Coastline against G2 as well in the Smoke. Looks like there's a crowd favorite being decided here. G2, much to the favor of the audience, is winning quite handedly. And a 6-pick now for Fabian off of the Hibana to the Capitao. We're still going to keep 2 hard breachers, though. We're still keeping the Maverick and the Thermite, as we were unsure where the bomb site's going to be if you're a G2 player right now, and it's going to be downstairs into the basement for Forze on their first defense.
It is surprising to see that Forze didn't try and abuse the Capitao in terms of just the sheer power he has on a lot of the different bomb sites and just overall as an operator, whereas G2, of course, very familiar with that and usually being banned, finally getting a chance to unleash that and sneaking in with the 6-pick. So that's definitely a great start. Of course, we might see Goga doing some good efficient fuel usage in terms of the hatches this time, so that'll be good as well. What I want to see, though, is can Forze stop the kitchen hatch from being open, because that is a big factor for a lot of teams playing down in Church. If kitchen hatch needs to be open for G2's strat, I mean, it's obviously we'll see this round, but I feel like I want to see if some of these tricks, like the Maverick trick and the Impact trick, they have enough fluency in as a newer team to such a heavy comp scene.
Well, they all jump in, and everyone on G2 ready to rock and roll as we're looking to see G2 possibly extend their lead even further. We've been seeing a lot of this so far as the rounds, after a 4-2 split, we haven't really seen a lot of closing the gap down to a 4-3. There's been a lot of 5-2 leads the teams have had to come back from, but this could be Forze's first real breathing room and able to keep the game close, because it hasn't really been close through all of Coast, and G2 were playing some offsites there, giving Forze a little bit of an inch to come back, but outside of that, it's been G2 the whole way.
It feels a little sad to say that G2 kind of gave them the 2 rounds they have.
It's not exactly fair to say that, but it's kind of what it looks like. And Uno holding the main stairs right now will drone out Pasha, who's playing incredibly aggressive at the base of the main stairs, and he's 4 inches off the objective, but yes, on Clubhouse Basement, that's incredibly aggressive. He's going to rip on back as he gets droned out just to go back to safety, as G2 a little slower going here as well, but they do have control of the top 2 floors. No potential for flanks either, so it's going to come down to Forze being able to stall out inside their own objective. I don't know. Oh, Pasha was launching up a Nitro Cell. That's what he was doing. He tried to throw it up through the Moto hatches being opened by Pengu, who is also on Breach. That's questionable as well. It's been a weird day for G2 to say the least.
Yeah, it definitely has been, but you know, at the end of the day, all that matters to them is the W. They don't care about the score lines. They reset between maps. They are a team that is all just about winning, and so far they are. So it doesn't really matter. Those little flubs don't really impact them too much, I don't think, honestly. Goga gonna show hopefully that efficiency there, mavericking the wall, so they don't want to have to deal too much with the Kaid or the Bandit. But the smoke at least pressing them back a little bit. Goga going down as well, that will really help on that wall. Now Pengu is going to be the one to have to try and get that open if they care about Church Wall as part of their strat, although they could go for even sometimes a split hallway and motor drop push. But Uno taking him down with the double kill grenade.
Huge double frag there for Uno onto Pasha and WTG. So again, your smoke is dead early for Forze on the defense. It's been a tough go of things, trying to peek out into the lifeline being sent out, but Kanto absolutely demolishes Shockwave on the pixel angle. Another one taking aim, and finally they'll take care of Kanto pushing down the oil pit tunnel, but still a 3v2 advantage. Kama being lit up and forced to evacuate into the dirt tunnel as the rest of G2 assault onto the objective. Sprays wildly through the wall, won't connect onto Rask as he still darts in behind the generator inside of blue, but a great peek there from Fabian leaves Kama left alive alone inside of dirt to suffocate. No way out and being aggressed upon now. Pengu will close it out. G2 inching closer and closer to the grand finals.
Well, G2 definitely making sure that Forze stay in dirt for as long as they possibly can. That is a bit of a metaphor for how things are going so far, and it is unfortunate for Forze as they just have so little breathing room left. And this is a high-pressure situation on a map that they are supposed to be winning. But as was mentioned in the analyst desk, this is also a great map for G2. And G2 know it. That's why they were able to try their pocket strats, try and bring things out, experiment a little before they decide whether or not they want to use that stuff against Empire. Although I almost wonder if Empire will even want to try and play Clubhouse, given how they struggled on it yesterday. But either way, some great plays. The nice denial by Pasha as well. Take it down, Goga. Really helped open things up a little bit from them, but Uno's grenade here, absolute game changer. That is unfortunate. Pasha was going to go down with that as well. Just, I mean, look how far back they are, too. They're like, oh, we're clear of the wall, but not of impending doom.
So we do have a bit of a technical pause, and yeah, we're still waiting to get back underway. It looked like one of the referees was dealing with Pengu's microphone on his headset there, so we might be waiting just a moment to get some audio issues sorted out. And as always, microphones do break, headsets do break over time.
Oh, audio. Audio is definitely the joy of any event. Anyone who's done these kind of events knows it's
always audio.
It's the gremlin for sure.
So a bit of a free break here for Forze to try and recollect themselves mentally.
I think the coach can't talk during the
No, you cannot talk to the players if you're a coach during a technical pause. During a tactical pause that you only get one per map, then yes, you can, but you can see Shaz does not have the mic down.
I feel like he's wishing he did, though, right now. He looks like he's got something to say and just isn't allowed to.
It's not always Shaz, though. He's always got something to say.
I mean, he looks especially pensive right there. It's just, he wants to say something.
For Forze, though, I mean, you're 2 rounds away from being eliminated from the tournament. It's been one hell of a Cinderella run, though, for Forze. You must admit that the teams they have taken down inside their own group and then onward has been remarkable to see from them, especially a team that we have noted so many times now that it's getting nauseating to say, but a team that is only in Challenger League and only just qualified for Challenger League.
You got to remember, though, those slippers are made of glass, and you can only walk on them for so long before eventually you got to work your way back through some real shoes. But hey, Challenger League, definitely going to be scared of these guys when it starts, regardless of how this turns out.
You're able to take down Dark Zero and FaZe and push your way forward to the quarterfinals into the semifinals with a date with G2. And maybe things haven't gone as well as planned against G2, but when do they ever for any other team in the world at a LAN event?
Yeah, certainly not for AG, and Empire have struggled as well. It's just seems like every team tries to just wash up against the rocky shore of G2, and it just never works. But looks like we might get another church attempt. if it sticks, though. So I'm curious what they're really going to change up on that defense, because honestly, I feel like G2 potentially will just play it better a second time, knowing how the hold goes. Although I got to imagine Uno's grenade probably won't find its mark as easily a second time around. Of course, there is a Jaeger, and he might just commit extra ADSs to help secure that, because yes, he's going to need some to play blue, because that's a pretty typical way to play. You play behind the generator with ADSs so you can protect yourself, but hopefully we'll get back to it here soon.
We are getting back underway right now. So we are going back downstairs. It's Forze on the defense still. Church and Arsenal at a 5-2 deficit. They stand on the precipice of being eliminated from the major in Raleigh, North Carolina here. To G2, I mean, that's a fun thing to say, to be able to say, yeah, we only got knocked out by G2. That's
absolutely.
That's a good saving grace.
As long as you're not saying it about groups.
Exactly.
Saying it here on the main stage, that's fine. I mean, I would go home with my head held high if I was Forze, regardless. I mean, I know it sounds like we're writing them off, but if you've been watching the match so far, I think there's some justification behind maybe a little bit of wonder if Forze can bring anything more here.
It would require an incredible amount of persistence and perseverance to be able to push up this much of a gap. They are on the defense, though. They are on the favorite side of Clubhouse. The only problem is they've got to go to tertiary bomb sites if they're going to start making the run, and you've only got 2 chances to lose now. You're going to have to play the tertiary bomb sites twice in that run. You're going to have to be successful in ways that very few teams have been this entire tournament on Clubhouse, whether you're on the defense or the attack.
I don't think we'll see a bar stock from Forze. I can tell you that much.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, at least they're trying to kite the hatches, they're banditting the walls. They're trying to do what they can to slow things down. But I see Pasha is actually reinforcing too the bottom of the stairwell where he was playing before. So they're tuning back the aggression a bit, trying to hope that they can get G2 into favorable angles, similar to what G2 did towards the end. Regardless, Pasha actually takes a lot of damage for his trouble. Must have been a team damage, because I mean, there hasn't been a lot of the round yet, but you never know. It might have been even some play from Uno playing on that buck.
Pasha was also the one to try and flex up main stairs last time and got droned out. I imagine Uno probably anticipated that this time and caught him off. And yeah, he's still dancing with the devil here inside of Moto as the hatch is being opened up by Goga instead of Pengu this time, because it has been Kaided by Kama. So some operator changes here for Forze as they try and slow things down a little bit for G2. They felt like they had way too much control way too early last round. And again, time control has been an issue for Forze on the attacking side. They're trying to make it an issue for G2, who seem like there's not a whole lot in the world that could slow them down.
Well, Moto hatch has been opened, so there's definitely some progress being made. Yes, it's only a minute 30 left, but G2 know how to play from here, so I don't anticipate it being a problem unless we just see some really interesting moves by Forze that G2 are not anticipating, and just maybe a kill or 2 to really weaken their ability to play as a team. Because that's the thing, is much like fighting Empire, you really need to pick off 1 or 2 players early to have a lot of chance in it not being a flawless round for them on a win, just because they played together so well as a team.
Well, that's going to be an issue as well. Looked like Pasha tried to throw a Nitro Cell over the top of the wall, but it got zapped by the Bandit batteries, and there he goes anyway for his trouble. Kanto drops him from all the way inside of blue as he tried to stand up on top of the bar, exposing himself just a little too much vertically. And then with ease, Kanto dispels the last 20 HP that he had left. So down to a 4v5 here for Forze, and 2 members of Forze stacking in towards blue. Shockwave and Rask, and just trying to clear out the back of Arsenal now will be Uno with his frag grenades. They weren't able to open up the kitchen hatch, so they won't have direct pressure like they did last time until just now, as Pengu will try and open it up. Spotting a foot momentarily is Uno. Tap firing away, but he almost dies to his teammate's thermite charge nonetheless. Pengu grabs the kill with the pistol in hand. Shockwave taking damage, but he's able to beat it out against Kanto, and slowly crouching his way in will be Goga as he pushes his way in behind the black box. Another one for him as Uno tags on. 1 member left is Shockwave in behind the blue box, being swarmed from all sides. G2, match point, series point, going all the way to the finals point. All they need is 1 more.
This is not looking good for Forze. That's their supposed best bomb site, and it's fallen twice. As I said, the second time even worse, just because G2 knows how they play it, and they could not change up nearly enough to throw G2 off. Plus G2 know how to attack. You can hear the crowd out there cheering for G2. They are definitely looking for this close here. This crowd wants to see it done and dusted, and Forze obviously wishing they had brought more fans, flown them out here, because they need the energy right now.
Well, it looks like the technical pause wasn't even enough for Forze to come away with a victory and regroup, so they will take their tactical timeout, the only one here on Clubhouse, as now both tac timeouts have been utilized. And for G2, all it takes is one. For Forze, you need to run up 4 in a row, which means you're gonna have to run one of those tertiary bomb sites. Any site is still open, and it looks like Forze, for the time being, as they discuss things, they're going to be reattempting Church and Arsenal for a 3rd time. At this point, I'd probably be looking to go upstairs to CC and Cash.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to bring anything so new that G2 are going to be like, we've never seen this before. Especially against a team like G2 with such a long history in this game, and Forze being so new to the scene. I mean, obviously, you know, these players have been around for some time, I imagine, but not at this level outside of Shockwave, who goes all the way back to Room Factory and Empire. He's been at the scene, but 1 player out of 5, I mean, he's going to have some real plays. Pasha going to go on the Ella. That's, I suppose, the big surprise. No Kaed, but also the Mozzie to try and stop some of that drone play. So they are looking for surprise. Pasha even shooting a drone there as well. So let's hope for Forze's sake that this is enough to shake things up. But I got to imagine, at the very least, they might just get some early picks on G2. And I don't know if that'll be enough.
The good news for Forze, though, is they are at least trying a different strategy, even if they are repeating the same bomb site for a 3rd time in a row, which is we're going to roam. We're going to hold as much map control as possible. Because to be fair, G2 has been taking a lot of time, not extra time that they can't, but they're pushing into site with about 20 seconds, 30 seconds left. It's getting down to the wire, especially when they aren't really focused on plants. They're really focused for just straight up killing power. So, you know, it's getting down to the wire, and I think maybe Forze are thinking, if we can just burn an extra, 30 seconds, if we can just burn an extra 45 off their timer, we might be able to just get this one on time.
The important thing, though, is they're going to have to play as a team as roamers, though. They really, really need to play together, and Pasha getting that early pick is certainly going to help that. Again, just fall back, let your teammates support you. Fortunately, Rask falls next to Kanto, so trade for a trade. I'd take the killing the Captal for the Jaeger any day, though.
Well, that's Kitchen Hatch wide open. Dirt's now being opened up by Goga as well. It looks like G2 are reading into this and trying to isolate site. That's what Fabian was trying to do as well, trying to push down the main stairs, but he met a Scorpion at point blank, and not many attackers are going to survive that. The chance rain out, let's go G2, as we're so close to ending it, but there's so many members for Forze elsewhere on the map. Pengu taking fire from up above inside of logistics with an impact hole opening in towards the Kitchen Hatch. Pash is still running around downstairs, trying to hold the main stairs, darting back and forth and evading the pings now will be WTG in the middle of Arsenal. That's Kanto applying pressure from up top with the Zofia lifeline. Another one droned out as everyone's returned to site except for Kama. He knows he's locked off inside of the bar right now.
Definitely. This is a tense moment for Forze because they need to decide, do we strike now or not? But Goga in the meantime being so close and dirty here. Kama at least taking out Pengu. This is doable here for Forze.
Yeah, the flank through bar, and there were 3 G2 members inside of Kitchen. One will fall. That's Pengu, who's already done his job in opening up the Kitchen Hatch, but now the toxic smokes come out a little earlier for WTG, but understandable, as you don't want everyone filing in through that Kitchen Hatch and overwhelming your site. Kama's still locked upstairs, so it's a 3v3 on site with a bit of a flank involved, and now Uno trying to come for the flank in through pool table. WTG is been down and finished off. It's 2 quick ones for G2 now, and a 3rd leg sticking out there from Shockwave at the blue box. It's down to Shockwave and Pasha to keep Forze's hopes alive, and there goes Goga onto Pasha. Shockwave needs a 1v3 clutch to keep the menace, or it's going to be a 7-2 final yet again. The entire church wall is soft, and Uno will blow it wide open to the skeleton key. 43 seconds now. Tick away, rotating in through Church, and Uno just barely misses the flick. Now pinching from inside of Dirt and underneath the Kitchen Hatch. Shockwave completely surrounded as the plant is going down momentarily. They will pull off and all barrage him. Goga closes it out. The best support in the world on the best team in the world. They have a rematch from the 6 Invitational with Empire tomorrow.
The play from G2, just phenomenal that entire time. They lose 2 important players and still push ahead. And unfortunately, some of the holes that Forze had to leave to play that roaming strategy ultimately backfiring, but Goga absolutely the MVP of that round. The man who is generally playing a lot of support roles, certainly supported with his bullets that round. Fantastic play by him, and Uno also helping on that push. But I mean, what do you do against a team like G2? You cross your fingers, you hope you can make some plays. I would have liked to see a little more confidence, honestly, from Forze in the first map, because I think that could have given them a little bit of a better shot, even if they would have lost that map. Just having that base to work from, because if they lose that map, they go, no problem. We took some rounds for G2. We didn't let them control us. Unfortunately, I think they're going to need a few more of these kinds of events and matches under their belt to really solidify their confidence going forward. But I'm still very, very proud of these guys in terms of making their run from not even playing in Challenger League yet through qualifiers to the point they are. This is very impressive.
An absolutely magical run cut just short by the reigning world champions. Forze will go home, finishing in the semifinals. Something that I don't think many predicted, and there was quite the vocal minority online saying that it is a possibility, but I'm sure plenty of us, including myself, never thought that they would make it to this point. So for now, it's G2 and Empire, a rematch of the 6th Invitational. It's
I'm a little disappointed in a way, because I think a lot of us predicted G2 Empire in the finals. I think we were hoping to be surprised a little bit.
Absolutely, you know, it's still going to be a fun game regardless, but we get to see maybe a series that won't be a 3-0, maybe a series that'll go a little bit longer. There's infinite overtime on all the maps as well.
We saw that used very quickly in its debut. Obviously, I think that exhausted Empire a little bit, but I got to imagine they're going to be a bit better prepared for that this time, and hopefully they can manage to slog through if they have to. But at the same time, I think that was showing there was some equal skill there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap it up for me and Devin for the week. And ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the stage with Alex and Fabian. Good night.
That's right, folks. I'm here with... I'm kidding. All right, folks. Pengu here. Guys, give it up for G2 Esports. What a dominating performance from them. The G2 train keeps rolling, man. You guys looked vicious in that game against Forze. You know, Fabian had some colorful language to describe Forze yesterday, but today you guys really showed up big. The question really for you is, how do you prep for a team like Forze? It does not have a lot of VOD out there, and that was something that they were really not taking advantage of, but using to their advantage, that they were the underdog, that they were the Cinderella story.
I mean, they played it smart. As you said, there's very little information to gain, but we have the best coach and best analyst out there, Sua and Chaz, doing a great job, so thank you, guys. What we do a lot with less experienced players is take away their comfortability. So that's where the Thatcher ban came from on Clubhouse. They played it, and we already theory crafted what to do if it was gone. They obviously didn't, and I think it showed that our attacks were a lot more fluent than theirs were, even though that we both had less experience. So being the more experienced players, we just wing it.
Yeah, I was actually talking to, Milos Ramsveli about that exact thing with the Thatcher ban. You actually covered one of my questions, so look at that. Good job. We're already off to a great start here, people. Okay, and then obviously, now you're going to be moving on to the grand finals, taking on Empire. This is going to be a rematch of the 6th Invitational. Very exciting game. Now, in Milan, Karjeka said that it was great that they won. But it didn't feel like a true victory because they didn't go against you guys. And then I asked Karjeka here, who would you rather face, your Russian brethren or G2? And he said G2. So do you have any words for Karjeka, who's going to get his rematch?
First of all, mad respect. First of all, you could choose Forze, but you chose us. And watching Milan, being the first event that we watched in a while from back home, it felt like something was missing. We're missing, right? And we wanted EG to win for the simple reason that Empire can win a tournament without at least going through us first. But I'm okay with giving them Milan and get the rematch here in a best-of-5 grand final, infinite overtime like last time. But I want to go more than 3-0 this time, right? Can we go 3-1, 3-2 maybe? Let's make it not so fast.
Yeah, I think everyone here in North Carolina will agree there. Pengu, thank you so much for your time, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, class act here, Pengu and G2 Esports. They're going to the grand finals tomorrow. Let's send it over to the studio to break down that match.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. And hey, who would have thought Team Empire versus G2 in the grand final? Wow, what a shocker.
I mean, this is business as usual, man. G2 came out strong, and, we were asked about prediction. Who's really the MVP? The MVP is just G2. There's no single way to point out just one person. But on the other end, we're going to have to give it to Forze, man. Coming into this event, nobody outside of Europe, I'll be fair about it, nobody outside of Europe really thought that this team was that good.
Yeah.
You know, I had coaches in CL like Affy and Sternab, all of them telling me, hey, Forze is the truth. Watch out for him. Forze is the truth. I was reserved on my predictions. Now that I've seen what they're capable of, I want to see them go off. Rask, if you're watching this, you're the man. You're disgusting. You were filthy. He went 3-7 in 9 rounds. Unfortunately, that steam went out, but hopefully they come back better and stronger next time.
Yeah, I know. Usually we don't really believe what Sternap says, but in this case, it makes sense. For you, though, Rams, what's going on there?
It goes back to what we talked about before the match even started. Forze needed to make something happen. They needed to take the fight to G2. They couldn't quite get it on Coastline. Maybe they could do it on Clubhouse. Not the case. Forze looked dead in the water. We saw some changes to the way that we typically see people defending the master bedroom and the cache server bomb sites. They didn't bring a bandit, and they were only bringing the Kaid. We see it here on the screen right now, and they had the perfect timing to stop the thermites. Even though Forze were bringing the Zofia to counter the bandit, they couldn't, they couldn't combat the perfect timing. This causes stall outs when it comes to plays like this from Uno. It causes the team to stall out. They're not sure what to do, and then they walk into these situations where G2 just take advantage. Forze looked scared overall, and they left G2 with so little pressure on attack that it just let them dictate every single round.
I want you to continue talking, but you were talking about how G2 were dictating the pace. I just want you to elaborate that bar defense and chime in as well, please, Veli. Usually the bar is reserved for drinks only, but this was not.
I think that was a very iffy moment for me when I was actually watching it, because you would think that if any team is going to bring out a bar stock defense on Clubhouse, it would be G2. They would do their research.
Or Vodafone Giants.
Right, or something like that. They would do their research and go into it, and we saw Forze systematically pick that apart. I thought maybe that would light a fire under Forze and make them play harder, make them amped up and like ready to go, and then we just didn't see it anymore after that. G2 just kept doing they were like, okay, that didn't work. Let's just go back to the basics. And
we were talking about this in the back valley. We're saying like, oh man, they went to bar. What is this gonna do to Forze? Because they're gonna think, man, they think we are so much at an amateur level. They are bringing a site that should never work.
No, you know what? I don't see it that way. I look at it as G2 just being smarter and better than ever, and that's why Pengu was going ahead and he was giving credit to his coach and his analyst. It's not about disrespecting your opponent. If you're on a stage this big, you throw out strategies that people aren't prepared for. No one plays that site at all. So when you throw that against a team like Forze because they're inexperienced, you might come out with the win. But when Forze was unable to capitalize, really, it was painful.
We have our MVP for the matchup, though, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can all agree it's G2. That's literally it. They played like a team. That's what matters. This is a team that has been the best in the world for the past 2 years, and it's going to be Empire that has to fight back against this.
You know what? Russians bleed. In G2, they're going to be the first team to make sure that they do this event by knocking out Forze. Now going against Empire, Empire has played so much on a professional level now. All of that video on demand is going to be available to G2 to be able to pick their opponents apart like we saw here. They're the best at what they do. We saw the way they were breaking down bar setups. It was room by room, best droning in the world, by the way, the best intel in the world with their setups. I feel like they're going to be more than ready for Empire.
Not only that, it wasn't just how good their droning was, it was how well they were playing off of the intel they were receiving. So we did see this play right here by Uno, and then what happens after what we talked about on the telestration station, I do believe. But this right here, so when Kanto Raketti kills that player behind the church wall, like trying to play by the church wall, Goga opened it with the Maverick behind, and they were able to just sneak right into sight, unbeknownst to Forze, and just pick them apart one by one. And there was even a round towards the end where they droned out Shockwave playing behind the dummies, and they droned him out like early in the round, knew where he was. He was the last person they killed. They knew where he was the entire round, and they just systematically picked apart everyone else.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree. And hey, I'm going to have to give a big shout out to Uno, because ever since that team change happened, G2, they've been catching a lot of flack. They weren't doing too hot in Pro League or whatever. People out there, I don't know why you would do it. They questioned the pickup of Uno and blamed him for the losses. You guys aren't that smart.
What are you doing?
No, it doesn't make sense, because
what is that?
Uno's game sense was second to none. When he was in Master Bedroom and Forze were trying to take Jim,
Yeah.
Uno's the one that capitalized. He moved up to the window, was able to get a little cheeky headshot, the double kill with the C4. He had Forze looking, they were clueless, man. Uno is the truth, and I love this pickup.
Yep, 7-2, 7-2 here, scoreline for G2.
Dominance.
It's
Not surprising.
Dominance.
Yeah, I mean, they did it 6-2, 6-2 before. That was...
Forze embarrassed everybody they went against. G2 beat the hell out of Forze.
Also, we can also sort of touch on, what happened with TSM yesterday. I think sort of the same thing happened with Forze here. They were just left.
Yeah.
They were nowhere near G2's level.
It's pretty crazy to look at because it seems like with every game, things spiral out of control for one or the other. There's FaZe, there's G2, even TSM made Russia bleed, but G2 really were the ones to put it out there, and we'll see if they can handle that in the grand final against their opponents of Empire. Let's break down, though, a few rounds. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow on the analysis desk, so you better put on those plushies and start sleeping here because it's going to be an all-nighter at this desk. Let's head on over to my lovely, lovely man here. It's Devin Emzo Becker. Look at that pretty face. What does that pretty face hide behind it in that big 200 IQ brain, though?
It hides some appreciation for Uno and what he brings to the team. There was some discussion on the desk earlier about what is Uno bringing to the team and was he a good fit for the team. So I thought it would be good to highlight some of his very impactful plays and the way they work together with the whole team.
So listen up, Reddit. It's time to talk about it. Come on in.
Absolutely. So this first play was, Veli was discussing a bit on the desk as well, was this teamwork here between Uno and Fabian. But what's important here is Fabian, in this case, was watching this angle. But what's important is that Uno wasn't just going for the feet here on Pasha. He was actually supporting Fabian, trying to get shots through the drone hole into the player that was much farther away. But their teamwork together, you see the way this plays out, gets the feet of Pasha, who's trying to fight back. And in the meantime, Fabian gets a nice kill on it as well. Great teamwork there. But that was Uno just trying to support, also using his pulse as well. Those plays like that really worked. You saw them time and time again throughout this match. And then I want to show a follow-up as well in terms of the way he's playing that pulse yet again. You see the situation right here where he is playing this pulse, and you can't tell exactly, but he's on his heartbeat sensor right now. He is pulsing these two players right here. He knows they're both there. He knows exactly how they're playing. They are just waiting for an opportunity, and these players are very important to kill because they're the ones that are going to be helping try to open the site.
This is the hold into Jim.
Absolutely. So what does he do? Gets enough information here on his heartbeat sensor. He knows they're both playing. He knows they're not paying attention right now. And he goes for the C4 throw. You can see him setting up for it right now.
And you saw WTG even shooting at one of the players from G2 that rotated into server to distract, to give Uno that play.
You know they're focused generally in this direction right here because that, and even Shockwave focused inside the gym. Perfect time to throw that C4. Boom, they both go down. And that wasn't his only explosive double kill. He also had another one here. And this is, of course, a difficult thing to deal with. This bandit here, he's trouble to deal with. You can usually buck a little bit just kind of in this general area right here. You know, you can do some work from there, but you don't see a lot of great grenades from there. So what does he do? He sets up, you even see him kind of back up a little bit, trying to see if he has the right angle, get the right timing down there. And not only does he get the bandit, but he gets two for it. I think this is important to highlight because
that's huge.
That opened up the whole defense for them. And that's the thing is these were very impactful double kills. It wasn't just, oh, we got 2 kills. These were opening kills that, and not necessarily literally opening kills, but ones that opened up a lot of the defense or the offense for his team. I think Uno has been a fantastic addition to G2, and I think they'll show it more tomorrow.
I really do hope so. That's the grand final, though, tomorrow against Team Empire. Devin, thank you very much. Go rest, my friend. You've done so much. Can we get some appreciations in chat from a buddy here? Devin, thank you so much. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's recap the bracket, though. We'll see where we stand so far and what the preparation is for tomorrow at the grand final. So, Forze versus G2, 2-0 for G2. 2-1 for Team Empire against Team Secret to kick off the day that we had today, and a grand final between G2 Esports and Team Empire. You would have told me about this after Invitational, and even a couple of weeks before that, I would not have been surprised. Yet here we are again, gentlemen. I know you were just taking your nap, and I had to wake you up, but we needed to remind everybody of what's going on.
Yeah, tomorrow we have a lot going on, man. We have the show match, the rematch. Tomorrow's going to be an amazing day to close out.
Reveal for operators?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, man.
Yeah.
I know everybody knows everything about these operators except me. Ubisoft. Let me in, baby. I'm a part of the crew now. Like, what's up?
That's the Creators Cup first with 3 5-man teams or 5-person teams here from all content creators in Siege. So from not only YouTubers, streamers, but also part of the cosplay community, part of the more artist community in Siege, which is a massive one. After that is the reveal of the brand new season for Rainbow Six Siege, and then the esports panel that is also during it, and then the grand final. I know we've all been waiting for it. It's been months, but we're back. G2 are at LAN, and they get to face off against Team Empire. It's an all-European grand final, G2 Esports versus Team Empire, and that's for tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow early morning. We love you. Good night.